quite like Italy.
Look how busy it is. I love it.
The landscapes, the people, the history.
It's unbelievable.
And of course, the most amazing food.
Oh, I'm just having a moment.
I love it, and I always have done.
This is like my idea of heaven.
Great food here isn't about Michelin-starred chefs, it's about home-cooked recipes. So in this series, I'm going right to the heart of Italian cooking.
Oh, so good.
To the mamas and the nonnas of Italy.
These are some of the best home-cooked recipes in the world.
They've perfected recipes handed down over generations.
I'm just doing what I'm told. I love it.
I'm travelling far and wide to see what secrets I can learn from these true masters of the kitchen.
Forza, forza! Belli, bravi!
That is a game changer.
And I'll be showing you how to cook up delicious Italian dishes
With flavour like this, you're going to go nuts.
that use the nonna's way to transform the simple into the sublime.
I'm going to have to stop myself eating. It's so good.
This week, I'm exploring coastal cooking on one of Italy's tiniest islands, uncovering the cherished recipe of a 92-year-old nonna.
Se ti è piaciuta questa ricetta, dillo a tutti quanti.
I give you my barbecued squid with a spectacular caper salsa
It's the islands in a plate.
and cook up a trip down memory lane with my old mentor, Gennaro.
Yeah, that's so sumptuous.
Plus, matriarch Marina entrusts me with her legendary family feast,
I love it. It's so delicious.
inspiring my melt-in-the-mouth chicken showstopper.
It's a brilliant feasting dish.
Me and my best buddy and mentor, Gennaro Contaldo, are in the awe-inspiring Aeolian Islands to discover authentic island recipes untouched by time.
Look at that, Gennaro.
So beautiful!
Centuries of seclusion from the mainland have seen the islanders develop their own distinct style of cooking, using ingenious combinations of their spectacular local produce.
Look at these two volcanoes, Gennaro.
It's incredible.
The 7 Aeolian Islands were submarine volcanoes that emerged from the sea around 700,000 years ago and are scattered just north of Sicily. Gennaro's taken me to the archipelago's food capital, Salina.
Oh, my Lord. The sea,
Yes.
the mountains. Look at this. Come on.
It's so beautiful.
Got like essentially forest up there. And you know, this is one of the only islands of the Aeolians that has like natural spring water. That's why it's so green. It's a lot greener than the others.
That's good. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Cooking on the island is a joy. Its crystal clear water and rich volcanic soil produce a sensational store cupboard.
I can smell the sea, I can smell the flower, I can smell the herbs.
But it's the creative flair of Salina's nonnas that turn simple back garden ingredients into mind-blowing recipes. And I'm here to learn their tricks.
You'll be down here.
We're off to meet a legendary lady who at 92 is still farming capers.
Nonna Franchina!
Sì,
Dove sta?
Buonasera!
buonasera, buonasera,
Eccola.
benvenuta a
Look
casa
at her.
mia.
Bless you, bless you. Ciao.
Ciao, ciao, benvenuta a casa mia.
Sì, sì.
Nonna Franchina runs a small-scale caper farm from her back garden. Salina is home to some of the best capers in the world. Everyone is picked by hand, and right now, it's harvest time.
So here's the caper plant. And the little berries here.
Questo si allunga.
And which ones are the best one, Nonna?
Questi qua, questi che abbiamo noi, si chiamano
Piccola.
noccioline. Lui si fa grosso
You've got to pick them at the right time.
e si chiama capperone.
Otherwise they get
E
sort of
quando
too
è
big,
grosso,
sort of floury.
il capperone non è buono.
These culinary heroes are actually tiny flower buds found on the caper bush, a plant that grows all over Africa, Asia and the Mediterranean.
Così e metterli qua. Così,
Oh,
e
that's
metterli
beautiful.
qua.
She's picking capers, putting them in a little pinny at the front.
The capers are dried in the sun, then painstakingly packed in salt to preserve them.
Cosa cuciniamo?
I totani ripieni facciamo stasera. Per me sono la mia
From
specialità.
her.
Facciamo
Beautiful.
stasera.
Can't wait to taste it.
Nonna Franchina wants to teach me her very favourite recipe, using the best of Salina's land and sea Squid with the most amazing caper stuffing in a tangy sweet tomato and caper sauce.
92, Gennaro. So when did she first start cooking, Gennaro?
Così, vero?
Quando è cominciata a cucinare? A che età che è cominciata a cucinare?
A 10 anni.
82 years of cooking on this lovely planet. That's a lot of experience. Nonna? Ok.
Sì. Per noi è una cosa deliziosa. Mio nonno che andava a pescare, ragazzi, sai che facciamo domani? Tuffato, facciamo i tortelli ripiene.
So we're going in with breadcrumbs.
First lesson from this master of the kitchen is how to make the caper stuffing.
So 3 eggs.
Formaggio pecorino dove l'ha messo?
Pecorino?
Eccolo
No
qua.
problemo.
Parmigiano mai.
Parmesan's lovely, but the pecorino's got the tang,
È taste.
the freshness.
A sprinkle of parsley, and then the magical moment. Caper time.
Are these her capers?
Queste che capperi sono? Che capperi sono queste?
Quelli che abbiamo visto noi.
May I eat one? Mangiare?
Puoi mangiare, puoi mangiare.
This is my first caper from the island. Oh my God. Gennaro, it's a different level.
A different level.
They're fat, they're juicy, they're perfumed, they're meaty, and they're just from her back garden.
Capers are a real fast track to flavour. Just a tablespoon will turn this stuffing into something really punchy and fragrant.
Ora c'è l'aglio,
This is olive oil from the island. Uno.
2.
Look at the teapot. I just love it. I want to take her home.
Sì. C'è il mio olio. Pure noi facciamo l'olio.
So this is oil from her trees.
Sì, tutto qua.
This is garlic from her garden, capers from her garden, bread that she's made, pecorino from the island, squid from the sea.
After a splash of water and a good old mix-up, we're ready to stuff the squid.
You know, the squid is the perfect receptacle to stuff stuff in. Do you pack it in tight or keep it loose, Nonna?
Ah, quanto rifai il ripieno?
Non pieno, normale. Lo spingo un po' giù. Ha visto?
Push it in. I just love her
Poi
hands.
questo deve venire.
You know, all those years of cooking to learn from the nonnas. What a joy.
Non deve stringere tanto.
Every time I stuff it, she corrects it. Come si chiude la torta?
Apri qua.
Needle and thread. No way. I've never seen this in a million years.
L'ago e il cotone come si usava ai tempi dei nonni.
A lot of chefs use toothpicks, you know, cocktail sticks, but she don't like it because she says stuff still comes out.
I do a toothpick. Learn again.
Can you show me, Nonna?
Ci può far vedere a Jamie come fa a chiudere?
Ecco.
Ecco qua.
So I've never seen this before.
Wow. I love how carefully she's locked in the flavour. I can tell this is going to be a real treat.
So much care, love, attention.
Next, we're moving on to the sweet, tangy tomato sauce.
This one?
Quella misura?
Sì, piccola, sì.
1 red onion is added to the olive oil, followed by cherry tomatoes. And then 1 humdinger of a nonna tip.
She's squeezing the tomatoes underwater so the pips don't go over everyone. Brilliant tip. I will use that forevermore. So this is fatta in casa.
Sì.
This is her homemade passata, again, from her garden. And this is very traditional. Gennaro used to do this as a kid. You basically take beer bottles and recycle
Poi
them.
cominciare a mettere.
Sì?
Sì.
Sieving the tomatoes to make passata is a classic Italian trick for dealing with the season's glut and bottling up that summery tomato flavour.
If you smell this, it smells of sunshine.
E buonissimi sono.
Okay. 2 tablespoons of capers go in.
It couldn't be simpler.
Questo.
It's just like the best, freshest, the most gorgeous tomato sauce.
Because I can smell it's the sand in a pot.
But this is why people get sort of like excited about Nonna's cooking, man, because you'd want to come home to that. So in with this one.
To keep the squid tender, the parcels are slowly poached in the sensational tomato sauce.
Profumo, fantastico, Nonna. Yeah,
È
fantastic.
meglio della carne.
The squid blip away for about 20 minutes before they're sliced and served with spaghetti, lashings of sauce, and for a final flash of flavour, some extra capers.
This is a complete privilege. The smell that I'm getting is incredible. Capers to finish, basil to finish.
Ecco, questo è il pesto.
Benito. Gennaro, bless you. Oh, look at that. Oh, nonna.
Oh,
Fantastico.
che c'è?
Oh my God.
Delicioso. Oh,
Che c'è?
Oh my God.
delicioso. Ottimo.
A te piace?
Fantastico.
Buonissimo.
Buona vinda È venuta la
I'm just having a
passata.
moment. So good.
Voi mangiate dopo.
The pasta. Nonna just wants to feed everyone. She wants to feed me, Gennaro. She wants to feed the whole crew. This is what nonnas do. They're feeders. It's so good. The pecorino with the capers and the garlic and the breadcrumbs. It's just soaked up all that lovely tomato ragu. Gennaro, will you ever forget this recipe?
Never.
Ma lui è giovane e deve mangiare.
I'm not that young.
Hai quattro figli? Ma tu? Quattro
Cinque.
figli? Cinque figli?
Sì.
Quando vai a casa un altro? Un maschio o femmina?
Really? Another one?
No, quando
Ancora?
vai a casa.
I'm gonna have a little bit more
Un
of this.
maschio o femmina?
Gennaro, she's telling me to have another baby.
Yes.
I'm going to have to stop myself eating. It's so good. It's so...
Se ti è piaciuta questa ricetta, dillo a tutti quanti, che io sono contentissima.
Thank you. Grazie mille.
Prego.
Grazie.
nonna.
Grazie.
You are the best.
Franchina's authentic recipe is exactly what I was hoping to find. The way she used those outrageous capers to turn simple seafood into something sublime has blown my mind. The islanders have spent centuries exploring creative ways to combine their outstanding local produce, passing down and perfecting recipes through the generations. The next day, me and Gennaro are buzzing with inspiration, and we can't wait to get cracking on a recipe using that epic combo of island flavours.
Me and Gennaro are going to cook the most delicious squid dish inspired by Nonna Franchina.
Yes.
How good was that?
She was unbelievable.
This grilled squid with a lively caper salsa is super easy and guaranteed to get those taste buds zinging.
Of course, we're bigging up capers, mint, anchovies, lemon juice, olive oil. How should we describe it? It's kind of like an Italian salsa, cum sauce, cum dressing. Fair?
Yeah, fair.
Gennaro's going to get a couple of lemons and he's going to squeeze it into this bowl. And this platter is going to kind of serve a purpose because everything that comes off of that grill is going to get tossed through this bowl to really capture every single bit of flavour that we put on there.
Come on, squeeze it, squeeze it.
Top up the juice of 2 lemons with the same amount of extra virgin olive oil. Throw in 3 cloves of chopped garlic and a fresh chilli.
Now, the nice thing is if garlic's one of the first ingredients to go in, the lemon juice kind of starts to pickle the garlic a little bit, takes the kind of heat out of it. The next ingredient will be the ingredient of the island, capers. The flavour's amazing, isn't it?
It is in this, goes almost for everything.
In the base of fish or meat stews, fantastic. They often come in brine. I think the ones in salt are the best, don't you?
And the best indeed. Look, I got some inside here. This is what actually look like.
Wow, look how amazing that is. So that's the caper flower. Truly beautiful. And these leaves are very good as well. They can be pickled.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they're delightful. And there's the berries. So, of course, you can let them get bigger or smaller. Isn't it amazing to see them in the place where they come from?
Yeah.
Capers preserved in salt like these ones need a little soak and rinse.
Right, put them into some fresh water and let them sit for an hour. And then you can squeeze the salt out. When the excess salt comes out,
So good.
you get the perfume. Look at those.
Little pearl from the islands.
And then Gennaro is just going to lightly chop them.
Next, mash our 4 anchovies to give the salsa an amazing depth of flavour. And for texture, I'm adding a handful of chopped pistachios.
We're chopping everything around the same sort of size, okay? You know, pistachios being used, you know, not as a sprinkle, but as an ingredient. It's going to work really well.
That's it.
In you go, big boy.
Right.
The last thing that we're going to do to this salsa is mint. We're going to chop that up, so fresh.
Smell it, smell it, smell it, smell it.
Whack in half a bunch of chopped mint, Top up with oil and give it a whirl.
I've got the squid here. This is literally off the boat from the fishermen. But get down your fishmongers, get some nice fresh squid. It's been gutted and skinned. I'm going to show you a technique to make this squid grab onto flavour. I'm going to run my knife down the length of the squid, like this, to open it out like a book. It's very simple. I'm just going to score the squid at an angle, and you don't want to go all the way through, and you simply go crisscross. It's such an easy preparation, and it turns a piece of squid into something so beautiful and so amazing. And I think it's equally as fascinating as Nonna Franchina with that needle and thread, right? She was trapping stuff on the inside. We're doing the reverse, trapping the flavours on the outside. It's not a hard preparation. It's not a chefy preparation. It's just a little bit of crisscrossing. And when that cooks, it will start to fold up, and those little kind of crisscrosses will open up like a flower and grab hold of Gennaro's salsa.
Just get inside.
It's going to be amazing.
It's time to cook.
I'm going to put the bigger one first. Straight on.
I fired up a barbecue, but you could cook this in a hot pan or griddle pan.
And then we're going to put our legs on.
To keep the squid tender, you have to go low and slow like Nonna Franchina, or hot and fast. This baby's ready in a minute.
And it will start to roll up. Look at that. Come on. That squid is done now, right? Very, very quick. Now, as soon as the squid comes off the grill, it goes in to our little dressing here. And you can try and unwind it, and you can put some in. Look at that. So the legs, they'll go in as well. And you just turn it, and those little scores just grab onto that fantastic salsa. Look at that.
Yeah. Leave the squid to cool slightly so it really soaks up the flavours of that salsa. And grab yourself some juicy tomatoes.
And I'm using these gorgeous, big beef tomatoes. You use whatever you like. Just do me a favour, make sure they're ripe and they haven't come from the fridge. My beautiful wife always puts the tomatoes in the fridge, and it was, you know, I've got over it, but, you know, have them on the windowsill. Always better flavour. You can go cherries if you want. Look at the colours, though.
Slice through the squid to really show off the vibrant, tangy and fresh caper salsa.
The tomatoes are like your edible plate. And again, we dress them in that amazing dressing. That is for you.
Do you know what? It's the islands in a plate.
It definitely is. Right, come on, big boy.
Yeah, shall we tuck in?
We're going to tuck in.
Oh, my God. Mm. The squid is so tender.
And the capers are so fresh. The chilli gives it that lovely little hum. You know, the squid has grabbed hold of all of that gorgeous dressing. If you look, the dressing's all the way through.
Yeah.
The little curly-whirly of the squid. Go on, get some flavours of Selena on your own dinner table. Delicious.
Back on the trail of the island's treasured recipes, me and Gennaro are exploring Lingua, a small town in the very south. We've heard of a little place that's rumoured to serve some of the best granita the country has to offer. This frozen sweet treat is Italy's answer to sorbet, and it gets lapped up morning, noon and night.
Io devo far assaggiare tutti ormai.
Pesce.
No, uno.
Yeah.
Peach. And it's got skin through it as well. And you know how the skin is like a little bit more sour?
Pesca.
Pesca, si.
78-year-old Alfredo has been serving granita lovingly crafted from the island's magical produce for nearly 50 years.
So what's that, the mulberry?
Cos'è questo?
Jersey.
Jersey, yes, mulberry. Go. It's going to give me another one.
Oh, that is delicious. So, this is mulberry from the island. Mulberry is one of my favourite soft fruits in the whole wide world. It's amazing.
Cos'è questo?
Assaggiala.
Try first.
Poi tu devi dire che cosa
And then you
è.
tell me.
Almond.
Mamma mia.
Granita originates from Arab rule over 2,000 years ago.
A traditional granita would be a chunk or an ice block from the mountains, dragged down, and they'd shave it like shards. And then traditionally they just put, street sellers would put like lemon juice over it or citrus. You know what I love about these are so sensitively, the flavours, it's not overly sweet. You can taste everything. I think whenever you buy something that's pre-done in a factory, they always chuck a load more glucose in it and sugar because it kind of keeps it smoother for longer, months and months and months.
Quanto le fai?
Tutti i giorni facciamo tante noi, non è che non uno solo, ne facciamo tante.
That's how. If you're making it every day, you can make it with less sugar. You tell him that's the nicest. That's the nicest.
Guarda.
That's the nicest one I've had in Italy.
Quale ti è piaciuta di più?
Guarda, tutto è piaciuto. Sai,
Sì.
noi siamo in giro e proviamo le graniti gelate. Questa è la migliore che abbiamo provato.
Io lo so.
Complimenti.
Lo so, grazie.
C'ho le mani che non le
Ma io
voglio dare.
ora te ne faccio un bicchiere, probabilmente tu la mangi.
Sì, sì, la mangio un pochino.
Aspetta,
I've got to have that mulberry and the almond.
Mamma mia. I love the way he spoons in with the ladle instead of the ice cream cone.
tu vuoi mandorla?
Bakewell tart,
mandorlo.
frozen.
Yeah.
So,
I love it. Shall we go to that?
I know it's really bad.
Yeah.
Can I order another one?
Guarda, questo è cattivo. Sai cosa
I know that's
detto?
like.
Se può avere ancora un'altra.
Sometimes you just got to be greedy.
Può dare un'altra coppa? Sì, perché... Sì.
Let's do it, mate. That's amazing. What a joy.
I just love it.
While Alfredo keeps the Sunseekers happy with the finest granita I've ever tasted, the sparkling sea delivers a daily serving of the most sensational seafood. Fresh anchovies are in season right now, and I know they're Gennaro's absolute favourite. So I want to make him a very special treat.
So I'm going to make the most delicious little gift for this fella. He loves anchovies. That was the food of his childhood. And also, Gennaro is the anchovy expert. So it's got to be good if I'm going to impress him. I want to cook it for him and get a big old smile out of him.
For a real treat, I'm serving fresh anchovies simply grilled on toast with glorious simple flavours of fennel, chilli and lemon.
So these are fresh anchovies. You may have only ever seen the ones in jars that are salted. You could do with sardines, you could do with any small white fish. So here we have some beautiful anchovies. They've been cleaned by the fishmonger and they're incredible. They cook so quickly, they're fresh, they're clean, they're just really flaky and delicious. You can have them raw. There's a million ways of how to cook them, so many dishes.
And lucky for us, they're best friends with one of my favourite spices.
Fennel seeds, love these. Lovely green fennel seeds, and they're beautiful. About a heaped teaspoon, right? Quite bold. And then there's chilli. These are fairly hot, so I'm gonna kind of go easy. So just have a little sprinkle. By keeping the fennel seeds whole and the flakes of chilli is quite big, you know, it kind of gives you a pop of flavour. You know, it doesn't kind of completely cover it.
Drizzle with extra virgin olive oil and finally grate over a little lemon zest.
I've got some fennel tops. You know, you could use any herb, you know, but fennel's really, really good. I'm just going to rip that up in my hand. So I'm just going to move these anchovies around just so those flavours start to mix a little bit. Once you've done that, grab yourself a loaf of bread. Take any bread you can get, something hopefully that's a little bit spongy. And I'm just going to take the crust off both sides. Just carefully get your knife, trim off the base, just rotate it around. It doesn't matter what shape your toast is, just whip it up. Now, see that? Then we've got this sponge in here. Simple.
Grease up the pan and pop in your bread.
I'm just going to gently toss up these anchovies just to distribute all of that lovely flavour. Look at that. And then all I'm going to do is lay the anchovies in and around this beautiful bread.
Anchovies are full of natural, healthy oils. And here, not a drop is lost, as the bread acts like a sponge to soak them all up.
The next bit's almost quite brutal. I'm going to have it in the pan here, and I'm going to just put my body weight in it and really push with all my weight it in. And you might think, well, why has he done that? Because that was all lovely and delicate, and now he's just kind of ruined it. I haven't, right? Because now there's no kind of difference between the bread and the fish. It's just one. I can whack that in the oven, but then you've got a soggy bottom. So I'm going to start it on the hob.
Pop it in a pan on a medium-low heat.
So look, if you have a little look here, as soon as you see that golden on the bottom, turn it off.
It's going in the wood oven here, but simply whack it under a hot grill at home. After a couple of minutes, you'll get a crispy top to go with that crunchy bottom.
That is the dream. What you can do is just nick some fennel tops. You can just sprinkle some fresh ones on top, just to contrast the cooked ones.
Yeah.
And these are fennel flowers. You can just literally grab those like that and go like
Yes.
that. And then we can just put that in and around. What a joy. Beautiful. And look at that. Hot, crispy deliciousness. Gennaro, pass me that big chopper. So I'm just going to clank it up, almost like a little pizza. Yeah, beautiful. Look at that. It's crispy. Come on, big boy. Hold that.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you one to get you going. But before you do that...
Oh, it's my friend, the lemon. Oh, my God.
That's so sumptuous.
Oh, I can sing.
I have been known to make a mighty mean fish finger butty, but you can't compare the deliciousness of fresh anchovies. They're a joy. If you've never tried them before, you're missing out.
My succulent anchovies with little pops of fennel and warm chilli on crunchy toast. What's the anchovy master's final verdict?
You shocked me as well, how good it is. And I thought I can do everything about anchovies. Do you know what? You've done something especially the best.
You like it?
Bless you. I finished mine straight away, one bite.
You breathed it.
Thank you for making this for me.
Our journey to uncover Salina's cherished family recipes continues on the wilder north coast of the island, in the sleepy village of Malfa.
Ciao, Francesco!
Look at these beautiful flowers, you know.
It's so beautiful.
I love it here.
Salina is the greenest of the 7 Aeolian islands, home to over 400 different plants and a treasure trove of the most glorious ingredients.
So fertile, the land is incredible and so green. Where we're going now, you just love it.
We're off to meet the matriarch of one of the island's biggest families. Gennaro tells me she's the master of turning humble backyard ingredients into awesome family feasts.
Yeah. Woo. Right, we're here, big boy. Nonna Marina!
Buongiorno!
Tutto bene?
Come va? Tutto bene?
Piacere, bene,
Piacere,
bene.
Marina.
Marina. Mwah.
Nonna Marina is 72 and a magician in the kitchen. She feeds her 10 children and countless grandchildren almost entirely on what she's growing in the garden. And today we're lucky enough to join the weekly family gathering.
Cos'è che cuciniamo oggi?
Oggi facciamo il coniglio, però due cose a parte.
So this is so exciting. 2 different types, massive family, and a beautiful view. Come on, look at this.
Possiamo andare?
Sì, sì, let's do it.
non
Look
ci
at the
abbiamo-
cucina.
Nonna's making her legendary family lunch 2 ways. One rabbit dish, which is sticky and sweet with wine, and the other light and creamy with lemon.
Look at this.
Oh my God. Oh my God, look at that.
E
Look,
allora?
look at this lemon.
Rabbit is a really popular meat on the island, and I love it too, and I can't wait to get stuck in. Nonna kicks off her recipe by placing the whole jointed rabbit along with the offal in each pan.
Jamie ha detto vuole solo imparare. Lui fa il comì, che si dice.
Metti l'olio?
Sì.
Olio? No, questo è vino.
Vino, scusa.
Sì. Sì.
Sì? So we're in a cold pan. So we're in a new method here. So currently 3 tablespoons.
Basta?
3 tablespoons of olive oil.
Ecco.
Yeah.
For me, this is so exciting. We've got 2 dishes cooking in parallel, right? One celebrating lemon, one celebrating wine. Nonna Marina,
Sì.
perché coniglio importante?
Per qui da quando c'era veramente la guerra, qui si usava tanto, cioè allevare i conigli in famiglia, li allevavano. Che ora ognuno ha il suo gabbietto con i suoi conigli e fa i conigli di casa, hai capito? Quindi usiamo tantissimo questi conigli, perché
Delizioso.
piacciono a tutti, sì.
A lot of people don't know about rabbit, but it's very similar to chicken. It's a wonderful carrier of flavours.
For recipe 1, Nonna Marina mixes a glass of white wine with a tablespoon of sugar.
Io non sono capace di fare così.
And adding 1 finely sliced onion.
Ora metto un po' di pinole, va bene così. E le mandorle, sì,
Mandola? Sì.
tagliate però.
Perché le mandano?
Viene più gusto.
The nuts are grown on the island, so Nonna's not holding back, piling them in for a delicious, rich finish.
Pomodoro.
Sì. Quanti?
7-8.
In they go.
Followed by bay leaves, crushed cloves, and a good glug of a local speciality called vino di mustard.
So she ain't mucking about. This is a very classic flavour to this area. And it's when they take the leftover must from making the wine. It's like all the bits of skin and stuff like that. And what they do is instead of throw it away, they reboil it with sugar and they can kind of bespoke it and make it their own. They can put spices in.
Signor Gennaro, eh?
It tastes a little bit like raisins.
Ne messo, sì.
Come licorice, come sort of pruny juice. It's big and bold.
gustoso, vero?
Delicious.
And if you can't get musto, thick balsamic vinegar or prune juice will do the trick.
Look at the colour change here. It's dark, it's glistening. This is really, really exciting. Profumo fantastico.
The second recipe begins with olive oil, onions, bay leaves and nuts. But this time, the magic ingredient is lemon.
Meno 3-4 di questi limoni.
The smell of lemon.
I know. This is where I love it.
Allora, io da te ho imparato una cosa, che così fai il limone.
It's the human sieve.
È bello,
See, we're
bello.
exchanging tips. You see, I'm learning from her, she's learning from me.
Nonna Marina mixes lemon juice with 4 tablespoons of sugar.
There's a builder's cup of lemon juice and sugar going in there. But this is a sweet and sour dish.
Tutto?
Tutto, sì.
Never seen anything like this before. Never. So we've got that flavour of the islands happening. We've got the nuts in there. We've got spices in there. See, when you make stews or little pot roasts, the flavour you're developing is very base and mid. Do you know what I mean? And what I love about what she's doing is at the very end of the dish, she's adding the treble.
Jamie, can you see how creamy it become with the lemons and with the sugar?
I just love it. The shine is amazing. What Nonna's done is, like, she's been very brave and bold with flavours. And, of course, what you get is a confident dish. You could do this absolutely with chicken, mixed game, beautiful. But meat on the bone, that's when you get the flavour from the bones. These little pine nuts, they're sort of swelling up. And, of course, they're full of natural fats. You know, rabbit's quite lean. It's a healthy meat. So by using the olive oil and the pine nuts with all that incredible natural fat, you're kind of making it even more tender and more delicious. Wow. This is proper southern cooking happening right now. Hundreds of years they would have been cooking just like this.
The rabbit is left to bubble away for about half an hour until the meat is soft and the sauce reduces.
Questo tu lo puoi mangiare sia caldo che anche freddo, perché va bene lo stesso. Interessante che non è freddo del frigorifero, però,
Sì.
temperatura ambiente.
And that's
Capi-
really interesting. And actually you'll see that around the islands and around the Mediterranean because it's so hot here. So the concept of having meat hot, fine, cold, delicious. Either or is right, but also there's one thing, is like when food's really hot, you can't taste it as much. So when things are room temperature or just a little warm, you can taste so much more of the flavours, which is beautiful. So, Nonna, finito?
Sì, abbiamo finito.
Mangiare?
Non dobbiamo mangiare, giusto? Ciao, ciao famiglia, benvenuta.
By using the same base island ingredients but changing the final layer of flavour, Nonna's knocked up 2 distinct dishes fit for a feast.
Cornelio Olive!
Si mangia! Ma guarda, quanti complimenti! Porta questo qua.
How amazing is this? A proper Italian lunch. This is all Nonna Marina's family, and I think they're ready to eat now.
Buon appetito, eh? Buon appetito.
I just can't wait to tuck in.
I love it.
Già sono pronti.
So delicious. And all these little juices, you know, all the little pine nuts.
Oh my God, it's so good.
The nuts completely change texture, don't they, when they're cooked like
It
this?
is.
I mean, they're just as tasty as the rabbit. They're carrying all that flavour.
I love that these delicious meals, born out of necessity to raise rabbits in wartime, live on, keeping Marina's family happy decades later.
Con le mani.
Ah. She said, eat your hands, don't muck about.
Oh,
Said it
yeah.
tastes much better. Lovely, it's so good. What do you think about the flavours?
Each one has got his own flavour in his own way, and with lemons cooks ever so well, that sweet and sour.
I mean, the dark one is completely different, isn't it? It's rich.
Amazing.
It's got that
amazing.
depth of flavour.
And with the mosto of the wine is incredible because it's sticky.
You're right, it's like barbecue.
It's like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
barbecue. When you put it inside your mouth, you go, hey, come on.
You're completely right, Nonna. Ottimo.
Ottimo, vero?
What a pleasure to share a classic family Italian lunch. Beautiful day, beautiful view, beautiful Nonna. An amazing dish. Salute.
Alziamo il bicchiere e ringraziamo a nonna Marina. Grazie di tutto. Salute. Buonissimo.
Molto buono.
Nonna Marina has smashed it. Her simple, no-nonsense recipes produce big, bold dishes that burst with island flavour. But you know what? You can do these at home. I can't wait to get cracking on a recipe that turns Selina's ingredients into a show-stopping meal.
So I'm going to cook for you the most amazing chicken dish that's inspired by the island, inspired by Nonna Marina, and inspired by those two incredible rabbit dishes.
This stunning chicken and aubergine pot roast with zesty couscous packs the full force of the island's flavours.
For me, this is a family meal, paying homage to all the island's food. The aubergines, the rosemary, the wild herbs, the tomatoes, the garlic, fantastic. And I want to do it with chicken. Chicken is the meat of choice, right? And they eat a lot of chicken here as well. So we are going to use a beautiful local free-range chicken. First up, let's talk about aubergines. It's an amazing veg. You can have it raw, you can have it pickled, you can roast it, you can fry it, you can deep fry it, you can griddle it. And I want to cook it in a way where you get elements of crispy skin, but real butteriness, real kind of amazing meatiness that absorbs the flavour from the chicken and all of these flavours around me. It's going to be a great dish that you can do at home with your family, right? I've got 3 of these little beauties. I'm going to cut them quite big. I'm going to do bad kind of chunks, clanks, bits like that. And this is quite unusual. But I really want to try and create a harmony between how I'm going to butcher that chicken into chunks and also the aubergine. They're as important as each other.
To soften, season and sweeten the aubergine, cover in salt and leave to sweat.
Then we've got this chicken. So I'm going to break this down into a stewing cut, OK? So I'm going to go in and it goes straight through that little joint there, right? And I'll do it on the other side, straight through. Then I've got the legs and the thigh here. So just push them down like that. And I'm just going to run my knife between the skin and then I pull it and I click that little bone out here. That's the leg. I'm not leaving it whole. I need to cut it in half. You can feel there's a gap. And then you put your blade in the gap and bash it. So now we've got a beautiful drumstick and then we've got the thigh. Gorgeous.
I'm keeping the meat on the bone to really maximise the flavour of the chicken.
You can get your butcher to do this for you, by the way. Season this bad boy up just with a little kiss of extra virgin olive oil, sea salt, some pepper, and let's have a little massage up. And we'll put it in the pan, which is cold, just like Nonna Marina did.
Cook the chicken skin side down so the fat renders out and becomes the foundation of our flavour.
Now have a look at this aubergine and you see how it's sweating. And that's just the salt that's done that. And that will soften the aubergine. It will also season the aubergine. Right? Most of the salt will come off, so don't start getting worried about salt. But it also drags this element of bitterness out.
When the chicken turns brown and crispy, whip it out the pan. Rinse the salt off the aubergine and get it sizzling.
Let's get some colour. Look at that. Yes. We've browned off the chicken And we've got some colour on the aubergines. And hopefully you can kind of see how there's an amazing kind of similarity in size between the aubergine and the chicken. That's done on purpose, right? So a bit of colour. I didn't kind of touch them too much. I got confident colour on them. But in the pan, we have got lots of flavour left. And we can start our story of the island flavours, right?
Yeah, got some beautiful herbs here.
So if you can peel that garlic for me.
Right.
So we want the pine nuts, we want the almonds, we want...
The capers.
Yeah. From the garden, we took some chilli, right? Let's get a bit of spice coming. If you ever want to use chilli, but you want a rounder kind of chilli flavour, not kind of aggressive and hot, just prick it with a knife, because it will puff up when you heat it, and it will explode. And if it explodes over you, that hurts, right? But I'm going to use whole chilies, OK?
I've gone for 3 whole chilies and 2 cloves of garlic.
Oh, my God, look at that. Yes, cinnamon is giving that extra flavour, that lift.
It's not native, but the islanders love a bit of spice. Now, bringing it back home, add 3 bashed up bay leaves, 3 sage leaves, and 2 sprigs of rosemary.
Classic. Look at that. The smells.
I know. And look
The
at this
smell.
cinnamon.
So I'm going to cut the onions nice and fine, just like Nonna Marina. And by cutting them fine like this, we're kind of making the natural sugars much more accessible. And when we caramelise that, that's going to give you the agrodolce classic flavour.
Good.
Nice.
Come on.
Throw in the onions, followed by a good handful of those island heroes, capers.
The flavour from all those beautiful herbs, capers. Look at the colours. I need to get some tomatoes happening. And one of the tips that me and Gennaro have learned is we have been squeezing the pips out of tomatoes for probably 50 or 60 years between us,
Yeah, well, I think
covering
it's
ourselves.
more.
I do that. And of course, Nonna the other day just did it underwater. So I'm just going to squeeze that, get rid of the seeds. There's no mess.
What a lovely tips.
It's such a
Why?
good...
Why? I never was thinking, why?
I don't know, because we're stupid, that's why. That's why you've got to come and learn from the nonnas, man. Chefs sometimes just kind of overcomplicate things. We've got the dolce from the sweet onions. And we're going to add sweet tomatoes. I'm just going to break them up in my hand. And the acid will come from the lemon juice, just like Nonna Marina, right? We're going to use that technique. It was a good technique, wasn't it?
Add the tomatoes, chicken and aubergine, and let those flavours harmonise.
Oh, my God.
They're all around each other. Let's put some lemon juice in there. We want to big up lemon juice for that sweet and sour vibe, just like our Nonna. I'm not going to put the sugar, because I think the way we cook the onions is going to be sweet enough. Go on, big boy. No pips.
No pips.
Pine nuts go in. They'll fall to the bottom. They'll suck up juice.
Can't wait him. Can't put him in.
So this beautiful thing goes in the oven for about half an hour to 40 minutes at 180 degrees Celsius until the meat just falls off the bone of the chicken. Now, we are going to serve this with couscous.
I love to add a pinch of saffron to boiling water.
Chuck us a lemon, big boy. And so add the juice of half a lemon, and I'm going to leave the lemon in there. The hot water is going to infuse with that skin. It's going to be lovely. It's really easy, isn't it?
Complete easy.
And I think also what people don't realise is that this is cooked already. You just have to rehydrate it. And then I'm just going to pour in the couscous, visually about half as much.
The islanders picked up this staple from their North African neighbours. Now it's a popular alternative to pasta and will work a treat with my pot roast.
Gonna be
And
so
the only
good.
thing I would do, Jannar, is a little oil. Just because you're loving it, kissing it, dressing it. And we'll add a few capers. That's like paying respect, right, Jannar?
Yes, indeed.
And then just put a lid on top. That's all you do. Nothing. No cooking, no steaming, just that. 12 minutes, that'll be ready, and it will keep warm.
All that's left to do is serve.
Come on!
Oh, my God.
Ah, look at that.
This sensational melt-in-your-mouth chicken and aubergine pot roast serenades you with the island's flavours and hits the ultimate high note with this light and zesty couscous that soaks up all of those juices.
So tender, look at it. Really, really delicious. I mean, what you get there is essentially a pot roast. Meat just melting off the bone. The aubergines are insane. Buttery and meaty. Honestly, hand in my heart, like, the aubergines are as good as the chicken.
You can talk, I'm eating.
This was inspired by Nonna Marina and that big family, and I think this would be amazing on a Sunday for a big gathering, a dinner party. It's a brilliant feasting dish. Big boy, without doubt, this has been a success. We came here to discover ancient, old, unseen recipes.
And we find it.
Yeah.
Next time, we find out why Puglia is the hottest food destination in Italy.
Absolute heaven. Look at that.
I get a right old rollicking from Puglia's pasta grannies.
I love it.
And I serve up an epic seafood celebration you'll never forget.
Look at the colours. With flavour like this, you're going to go nuts.
There's nowhere quite like Italy.
Look how busy it is. I love it.
The landscapes, the people, the history,
It's unbelievable.
and of course, the most amazing food.
Oh. I'm just having a moment.
I love it, and I always have done.
This is like my idea of heaven.
Great food here isn't about Michelin-starred chefs, it's about home-cooked recipes. So in this series, I'm going right to the heart of Italian cooking,
Oh, so good.
to the mamas and the nonnas of Italy.
These are some of the best home-cooked recipes in the world.
They've perfected recipes handed down over generations.
I'm just doing what I'm told. I love it.
I'm travelling far and wide to see what secrets I can learn from these true masters of the kitchen.
Forza, forza! Belli, bravi!
That is a game changer.
And I'll be showing you how to cook up delicious Italian dishes
With flavour like this, you're going to go nuts.
that use the nonna's way to transform the simple into the sublime.
I'm going to have to stop myself eating. It's so good.
This week, we're in Puglia. On the menu, some sensational veg sauces from some no-nonsense nonnas.
See, okay.
Plus, Italy's answer to paella.
I've never seen a dish like this, but I know it's going to be good.
I show you how to turn a simple salad into something sensational.
Oh, yes. Colours, guys, colours.
And share with you my seafood showstopper.
With flavour like this, you're going to go nuts. Look at all these beautiful, beautiful olive trees. I've never seen so many.
Me and my old pal and mentor Gennaro Contaldo are in glorious Puglia, discovering why this ancient agricultural hub has become the hottest food destination in Italy.
It's the Garden of Italy, isn't it?
Oh, the food in Puglia, it is unbelievable. The taste and everything is tasted, everything is natural.
This unspoilt slice of rural Italy is in the deep south. It's the country's market garden, producing most of its olive oil and fresh fruit and veg. The incredible produce from both the land and sea is why Italians come here on holiday, to feast on some of the best food in the country.
I mean, the thing I'm really excited about is all the beautiful ways of cooking vegetables here. I mean, they produce most of the vegetables in Italy from this area.
This is the place.
At the heart of Puglia's culinary renaissance are the cherished family recipes of the local nonnas. And Gennaro's taking me to learn their kitchen secrets.
Buongiorno!
Buongiorno!
Ciao!
Buongiorno. Afternoon.
Ciao, Jamie.
Buongiorno, Gennaro, che piacere!
These lovely ladies are lifelong friends. And as generations would have done before them, they still make fresh pasta every day, always served with delicious homegrown veg.
So we're making the pasta.
Water.
Semolina?
Semolina.
Sì.
Please.
Okay.
Go.
Piano, piano.
Crede che vince.
Slow.
Okay.
Slowly,
Yeah, you girls like it slowly. Okay, well, I'm sticking with that.
slowly.
Okay. I'm excited. Do you know?
Vai, vai.
See. Okay. Christ almighty, her poor husband.
Piano.
Forza. A lavorare è bello, si batte sul martello, è bello lavorare, è bello faticare.
She's singing, it's beautiful to work, but it's also beautiful to get tired. Which is kind of a nice way of upselling, pull your finger out and work hard and be proud, you know.
Choosing the right pasta for the right sauce is a serious business in Italy. And for chunky veg, it's got to be orecchietti, which means little ears.
So that's a classic little orecchietti, lovely little cup where that knife is dragged back. It's got these little kind of like ripples and tears, and they all hold sauce, right? And that's very particular. And in one part of Bari, they'll make it a certain size, and in Altamora, they'll make it a slightly different size, and they'll all be orecchietti, but they could almost tell what area or what village you come from by the exact size and shape of your orecchietti.
Metti il dito così, reggi col dito.
No?
Questo non è venuto bene, fai l'altro.
She's making me nervous, though. I'm really losing my skills.
So come le orecchie mie.
Un pochino più gentile con lui, con amore.
Ma io l'ho trattata così
But they
bene.
make it look easy.
La devi tagliare, vedi? Con questo lo reggi e con questo
There's a
mantieni,
secret
vedi?
touch.
The key is to make little cup-like shapes, deep enough to hold chunky vegetable sauces.
When you make this, it is taking part in something that's gone on for thousands and thousands of years. And as easy as it is to buy orecchietti from a supermarket, it's such a pleasure, isn't it? Such a pleasure to learn.
Each one is a labor of love, so there is no wastage, there is no leftover.
I love it, Gennaro. That's a good one, right? Come on. Come on, Nonna. Come on.
No, quello è bello.
This is a good one.
Brava.
No, this is good.
This pasta might look pretty, but it's the nonna's sauces that turn it into a work of art.
So we are now going to have a masterclass in sauces for orecchietti.
Nonna Cinzia paints her pasta with young broad beans and sweet juicy tomatoes. And Nonna Vita's making an extraordinary sauce with aubergine, courgette and a unique type of black chickpea.
Ceccinini.
Oh, I've never seen that before. Black chickpeas. Wow, beautiful. Let's do it. So we're slicing up our aubergine. She's peeled it. You don't see that very often. And she's randomly cutting it, which I quite like.
Chopping the veg into different sizes is a nifty trick to add texture to the sauce.
Cipolla.
See, cipolla. Sottiglia?
Sì.
Okay, so very finely sliced. This is very, very exciting because I've never seen a sauce like this ever in any pasta.
Che bravo.
See?
Once the onions have softened, it's in with the aubergine and roughly chopped courgette.
Vita, quanti anni cucina?
9 anni, 8 anni. Ceccinini. Metti.
Quanti?
No, ma quello che vuoi. Metti, vai.
Noi siamo ficcanasi. E insomma, vi muovete o no?
Then hurry up. They've boiled the water. She wants the sauce.
Whilst Gennaro grapples with cooking the pasta, I can't wait to get cracking on sauce number 2, which is a real homage to spring.
So this is new season's broad beans. These are just completely delicious and tender.
Questa è una ricetta veloce perché
Very
le
quick
fave,
recipe.
queste fave si mangiano anche crude.
The secret to this sauce is to not overcook the veg. Just a couple of minutes softening is all it takes.
And now we add the tomatoes?
Sì, adesso.
So it's quite a quick dish, this one.
Nonna Cinzia finishes off with a few fragrant basil leaves.
In here?
Oh, sì.
See?
Ah.
I'm just doing what I'm told. I love it.
And a good old sprinkling of salted ricotta cheese.
Absolute heaven. Look at that.
I love how both these vibrant veggie sauces nestle into the beautiful orecchietti. This is food worth travelling for, and I can't wait to tuck in.
So the black chickpeas, Gennaro, courgettes and aubergine. What a joy.
Buon appetito.
Una forchetta, per favore.
This is so beautiful. I mean, the girls have done a great job. First up, the pasta, you know, you can taste the difference when it's made like this. It's not the same as the stuff in the packs. This is sublime. And then the sauces are fantastic, so simple. You know, there's almost less ingredients, so you can taste more. This one was so light, wasn't it? The sweetness of the tomatoes.
Everything's tasty. Minimum ingredient,
Yeah.
maximum flavor.
Quali sono le orecchiette che hai fatto tu?
Quelle più brutte.
Oh, not brutti. This one here. That's my one. Salute. Grazie mille.
I'm so excited to learn from these wonderful women and all of their decades of cooking experience. I want to channel some of that Nonna know-how into my own recipe and show you how to make your very own Puglian pasta feast.
You know some of these olive trees, they're 2,000 years old?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Does that make you feel young?
Yeah, very young.
So me and Gennaro are going to cook a lovely homemade pasta inspired by those beautiful nonnas yesterday. How good was that?
That was incredible.
We've never been told off so much.
My easy peasy homemade pasta is perfectly designed to hold my vibrant fresh broccoli and tangy cheese pesto, making every mouthful delicious.
I'm going to put a pan of cold water on the boil now. And by the time this takes to come to the boil, we're going to make homemade pasta from scratch. Yeah. We're going to do an easy shape that even a raving idiot can do, right? You're not going to have to struggle like me on the orecchietti. For 2 people, we're going to go generous. We're going to go 2 big handfuls of this beautiful durum wheat flour, right?
That's about 100 grams, and you can pick it up in most supermarkets.
This is basically semolina flour here. And we're just going to pour water in, right? And we want to kind of make a nice dough. It's so simple. And I'm going to start with a fork, OK? Then it gets a little bit thicker. It looks a bit more like breadcrumbs. And by the time it's too hard to work with the fork anymore, then that's normally a good time to use your hands without getting them too sticky.
If your dough still feels a little bit wet, then simply sprinkle in a tiny bit more flour.
A little bit of energy to get it off the sides, clean the bowl, and just start moving it. Moving it, moving it. I'm just pulling it back, pushing it forward. There might be technique, but it doesn't matter if you haven't got any technique, just move it. There's no egg in here, by the way. So eggs in pasta is typically more...
Yeah, northern
Italian,
Northern
right?
Italian.
The pasta shape I'm making is so easy, you just can't muck it up.
I call it cortecci.
Yeah.
What does cortecci translate as?
Well, the cortecci, look, if you see this tree, it's the bark of a tree.
Yeah, we've kneaded this for like 3, maybe 4 minutes. And you can see it's nice and tight, soft. And now we can just take little bits like this, little like marble-sized pieces. And we're going to roll it like this, right? Anyone can do this until you got that. Very simple. Then you take your little fingers. You can put it in flour if you want. And you just dig it in, and then you pull it towards you. Right? And what you get is that. I love the thickness there, the little divots.
Like Nonna's orecchietti, this shape is the perfect carrier for fresh veg.
So the pasta's done. Now the sauce, it's using a fantastic, typical broccoli of this area. This is called cima di rape. Of course, you could use regular broccoli back home, sprouting broccoli, tender stem, fantastic. So we're going to take the sprigs off here. We'll have these gorgeous broccoli heads there. You can just remove most of the chunky bits of stalk. Take the leaves off, we want them as well.
Yes.
Those nonnas, they would all have this growing in their garden.
Yes.
Without question. So what's the difference between this and regular broccoli? This is slightly more bitter. It's delicate, it's bitter, and...
It's full of flavour.
Full of flavour, but bitterness is not an enemy, right? You can work with it, OK? You can work with it, and with the fat and saltiness of the cheese that we're going to add to it, it's going to be amazing. Right, Gennaro's going to slice up a couple of cloves of garlic. I've got some anchovies here. Now, look, of course, you can buy different anchovies. You can tell this has been made with love and care. You're going to pay more for it. You get an incredible, incredible fillet of anchovy in there. This has been taken from a large tin, and you prep it yourself. Now, what you have to do to understand anchovy is know that you've always got to do something to it, whether it's marinate it, clean it, fresh or cured, it doesn't matter. So using anchovies is kind of like a seasoning.
It is.
This dish without the anchovies is nothing.
Yeah.
About 4, do you think is enough?
Yeah, it's 4 is enough.
4 anchovies. And then we're going to use some spice from some lovely flaked chilli.
For the pesto, Just fry up the anchovy, garlic and chilli for a couple of minutes.
It started to dissolve, the anchovies.
Like butter.
Then in with the broccoli.
Straight in.
Gennaro's going to break the frying now with
Yeah.
a splash of water.
There it goes.
Cook it for like...
2 minutes, 3 minutes.
But typically, the pestos that we know are raw, aren't they?
Yes, Genovese, especially with the basil.
But this is cooked.
That is cooked pesto.
So let's talk about that. This is new. This is exciting. Why do we cook it?
Well, because don't forget the little stalk, that little bit tough, cooking, you can mash it better.
So just to tenderise it.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to put the pasta in the water. It's boiling. Season it well with salt. So this pasta, you know, we just made it, so it probably needs 4 minutes.
While the pasta cooks, take your softened broccoli and roughly smash it up to make a wonderful warm pesto.
So we've got the flavour there of the broccoli, the garlic, the chilli, the anchovy, right? And then we can put just a little cheese in,
go on.
right?
I'm using grated pecorino, but you can use any tangy cheese you like.
And then I'll start adding a little more beautiful extra virgin olive oil just to loosen. And you don't have to, but sometimes it's nice to add just a little lemon juice.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, a couple of drips. Let me just drain this. And there's just enough residual water in there to kind of create a beautiful, light, delicate sauce.
Oh, my goodness me.
And it's pungent. Go on, Gennaro, a little olive oil.
Just a little bit of olive oil. A touch. And
Look at that. Homemade pasta.
all that broccoli went inside the cortecce.
Just a final little bit of cheese.
Just like Nonna's orecchietti, my pasta and pesto work in harmony to showcase that beautiful fresh broccoli.
Salty, savoury, the freshness from the greens.
It's a beautiful, fantastic flavour.
I love the way the shape of the pasta just sort of holds onto the olive oil and the smashed up broccoli. Beautiful. What are you waiting for?
When you've got produce this fresh, there's no better way to show it off than in a spectacular salad. And I'm going to let you in on one of my all-time favourites.
So I'm going to show you the most fantastic Southern Italian-inspired salad using beautiful stone fruit.
My grilled apricot, mozzarella and prosciutto salad is pure Italian summer on a plate.
I just love this because when I started learning from the Italians about putting fruit into salads, it was like a revelation to me. You know, herbs, interesting dressings. It went from this kind of side salad thing to a gastronomic meal. I've got amazing apricots right here. Look at these. Such amazing colours. So beautiful. You could do this with peaches or plums. I've got a barbecue on, but you could use a pan or a griddle pan or a grill. No trouble at all. A little bit of heat, and that equals flavour. Back home, we generally have these dried, right? When they're in season, they're great. Give them a twist. We're going to use thyme. I love thyme. It's super beautiful. You can keep the little thyme tips, even though thyme is a woody herb. When it's in season like this, these tips kind of qualify for being delicate and gorgeous. So I'll put that to one side. And then I'll take these gnarly bits of thyme. I'm going to kind of put them in, stalks and all, and I'm going to add a little olive oil and just dress them. Simply like that. Thyme and apricots, right? That's the beginning of our story. Kind of lightly place them down. They're oiled, so hopefully they won't stick.
Pop the thyme on top, and whilst that starts cooking, crack on with the dressing. Start with 2 to 3 tablespoons of red or white wine vinegar and a small handful of pink peppercorns.
I had a beautiful fish dish in Amalfi and blew my mind, fragrance, and I started using them from there for delicate things. I'm just going to crush them in my hands and put them in and around this. They're dried, but a little bit of vinegar will rehydrate them.
Pink peppercorns give a mild, peppery, fragrant hit. Perfect for salads.
And then I'm going to put some oil in here. You know, we're going to equal that vinegar, so it's going to be feisty. Of course, if you want to make it less tangy, put more oil in. Gorgeous extra virgin olive oil. Look at that, what a picture. The next bit of the story is onions. Use a nice sweet onion, a red onion, a shallot, and finely slice it as much as you can. And as I'm scattering them in, I just want to push them so those little circles, give or take, fall apart. If you scrunch these up a little bit, you get a lovely rosy hum to the dressing, and the onions start to change. And my missus is not an onion lover, but this changes it so they become subtle and elegant and delightful. Let's have a little look at our apricots.
The apricots should take about 4 to 5 minutes to char and caramelise.
Yes, yes, yes.
They'll quickly start to soften and colour. Now I'm going to turn this salad into something really sumptuous.
This is a beautiful buffalo mozzarella made with buffalo's milk. To be honest, if it's fresh, all mozzarella's good. I don't care what anyone says. These mozzarellas are kind of made in the most beautiful sort of twisted fashion. What you can do, if you're lucky, is you can unwind it, kind of get in there, and then love it some more. A little bit of salt. You can give it a little bit of pepper. Just love. Just a tiny little stroke of lemon zest.
Add just a drizzle of extra virgin olive oil.
Yes. Look at that. We got colour. Come on. Beautiful. I mean, look at those colours.
Charring fruit is a brilliant way to supercharge a salad, adding instant sweetness and warmth.
The next bit is prosciutto. So get yourself some nice prosciutto San Daniele, and that's a little town. Specific, you know, it's a specific quality, and they're famous. So people know prosciutto di Parma or di Modena, San Daniele. Very, very delicious. So look, I've got some nice leaves. Nice little tip, if you've ever got nice leaves, just get a bit of kitchen paper like this and wet it, and it just kind of keeps them really fresh and vibrant, especially if you're doing picnics and stuff like that. So let's put some rocket in the story.
And for contrast and crunch, go in with some beautiful romaine leaves.
Lovely little cups. Beautiful. Some little chicory. Doesn't matter what leaves you get, but something interesting. You can slice some up if you want. You can cup some up if you want. Got a little radicchio. Just a few bits, you don't need much. Just hack it up. Nice. Let's just toss this up like that. Do it at the table at the last minute. And this is a salad in its own right, which is amazing. But then, of course, when you take the mozzarella and start putting tears and wedges, it then starts becoming not a salad, but a meal. Then we start taking the prosciutto off, and we'll just kind of let gravity do its thing. Little waves and quaffs. Look at that. Tuck it under. And then we've got our gorgeous smashes of colour. Bosh! And there's a warmth element. So they're not super hot now, but it's warm, it's cold, you're playing with texture, you're playing with colour, you're playing with sweet and sour, and you're playing with temperature, you know. And actually, even some of these thymes, I don't want the stalks, but some of these thyme leaves, I'll have those, crispy bits. Nice. And that's it. All you need is a little olive oil.
And for the finishing touch, sprinkle on some of that fragrant flowering thyme.
Look at that. Let's hear it for salads. Let's make a big deal of salads. It's not just about combinations and flavours, it's about being responsive to what's in season, what's hanging on, you know, trees and what's down the markets. I hope you try this. If you do, you're going to have a little flavour explosion.
My bright and beautiful salad with creamy mozzarella, sweet caramelised apricots, salty prosciutto and fresh crunchy leaves.
Oh, yes. Colours, guys, colours. Green. The onion works. It holds it all together. So good. Clean and fresh with the mozzarella. The saltiness from the prosciutto is just so savoury and gorgeous. I wouldn't remove anything, I wouldn't add anything more. It's just fresh and zingy. Go and get some stone fruit, have a little grill up, get some caramelisation going, mix up some flavours. Life's way too short.
We're back on the road in search of the secrets to Puglia's culinary renaissance. Gennaro's brought me to the region's capital, Bari, home to one of the country's most industrious fishing ports and some of the finest seafood Italy has to offer.
I love the way they just like jump off the boats, set up their shop.
For centuries, locals have flocked to the quay for some of the freshest fish straight off the boat. For these guys, the best way to eat seafood, this fresh, is raw, celebrating the natural flavours of the sea.
Crudo, raw fish is normal here. It's like the freshest fish ever, and it's amazing. It's like, you know, you got mussels, you got clams, you got octopus, you got cuttlefish, you got prawns. Do you know, look at the old the sea urchins. Aren't they beautiful?
I love a sea urchin.
And the effort they have to go and get them. Because you used to catch them when you were a little boy. I used to step on them.
Yeah.
They really
You
hurt.
catch it, you put them on a cloth and you cut them on the side, squeeze a little bit of lemon.
But it's such a delicacy. Isn't it?
Hallelujah.
And this is this. What do you call that? Tartufi?
Taratufi, yeah, well, truffles, sea truffles.
It's literally the ugliest thing on the planet I've ever seen. And inside it is this little golden nugget. They call it a fruit.
It's kind of a, how do you say the word? Animus?
Anemone.
An enemy, yes. Possiamo mettere il limone su questo?
No, non limone.
Perché no?
What's the matter with you, Gennaro? What are you trying to get?
Ma facciamo che a me mi piace il limone, no?
This is the quickest way to upset all the locals.
Se io per caso ci voglio mettere un pochino d'aglio, un pochino di prezzemolo, insomma.
No, lo ammazzi.
Lo uccidi, come se you kill it?
Bisogna mangiare assolutamente crudi.
Voglio comprare questo.
Sì, comprare questo.
Just tell your fishmonger that you want to eat the seafood raw and ask for super fresh or sushi quality. We know this lot straight from the sea and I can't wait to give it a go the locals' way. Kicking off with tartufi.
Tartufi means truffle. It doesn't taste anything like tartufi, but it does taste utterly of the sea.
So nice.
Sweet and bitter. It's a really unusual combination. Really delicious. I love that. Come on then, big boy. I think a lot of people have probably never tried a raw mussel before. Maybe an oyster. So sweet. Tender. Irony. Very, very nice.
You can smell and you can taste the sea, and every single one has got texture to it.
Then there's the sea urchin, which is such a delicacy. If you look in here, you can see it's little bits of orange, and they call that the liver. And the locals just get bits of bread and just use it like butter. I'm just using my finger. And it's kind of sweet. It's taste of the sea. It's got a very subtle bitterness to it that's really, really nice. The ricci, as they call this, are only in season in the spring, and they go absolutely crazy for it. We're going for the little cuttlefish now. How are you going to cut that, big boy?
Yeah, I've got a knife here.
What would the locals do?
Eat them as is.
Oh, it's so tender.
Oh, my
You know,
God.
people always talk about squid or octopus being tough. That's as tender as it comes. So delicious. Quite neutral in flavour. I mean, it's got like a saltiness to it.
Let's put a bit of lemon on top. I come from the Amalfi Coast.
Gennaro's answer to everything in life. Just put a bit of lemon on it.
There's no doubt about it, the seafood here is world class, just like back home. It's delicious, raw and pure, but I want to get creative and have a play with some of that incredible Puglian produce. And when you're in the market garden of Italy, what better way to see what's in season than with a little bit of foraging?
Look, wild fennel. Have a look. Just give it a little rub, and it smells of aniseed. It grows all around the world. Parks, in streets, on roundabouts. It's a free food, and it's everywhere. Look, this is wild chicory. It's basically like a little dandelion, incredibly nutritious. And you don't have to use the bigger leaves, but these tiny little leaves, see where the bud comes? That can be beautiful.
There's so much amazing free food out there, but some can be harmful. So do your research before heading out.
This here is myrtle. If I just take this off, this is fantastic to roast with, amazing with pork. And this is kind of considered a woody herb, like bay leaves and rosemary. But do you see the change in colour? See how it's gone light? So that's new growth. So even with thyme and rosemary and myrtle and bay leaves, when it kind of gives you that new life, it's very tender. And that could be used to garnish fish in the most delicate of ways.
I can't wait to combine this lot with fresh fish straight from the market. And don't forget, you can do this at home too.
So now I'm going to make like an antipasti crudo, a mixed selection of beautiful raw fish dishes, something to feast your eyes on, something to kind of just get you excited. And if you've never tried raw fish before, maybe this will help you get there.
My 4 fish crudo plates are a delicate combo of succulent seafood, fragrant herbs, and zingy citrus. A bit like ceviche, this is fresh, exciting, and insanely delicious.
So look, I've filleted down the fish. Remember, you can get it at this stage from your fishmonger. So this is actually the simplest recipe in the world. We're just gonna embellish it. So first up, anchovies. I'm gonna keep it quite simple, right? Parsley and lemon. There's nothing new there. Let's just start with something classic. So the lemon juice goes in to our little platter here. A little bit of good Puglian olive oil, tiny bit of salt. Parsley, irony, fresh, gorgeous. A nice little place to land our anchovies. The silver skins, it's gonna be so good, and that lemon juice will start to cook the fish.
The citric acid from lemons, lime, oranges have a similar effect on fish to cooking, turning the flesh opaque, and the texture starts to firm up. It's delicious.
Such a joy. Okay, so there you go, first one, very simple. Right, I'm looking at this beautiful red mullet. Right, it's a flaky fish, it's fresh, it's clean, it's got a little light oiliness about it. I'm gonna go a bit thicker on the slice.
Get yourself a super sharp knife and slice against the grain of the fish for really clean cuts.
You can experiment with presentations, thickness, such beautiful colour. Little flecks of zest. Hardly need any at all. The juice is essential. We'll start to cook the fish. And then got the new season's peas here. As a kid, when I used to eat the little raw peas, they were sweet and delicious. When you eat the seafood, it's sweet and delicious. I really want you to have a go at this. There is no right and wrong, right? You know, the idea of some raw red mullet with some fresh peas, a little bit of rocket, but go for the really tiny leaves of rocket. And the olive oil. Beautiful, fantastic.
Next, I've got this gorgeous whole langoustine and some really good quality tiger prawns.
Let's just have some fun, be creative, there's no right and wrong. We're gonna hit it up with lemon juice again, but then I've got these bigger prawns here, and actually, I might just chop this up and make a little bit of a tartare. These prawns are so sweet, so I wanna play with that. And on the tree over there is those beautiful little marmalade oranges, right? So orange prawns, delicious. There's some orange juice on there. I'm gonna work with some chilies.
Dried flakes work great.
That gorgeous fennel from the garden. I'm just gonna pop this off, put that on. Completely bonkers, but utterly delicious. Even the flowers here, this is a sage, right? You'd never eat that with fish, never. But the flowers, they're edible, and they're rather beautiful. A few more chilies. Come on.
Finally, sea bass carpaccio with sweet chilli and crunchy apple.
I don't want it to be super thin. I want it to have a little bit of thickness to it. So think almost like kind of smoked salmon, the way we treat that. So I'm definitely gonna use chili. Get rid of the seeds. I don't want it to be screaming hot.
For a delicate look, dice it as small as you can.
And I'm just gonna use some apple. And that idea that you can use fruit, I really like. This eats so well with shellfish, scallops, raw fish.
Dice your apple the same size as the chili.
So you get the heat and then you get the freshness. It's gonna be so beautiful. Sea bass, carpaccio, chili and apple. Just a little bit of fennel on top. And with a really nice cold glass of rosé, that's gonna be so good. Gina!
My small plates of fish crudo are the perfect antipasti. Fresh, melt-in-your-mouth seafood fused with zingy citrus fruits, fiery chili, fragrant herbs and sweet peas.
Do you know what? This isn't a Picasso on a plate.
Start there. We got sea bass with apple and chili and fennel.
Oh my God, it is an explosion. You got that chili, and then you got that sweetness out there of the apples.
And then we got the langoustine and prawns with a little orange juice from that tree. So good. And you see those little rosemary flowers and sage flowers? So fresh, so delicate, so delicious. Right, red mullet, go on, try some. And slightly more oily.
Wild rocket, because wild rocket is a little bit bitter.
The little bit of pepperiness, yeah.
I love anchovies. I just love it. And the parsley.
If I take this anchovy, you can see
love
where it's
anchovies.
changed colour. There's the raw part and then where the lemon juice has kind of cooked it. Go on. It's so good.
Everyone tastes different. Everyone tastes the fish it is.
It's a lovely taste of Puglia, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Fresh fish, fresh vegetables, glass of wine, nice company.
Bravo.
Salute.
Salute.
Puglia's sensational seafood has inspired many a recipe, but we've tracked down one that's got us both buzzing.
I'm so excited to see the next nonna.
Yes,
aren't
I
you?
wanted to see. I'm excited too. The whole lovely nonni, the one.
But this one is supposed to be the oracle of local cooking.
We're heading to a medieval town called Loco Rotondo, one of the stunning whitewash hill towns that dot the Puglian landscape. We've come to meet a nonna whose cooking is so legendary the local chefs go to her for inspiration. This place is incredible. It's like a labyrinth of narrow cobbled streets and some of the most dazzling buildings I've ever seen.
This is a small alleyway that they used to have for donkey, horses, you know, never been made for car. The community, you know, from one window they looked to the other window. That was
Look at that.
community, was together.
Look at that building.
Oh gosh,
You Italians, you definitely know how to build beautiful
this
buildings.
is really beautiful.
I love all the whitewash walls.
Oh look up here.
Nonna's most famous dish is a simple family recipe that sounds a bit like paella.
Linda!
Ehi,
Ciao, buonasera!
buonasera, come state? State bene?
Very
Il
well,
secondo
thank
bacio.
you. Gennaro
come
Contaldo.
stai?
Nice.
Linda, c'hai una reputazione incredibile, verso la migliore cuoca che c'è qui.
Senti, io sono brutta e sono stanca, è il lavoro che non mi manca.
Oh, bless her.
81-year-old Nonna Linda's been making her signature dish since the 1950s. This unique baked rice recipe is called tiella, and it dates back to when Puglia was under Spanish rule in the 16th century.
Riso, patate e cozze, alla tiella. Dobbiamo pulire le patate.
So this is very exciting. I've never seen or heard of it before. It kind of feels a little bit like Pugliese kind of paella.
Che c'è?
So
Look at the way she's done it. Look what we're doing. I can't do that.
I think we might be going back to school today, Gennaro.
I know.
Quanti anni cucina?
Avevo 15 anni.
Really? 15
Sono
years old?
66 anni, sono sposata, 66 anni.
Bless her.
Really?
Linda, ma il segreto per un matrimonio così lungo com'è?
Sopportare l'uomo.
I love it!
I've never seen anyone cut a potato like that in my life.
No.
Basically, she's kind of crisscrossed a potato. I'm going to go home and start chopping like this. We've got 1 onion in there, 1 clove of garlic, celery, and we're ready now to go in with the parsley. I mean, I like this recipe already. It's all in one pan. It's really quick cooking. How important is it to pass these recipes on and give them new life?
È importante, solo che non li fa nessuno. La gioventù di oggi non li fa, non ne vogliono sapere. Se glielo dai tutto pronto se lo mangiano, però se lo devono cucinare no.
This dish is all about creating mouth-watering layers. Next, a couple of handfuls of rice, grated parmesan, chopped tomatoes, and a good lug of extra virgin olive oil.
Poi ci metto il vino,
See?
il vino bianco, sì.
Yeah, a little bit.
È ubriaco questo.
Now time for the fresh seafood that Puglia is so famous for.
Here we go. There's the mussels. We're shucking the mussels into here, which is so delicious. She's kind of using the mussels like fish sauce. You know, that savoury umami sort of flavour you get from anchovies. It's going to be amazing.
Do you know what? I never had a dish like this before.
Quando lo mangia lo fai a sua moglie, ai bambini, vedrai quanto gli piace.
I can't wait.
All these succulent fresh mussels will really supercharge the tiella. Nonna Linda's given us a real masterclass in flavour.
I haven't even tried this, and I know that this is serious.
This one-pot wonder is classic Nonna cooking. Layer up those ingredients and let the oven do all the hard work.
Do you know, look at this place. Oh, I love it. Linda, quanti tempo qui?
55 anni
Really?
che sto qui.
55
Ho cresciuto
years.
tutti i figli qui dentro. 8 figli. E ho fatto sempre da mangiare.
She's had all those children. She's a great-great-grandma, and she's been cooking that dish all of this time.
Cosa che imparate della vita lei per dirglielo a noi?
Se lo volete prendere un divertimento, prendetelo adesso. Domani. No, adesso se Dio vuole stasera.
Yeah, I love that advice. Seize the moment, right? Do it now. Bella.
Grazie.
Nonna's spent years tweaking this recipe, and after half an hour in the oven, we finally get to tuck in.
Linda, complimenti. It
Grazie.
looks incredible. I mean, the smell is amazing, isn't it?
È buono.
Ottimo. It is so blooming delicious. Honestly, the depth of flavour. The rice and potatoes just suck up the flavour from the mussels. It's just delicious.
Questo più si raffredda, questo qua è sempre migliore mangiarlo.
Yeah, I bet. That's exactly what me and Gennaro wanted when we came on this journey, to find undiscovered recipes. Well, there you go, there's one. What a joy.
Grazie Linda.
Yeah.
I'm so chuffed I've discovered this extraordinary seafood recipe, layered with local ingredients, family history, and all that flavour.
That is the story of the food, isn't it? Mum,
Yeah, it
looking
is.
after, taking care of your family, all that kind of stuff. Amazing. Lovely lady.
Every family needs a one-pot wonder, so I've come up with a beautiful fish stew that's packed to the rafters with fresh Puglian produce.
This is a triumph of a dish. I know you're going to love it. It's absolutely inspired by Nonna Linda.
Just like Nonna's Tiella, my supercharged one-pot seafood stew is simple to prep, but outrageously tasty.
In a funny sort of way, I'm uncooking, right? I don't want chef's food. I want Nonna's food. Onions first. I think it's very interesting, this kind of way she was using her knife, you know, completely un-chefy. And here I am, copying her. The celery. It doesn't matter if it's erratic. Twist it around like that. I'm gonna use 1 clove of garlic. The potato here, just like her, I wanna just peel the potato, and then I'm gonna cut mine slightly bigger, slightly more substantial. And then I'm gonna use a little chili. Fresh or dried, it's all good. And then some parsley, just like she did. You know, I'm kind of chopping this with a slightly blunt knife. So, of course, when you start to bruise and tear and twist herbs, you're getting more flavour out of it. It's quite fantastic. So there we go. Veg in there. I'm going to turn the gas on and we're going to fire it up.
Just soften your veg on a medium heat. Then, for a splash of colour, whack in some fresh courgettes.
Onions, garlic, celery. You can pretty much get it all the time. You know, you can make it seasonal by using courgettes, using asparagus or peas, broad beans, whatever you can get hold of, you can reflect in here, just like Nonna Linda was saying about her dish. I now need flavour. And when it comes to fish and flavour, you're never going to get that really from fillets of fish. You're going to get it from claws. You're going to get it from heads. So when you put something like a langoustine in, squeeze the head. That is like the most amazing stop cube right there.
Use any combo of fish and shellfish you like, but the secret is to keep the heads on and the fish on the bone.
And now we'll break with white wine. Just a little white wine, half a glass. As that starts to simmer, we go in with some beautiful passata, or you could use a couple of tins of really good tomatoes. Look at that. Have you got those mussels, big boy?
I'm coming now.
Now this has had like 6 or 7 minutes. Let's put this
Oh my God.
on top, right?
Just like Nonna Linda, I'm using fresh mussels to ramp up the taste. Plus, clams and a handful of peas.
The squid here, I'm going to literally just slice up, nice and delicate. Squid is a funny one, isn't it, Janar? You either want to cook it quick
It's between.
or long.
Yeah,
Anything in the between is tough.
it's tough.
The clams, the mussels and the squid, they need 3 minutes max. So we'll put that on and then it's going to start to steam. The mussels and the clams, it's going to be delicious. They'll release their incredible, gorgeous juice.
To make a delicious garlic aioli, simply whisk 2 to 3 egg yolks and slowly add olive oil until it thickens. Squeeze in some lemon juice and hit it with some smashed up garlic and an anchovy fillet and season to taste.
And that's going to completely transform a mayonnaise. When it hits the heat of the broth,
Wow!
it gives it a woof. You ready?
Yeah.
Grab it. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my goodness me.
To mop up the rich sauce, serve with a good old hunk of crusty bread.
Just get some juice onto that bread. That bread's gonna suck it up. Look at the colours, Gennaro. Little bit of this
Just
lovely garlic and anchovy aioli, and then we put it on the top.
Yes, yes.
And then if you want to put a few bits of parsley just on top, go for it, go for it. Wow.
Yes, it isn't a wow.
Cooking with all these fresh ingredients in one pot has created layer upon layer of mind-blowing flavour. Topped off with that sublime, creamy, pungent aioli, what a feast.
With flavour like this,
Oh my gosh.
you're going to go nuts. And look at this. As the sauce goes into that bread, it just soaks it all up.
Oh my God.
Little bit of mayonnaise.
Evan.
Wow. It's fast, it's delicious, it's nutritious. And it is a tactile dish. You know, we want flavour. Also, we want to be peeling things like prawns and langoustines. You're going to have some bones in there. Just throw them in a little bowl in the middle of the table. It's fun. I think this dish is absolute homage to Linda, an incredible woman.
And a great cook.
And a great cook.
Next time, we hunt down age-old recipes in feisty Naples.
Poi cuoco, guarda.
I give you my favourite pizza ever. So good, you have to give it a go. And we escape the city for a seafood masterclass.
After so many years, I can still learn cooking.
There's nowhere quite like Italy.
Look how busy it is. I love it.
The landscapes, the people, the history,
It's unbelievable.
and of course, the most amazing food.
Oh. I'm just having a moment.
I love it, and I always have done.
This is like my idea of heaven.
Great food here isn't about Michelin-starred chefs, it's about home-cooked recipes. So in this series, I'm going right to the heart of Italian cooking,
Oh, so good.
to the mamas and the nonnas of Italy.
These are some of the best home-cooked recipes in the world.
They've perfected recipes handed down over generations.
I'm just doing what I'm told. I love it.
I'm travelling far and wide to see what secrets I can learn from these true masters of the kitchen.
Forza, forza! Belli, bravi.
That is a game changer.
And I'll be showing you how to cook up delicious Italian dishes
With flavour like this, you're going to go nuts.
that use the nonna's way to transform the simple into the sublime.
I'm going to have to stop myself eating. It's so good.
This time, we're hunting down age-old recipes in feisty Naples.
Poi cuoco, guarda.
I give you my favourite pizza ever. So good, you have to give it a go. Plus, we escape the city for a seafood masterclass.
After so many years, I can still learn cooking.
I cook up a knockout Neapolitan fish supper with succulent royal bream
This is real cooking. This is absolutely amazing.
and discover an epic 7-layered lasagna like you've never seen before.
I am so excited.
Look at these streets, Gennaro, honestly.
Attenzione, attenzione al cane.
Me and my mentor, Gennaro Contaldo, are in Naples to uncover the secrets of this fiery city's ancient recipes.
Mamma mia.
You have to drive with conviction because these guys are nutters.
I know.
Everyone's, the drivers, the scooters, the people, they're all completely crazy.
Shadowed by the volatile Mount Vesuvius, Naples has a fearsome reputation. It's a colourful city with food to match, from seafood fresh out of the bay to its sensational street food snacks.
The food's going to be amazing. The pastas, the seafood, the shellfish. What else? Pizza. Pizza.
Naples is the south of Italy's largest metropolis and the undisputed pizza capital of the world.
Look, whatever you look is food, food, food.
I want to find out the secrets of the true Neapolitan pizza. And Gennaro's taken me to where this legendary street food was born, the gritty Spanish Quarter.
If you look at anything near climbing distance, there's bars over everything.
In the past, these streets would have been full of nonnas selling the forerunner to the city's famous takeaway.
We all know the pizza from the oven, right? But actually predating that was pizza fritta, like the ultimate sort of
Yes, it is.
street food.
The true Neapolitan pizza.
Gennaro's heard about one nonna who's still making the pizza here the old-fashioned way.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
And I can't wait to see how she does it.
I see the pizza fritta.
Ciao. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno!
79-year-old Nonna Fernanda is a local legend. She's been cooking up her pizza fritta on the same spot since she was a girl. And you only survive here with feisty Neapolitan ways.
Quel cuoco, guarda. Così cresce. Cresce. Pizza fritta.
Pizza fritta, look
It's
at that.
pizza fritta.
This is so far away from what most people around the world think a pizza is. La pizza fritta, la pizza originale?
Questa, la pizza originale è questa qui. Ai tempi indietro si facevano oggi a rotta, significa la prendevi adesso e la pagavi dopo 8 giorni. E c'era povertà, non avevano molti soldi da comprarla.
This is like one of the oldest pizzas. People would come along, they'd buy it. If they didn't have any money, they could pay a week later. A little hole in the wall. Yeah. But there would have been many, many shops like this,
Of course, they're almost everywhere, in every corner.
Pizza fritta is a cheap on-the-go snack, but Nonna still prides herself on making the best dough in town. She uses a fine grain of flour called Tipo 00, yeast, water and a pinch of salt.
Tutte e due mani, così.
Use my fingers.
In Naples, it's a sin to use a rolling pin, and when it comes to technique, it's Nonna's way or no way.
No, guarda me. Non molto qua, sennò si rompe, così.
Okay.
Devi allargare qua. Qua non molto, così.
I'm a little bit scared, but I'm going with it. Okay.
Nonna's even more strict about the filling.
Ricotta.
See?
Allarga, bravo. Mozzarella.
Fresca.
Fresco, sempre fresco. Ciccioli.
Ah, interesting. Pork scratchings.
Tu di meno, sennò tu... Oh,
Okay, scusa.
No.
Too much. So pork scratchings, which are going to be delicious, and then crushed tomatoes.
uguale, metti sopra. No, no così, no.
Not like this, see.
No così.
Okay. So it's basically like a kind of pizza ravioli, a calzone, you know?
Vai?
Sì.
Vai. Tu, prendi. Attende per mano.
Nonna flash fries her pizza until the filling is melted and delicious.
Girala.
See?
And the outside is puffy and crisp.
She's brilliant. Proper feisty. She's been doing it so long. You have to kind of go back hundreds of years to remember that actually having an oven and fueling it with wood would be, you know, much more expensive than just boiling fat.
Questo è 100 anni.
Really?
Yeah.
And your mama cooked
Quella
this?
era mamma, sì.
Yeah.
Mamma ha fatto 10 figli.
Really? 10 kids?
È perché non c'era televisione.
Clearly. I've got 5.
7 ne tiene. Saluto.
Se finito?
Togli.
Okay.
It's amazing to think that Nonna's entire family lived in this one room, frying up the city's fast food to make ends meet.
Mo mangia.
Grazie. Crispy on the outside,
Yeah.
soft in the middle, melting cheese. You kind of know it's going to be good. Where to start?
Tra poche carte, lì. Sì, prendi.
Grazie. Do you know, what do you think? This is delicious.
I love it.
The blend of ricotta and mozzarella and the pork scratchings, tomatoes, is so good. What's amazing is the recipe hasn't changed in 100 years. Delicioso. Grazie mille.
No, venga a Londra.
Sì, come over.
Vengo a Londra.
We'll have a pizza fritta.
Pizza fritta.
Prima volta a Londra.
Pizza, mangiato oggi e pagata notte.
La faccio.
Ciao, Fernanda.
Ciao.
Ciao, grazie.
My God, it's good.
Nonna's age-old pizza fritta is the ultimate indulgent street food. Fast, fresh, and flipping tasty. Inspired by Nonna, I want to show you how to make the most amazing pizza at home. But I'm bringing back the oven. My simple pizza recipe will deliver restaurant quality, if not better, from your own kitchen. And just like Nonna Fernanda's, the first step to success is the dough.
So this is a really good Neapolitan-style pizza-based recipe. It's going to look after you. It's really reliable, it's solid, it works every single time, and it's going to be your best friend. So to start the dough, we're going to go in with 700 millilitres of water. Now, the Neapolitan pizzaiolas specify their Neapolitan water. Now, of course, you could say they're just being funny, but actually it's a hard water. You know, it does affect the way the dough works.
Make sure the water is at room temperature and then add 10 grams of salt.
Then we're going to go in with just a little handful of flour. It starts to turn it into a little bit of a batter. It starts to feed the water a little bit. So there's a few rules to the best pizza you can make at home. The flour is tipo 00. It means very fine, okay? And it's strong flour. Now we're going to go in with 10 grams of yeast.
If you can't get fresh yeast, use a 7-gram sachet of the dried stuff.
And that's going to give you a little bit of rise, okay?
And then add the rest of the kilo bag of flour. This will make enough for 6 large pizzas.
So we're going to mix that up, and Gennaro's doing a beautiful job. It will get thicker and thicker. Now, if you've got a machine, brilliant. Go off, have some fun, let the machine do all the work. But who needs a machine when?
Because Gennaro.
Once it's mixed into a smooth paste, pop your dough onto a floured worktop and start the all-important kneading process.
Gennaro, when was the first time you made your first pizza? What age were you?
I think I always made it, one way or the other. Yeah, probably 8, 9.
So this 20 minutes kneading is an investment. That's going to hold the air, and when it gets cooked, that's what's going to give you that crispiness and that sponginess, right?
Cover and rest for another 20 minutes. Roll into a sausage and cut into 6 fist-sized balls.
So once we've got these balls, what we do is we kind of pull it over and underneath. If you've got another way to do it, it doesn't really matter. We want to make these into lovely little balls. And then what I want to do is get a tray and just put some olive oil on the tray. Put in the dough.
Cover and leave to prove in a cool place for at least 6 hours, or even better, overnight. The slow rise will give texture and flavour.
And that is the basis of the most incredible pizza in your home.
The tips to a good dough revealed, I've now got a nifty little trick for getting that crucial crispy bottom.
So in the oven here, there's 2 things. There's a pizza stone and there's a chunk of granite. You can get this from builders merchants, from garden centres. You can get it cut to the size of your oven, right? That is obviously going to hold the heat.
Put your oven on full whack and it's time to tackle those toppings. Starting with the ultimate Neapolitan classic, pizza margherita,
named after the Queen of Italy. And as far as the Neapolitans are concerned, this is the only pizza. It is a beautiful beginning. If you can get it right, then you're in a really good place.
While Gennaro preps the base, I'll let you into the secret of tomato sauce.
And this is exactly how the official margherita pizza makers would do this, right? We take really good quality plum tomatoes. Plum tomatoes are always the A grade. We're not going to cook it. We're not going to add garlic or herbs, right? We're just going to use our hands and scrunch it, right?
Like Nonna, there's no rolling pin here because we want to protect those springy air bubbles. Instead, let your hands and gravity gently stretch the dough, using your fingers to shape the crust.
This is an easy way to do it. And I create a little board on the side. We call them ellipse. When we put the tomato inside, you know, the tomato won't go out.
Gennaro's going to put about 3 tablespoons of tomatoes onto the pizza now.
Start from always from the middle. Don't overfill. If you overfill, we come a little bit soggy.
And then we've got some cow's milk mozzarella, not buffalo mozzarella. That's beautiful, but that's really for putting on after the pizza's cooked, so it's so delicate. This is cow's milk, it's drier, okay? So you want about 70 to 80 grams of that lovely mozzarella. And then we want the basil. Now, 5 or 6 leaves, and then a little parmesan.
Just a sprinkle of this rich, tangy cheese will do. Then the final Neapolitan touch, a drizzle of extra virgin olive oil.
So then we're gonna take something flat. We've got a little board here. You could use any chopping board. You could use a piece of like cardboard. Rub it with some flour, and then I'm gonna hold it like that. Get a friend to come and just pull it over. Nice and easy. Shape it back into that beautiful round, and he's gonna jiggle it about. And it's really important that you get that jiggle, otherwise it's gonna stick. You've got to get your little flip. Top of the oven, in you go. There you go. Close the door. Don't open it, don't muck about, don't let the heat out, okay? We want it just to cook. The residual heat in that marble or in that stone is gonna get it crispy on the bottom. Yes. Beautiful.
It needs about 5 minutes in the oven, so time to crack on with number 2. The Neapolitans would have me for this, but I can't resist letting you in on my all-time favourite topping.
So good. It's really, really good. If you've never tried it, you have to give it a go.
My ultimate broccoli and spicy sausage pizza.
Gennaro's really beautifully blanched some broccoli. He's used cima di rape, which is like a sprouting broccoli, but you could use any broccoli, it's fine. And then you fry it in a pan of olive oil, chili, garlic, crushed olives, and sausage meat, right? Imagine those flavours.
Be careful not to overload your pizza, or you won't get that gorgeous crispy bottom.
Mozzarella or provolone? What do you prefer?
Well, we use a little bit of provolone on this one.
So provolone, again, you can get this from Italian delis. You can get this from good supermarkets.
Provolone cheese has a smoky flavour and a melt that oozes right across the pizza.
If you can't get provolone, just use a little bit of mozzarella.
Oh my God, this is gonna taste this so good. And the leftover you have, you don't want to make a pizza, just boil some spaghetti, penne, everything, toss them inside, and hallelujah. Okay, hold it for me, just on the side. Ready?
Sometimes when you move it over, you lose the shape a little bit.
It's all right, we put it back to the shape.
We pull the shape back, but we're still jiggling, right?
Okay.
In we go.
Fantastico.
So the next one we're going to do is slightly left field, but I'm just trying to give you guys the kind of the inspiration that hopefully will get you making up great little combinations.
My pizza bianco is like nothing you've ever tried before. There's not a tomato in sight, but an irresistible combo of sweet grapes and red onion, rich oregano and tangy cheese. Delicious.
Peel a red onion, cut it really finely. I'm going to take some lovely grapes, whatever's in season, right? It doesn't matter. When grapes cook on pizza, they're so delicious and they look incredible.
Grab that gorgeous cow's milk mozzarella again and cover the base with little bombs.
No tomato sauce, right? You're just using things like, olive oil, different fragrant vegetables or herbs. It's going to work, trust me.
That's good.
Muddle up some fresh oregano, pine nuts, grapes and onion and give it all a good rub with olive oil.
Don't think that it hasn't got enough topping, right? You want it to be really subtle in what it does. At the same time, you can also add a little pecorino, which is really, really good with the grapes. Remember, the grapes are sweet, the onions are funky, and the cheese is salty. So you really do get a spectacular combination. A little bit of honey.
Why not? Just let me put an extra, this one, I love this one. Yeah, peppery, just a second.
So, with the honey, that's going to work really, really well
Drizzly.
with the pecorino and the grapes.
My 3 mouth-watering homemade pizzas with a classic Neapolitan thin base, a crispy crust and killer toppings.
A beautiful margarita. So simple. You got those nice big knots of air bubbles, but it's that fine balance between crispy and soggy and chewy. Brilliant. My favourite, the broccoli, chili, sausage, olive and provolone cheese. Crisp, but also stodgy on the inside. Gorgeous. Come on, let's get in there. That is a fantastic pizza. Oh, that combination, you have to try it. It's so good. Come on, big boy. Red onion.
Yeah, don't
grapes.
drop it. Put that grapes on top there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Sweet and sour, funky from the onions and the cheese.
As soon as you break inside those grapes, do you know what? I love it.
Delicious.
There's only one thing Neapolitans take as seriously as pizza, and that's coffee. This city is buzzing on the stuff. It's no surprise that these masters of coffee making have strict rules of conduct when it comes to getting their caffeine fix. I love it, and I want to find out how to drink it Naples style. So I've called in on family for the local lowdown.
Salvo!
Hi, mate.
Grande.
How are you? Hey, how are you?
Sei fatto grande.
How are you, Gennaro?
Napoli, your town.
So this is Salvatore, this is my brother-in-law. So you see, I have got a little bit of Italian in the family.
What you had me?
Italian London dad, brother-in-law, both of them trouble. Give me a kind of like 101 on coffee, like Naples style. What's the score?
Napoli has got its own coffee culture. We are kind of unique. Our blend has got a higher percentage of Robusta bean, which are the one producing all the foam.
So more of a cream on the top of the espresso.
And a darker roast.
Most locals make 3 or 4 pit stops a day just for a hit of the hard stuff. And the inside tip is if you knock it back at the bar, it's a fraction of the price.
In Naples, people have espresso all the time, just as a little pick-me-up. We don't drink espresso as much, but that is kind of thought of as more the kind of the correct way to have coffee, isn't it?
It is. We don't drink cappuccino during the day like you guys.
When are you supposed to stop drinking cappuccino?
Probably after your first one at breakfast.
I want you to give me a coffee that I've never tried before.
Ciro, facciamo al signore inglese un bel brasiliano.
So what's he going
We
to
have
do?
got a shot of coffee. In the meantime, he's going to steam some milk, like you will do in a cappuccino, but he's only going to use the froth
He's
of the
put
milk.
sugar in there as well.
He's got sugar in Naples. Coffee, no sugar, you need to ask before. That's our little
Really?
habit. True. You need
I
to
didn't know
say,
that.
senza zucchero. Thank you for that.
My God, look at that.
So you have got a single shot of espresso, and you can still see the big froth from the espresso shot. And then there is a dash of froth from the milk. It's no milk, it's just froth.
Just the froth.
And some chalk on the top. And that will give you the same pleasure of a cappuccino, but you won't be drinking a lot of milk.
Basilicata.
Brasiliano.
Brasiliano. I've never seen that in Britain. That is delicious. It's kind of like a espresso, cappuccino, kind of hot chocolate.
Normally with this, which is quite sweet, come the Neapolitan traditional afternoon cakes.
Okay.
Do you guys want to try some cakes?
Yes.
These look amazing. Right now in Naples, it's carnival time.
Now you are coming at the carnival.
Carnivale in Naples is traditionally a massive blowout before abstaining from indulgent food for the 40 days of Lent. There are some treats that only appear at this time of year.
Is anything here carnival?
There is the chiacchiere. Chiacchiere is a chat. So they look like tongues, and they chat to each other.
These crunchy morsels are deep-fried pasta, sprinkled with icing sugar and lemon zest, served with a decadent dip.
Can you see how kind of knobbly and how light and crispy it is? So it's like the ultimate little kind of dipper, really. And this here, chocolate sauce?
This is sanguinaccio, Jamie. Sanguinaccio means
Is it like the
blood.
ultimate blood?
Sanguinaccio means blood. This was done originally with chocolate and pork blood with some cinnamon.
To use blood, you celebrate the animal you just killed.
Yeah. You'd never waste anything.
We never waste anything. This is what it's all about.
There's rarely blood in sanguinaccio now. Just a delicious dark chocolate cream.
Have a little dip, darling.
Yeah.
I like the idea that they have a pastry or something just for the week of carnival. It's lovely.
You know what?
You know,
That's nice.
From the fast-paced street food to full-on coffee and spectacular cakes, this city's an amazing assault on the senses. But there's another side of this place that we're desperate to discover. Our search for delicious recipes from the city's most incredible home cooks continues. We're swapping the chaos of this fiery metropolis for a slice of island life.
Stretch and breathe, stretch. Breathe in.
Me and Gennaro are going to a little island called Procida, which is only like half an hour, 40 minutes away. It's where all the locals go for sort of a pilgrimage for the best seafood in the bay.
Shall I put the glasses
Yeah,
on?
put the glasses on. Come on, we're in Italy now. We've got to like, up our game a little bit.
Shall we?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. My God, what I love it.
The breathtaking pastel-painted island of Procida is a haven of serenity for strung-out Neapolitans. It's the smallest of the islands of the Bay of Naples, but its seafood is said to be like nowhere else. We're here on the one day of the year where the locals gather to showcase their cherished family recipes.
Look at this.
This is unbelievable.
I want to see what secrets I can learn from the locals who have fished and cooked here their whole lives.
This is like my idea of heaven. So thankfully we're going to get a lovely little masterclass in the cooking of the island.
The nonnas and some old boy nonnos are rustling up the morning's haul in the way only these islanders know how.
Ciao. Oh, look at this. Come la cucina. Olio.
Sale, alla mente, aceto, un bicchiere
Little
d'acqua,
vinegar.
un po' d'acqua. Per fine cottura, poi dopo si mette l'origano. Questo origano di Procida che facciamo noi a Procida.
Oh, okay. See, on these islands, for whatever reason, the herbs and the oils and the smell is so intense and
Questo è origina,
incredible.
questo lo facciamo noi in casa. Questo pesce è stato pescato alle 5 stamattina.
Anchovies laced with mint and oregano. This has got to be a winner.
Senza togliere le spine, la lisca, così, come sta?
Oh my God.
Wonderful.
Ciao, ciao!
How lucky am I, right? Surrounded by these lovely girls. Come si chiama? Fritta di...
Polpette di alici.
They look amazing. Look how gorgeous they are. Just fried. Cosa c'è?
Alici tagliate
anchovies?
piccolini,
So
pezzettini.
just chop it up small.
Spiegami.
These are fresh anchovies, by the way.
Un po' di pane grattugiato,
Yeah.
formaggio pecorino,
Ok.
parmigiano,
Yeah.
prezzemolo, menduccia e uova.
Okay.
Ne fai uno?
See, no problema. Okay, so like this.
Troppo grande.
No, that's too big.
Dopo viene
Perfect for me.
cucina all'interno. Bravo!
Come on, girls. Now you're being too generous.
Ok, testa.
Com'è?
Buonissima.
The island's most famous resident is 60-year-old Nonna Maria.
Piacere, Jamie. Ciao.
She's Procida's only fisherwoman, and when it comes to cooking, she's numero uno.
Cos'è che cucina?
Allora, pesce, zucchine e mandorle.
Wonderful combination. Never ever heard or seen of it before.
Nonna Maria fries onions and courgettes in olive oil, then adds locally caught palamita from the tuna family.
Maria, ma da quant'anni va a pesca?
È una vita.
Sempre da bambina?
Sì, da
E con chi andava?
E mio padre era pescatore, quindi poi mi sono fidanzata con mio marito che faceva il pescatore, e quindi ho continuato.
Ma va a pesca tutti i
Sì,
giorni?
sì. Adesso
cosa fa?
possiamo mettere il pomodoro.
What I love about this is the combination of the courgettes grated with the beautiful tuna. The colours work so beautiful together. Again, it's the sort of the pale, the green and the red.
Nonna adds the fettuccine and loads it with toasted crushed almonds.
Often on the islands, and often in the south of Italy, you'll see nuts used in pastas, chestnuts, walnuts, hazelnuts. But, you know, here is the almond tree. Oh, fantastic. Go on, my
Fatto,
darling.
Maria.
Really, really good. So this is a pecorino.
Sì, sopra un poco.
So this will be interesting, because she hasn't used the pecorino yet. If they do use cheese, it's very subtle. It's more like a seasoning. Yeah, now look, controversial. Oh, see? So there you go. For everyone that says you never put cheese with seafood, you can see the proof. Maria, grazie mille. Look at this. Gennaro, how lucky are we?
We are the best looking people, eh, Jen?
Go on, she's topping us up. She's topping us up. Let's go.
Possiamo, Maria?
Prego.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness me.
It's so good. What's really interesting, the toasted Almonds just lift the whole dish. Sweet tomatoes, such a joy to eat, such a joy.
This recipe is unbelievable. After so many years, I can still learn cooking.
Buonissima.
I can learn so much from the locals who have been cooking up their catch for generations. I can't wait to see the show-stopping centrepiece. It's Nonno Francesco's twist on the classic Neapolitan dish, acqua pazza. Fish poached in what they call crazy water.
Come la cucina?
Nella pentola con pomodoro, cipolla, aglio, prezzemolo, qualche fetta di limone.
It's just got the seaside written all over it.
E quando si va a pesca, tutto il pesce che rimane invenduto, pesce di scarto.
I love how nothing is wasted. The star of the dish is actually the cooking water, the acqua pazza.
What an incredible flavour. It's so delicious.
Oh my God.
He's gone in with the bread. I'm going to go in now, you go in as well.
I'll go in there as well.
It's a bit like dunking digestive biscuits in tea, right? You just let them soften up.
All jammy.
Very simple, fragrant ingredients and just a nice big pan and a lot of love. Francesco, buonissimo. Grazie mille.
Discovering the island's secrets has been a revelation, and I'm feeling inspired by Nonno Francesco's party piece. I can't wait to whip up a seafood extravaganza.
So me and Gennaro, we're going to cook a fantastic fish dish. It's called acqua pazza.
Crazy water.
My acqua pazza is a 2-in-1 meal. Delicate, fragrant fish and that magical broth they call crazy water.
We're going to cook a whole round fish. I think this is something that people often are really, really nervous to cook, so we're going to teach you how to cook it beautifully. So it's succulent and gorgeous. You can apply it to any round fish. So we've got beautiful royal bream today, called royal bream because it's got a little crown around its head like that. So what's going to happen is Gennaro is going to scale and gut the fish, right? He's going to go down to the water to do that. I'll start prepping the veg.
You can ask your fishmonger to do this for you.
So we're going to put a pan on the heat, high heat, right? Remember, acqua pazza, crazy water. It's not going to gently poach, it's going to thunder away, okay? I've got some fennel here.
Just like Nonno Francesco, my crazy water starts with a base of fragrant veg.
And I'm going to cut these veggies so that they cook in the same time it takes to cook that fish, which is about 10 minutes.
I'm whacking in tomatoes, onion, garlic, chilli, and juicy olives.
And the olives, I'm just going to squash. I think people always think you want the olives for their flesh, but actually it's their perfume and their seasoning that we really want.
Let the beautiful veg sizzle in hot olive oil.
Come on, Gennaro.
I'm coming up.
We're going to go in with the tomatoes, the olives, and the garlic, like this. You just toss that, Gennaro.
Yeah, let me just toss it.
OK.
Oh, my God.
So with the fish, something I like to do is just lightly score it about 1.5 centimetres apart. Why do we do this? It helps the heat penetrate the fish, it helps the flavour penetrate the fish, and it looks beautiful. So lay the fish in like that. Look at that. I might just take some fennel and put it into the cavity. And then we're going to go in with white wine until Gennaro says stop.
Go. And up.
Bring that to the boil, chuck in 1 centimetre of water and more herbs. Gorgeous parsley.
Oh my God, it's going to be so good.
It's going to taste delicious. What is also incredible about this acqua pazza crazy water is everything gives to everything, right? The fish gives to the vegetables give to the fish, everything gives to the juice.
You have to get lovely fresh fish.
If you make this with not fresh fish, it's no good. It's no good for anyone.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
10 minutes in the pan and my crazy fish should be cooked to perfection.
Let me just show you how to check if the fish is cooked. Come. So go to the thickest part of the fish, which is always up near the head. If that flesh comes away from the bone, you're done. Don't cook it anymore.
Blow because it's too hot.
The flavour, the depth of flavour is phenomenal. You would never achieve that with a fillet of fish, right? This is real cooking. This is absolutely amazing.
I just love this dish. Oh my gosh.
Top it off with a zingy herb garnish that's lemon zest, chopped parsley and fennel leaves.
Acqua pazza, such a beautiful thing.
Acqua pazza, my delicately succulent royal bream, bathed in that fragrant, colourful broth of crazy water.
Oh my God.
Gennaro, should we go and sit down and enjoy this?
I got it. Oh,
Come on.
let's do it.
Let's go.
What a treat to put all we've learnt from Progeda's dons of seafood into practice.
The juices are so good. All I want to do is dunk some bread in that.
I just love it.
Luckily for us, locals are just as passionate about their meat. In another corner of this captivating island, Gennaro's heard of a nonna with a reputation for cooking up an Italian classic, just not as we know it. And like those cakes in the cafe, it's a yearly treat before Lent.
She's doing a carnival lasagna specific to this island. And I think that's really, really interesting because we always think of lasagna as being the same thing, sort of a Bologna-style lasagna. But of course, every single part of Italy has their own type of lasagna. And I don't think you would ever have seen anything like this.
I can't wait to get inside and check it out.
Buongiorno!
Oh, buongiorno. Oh.
Nonna Tita.
Ciao.
Nonna Tita has spent all of her 70 years here on the island, and she's renowned for her generations-old recipe of a 7-layered lasagna like no other.
So, lasagna?
Lasagna di carnevale, però lasagna di Procida.
So this is the lasagna for the carnival, specific to Procida. La lasagna, la ragù con lasagna?
No. Si fa soltanto, ci sono degli strati di spaghetti.
Spaghetti. No lasagna?
No lasagna, solo fuori una sfoglia di lasagna frolla, pasta frolla.
Wow. So this is really interesting. We've got the pastry on the outside, and then we've got spaghetti as the layers. So immediately, this lasagna is nothing like anything that I grew up with. This is very exciting.
And the surprises don't stop there. Rather than traditional beef bolognese, Tita creates layers of spaghetti with different types of pork.
Spaghetti ancora con polpettine.
Mm-hmm. Local families have their own unique twist on this hotly anticipated dish. And for Tita, it's her meatballs.
We're going to lighten those meatballs with some bread, and when that bread's stale, they often rehydrate it, sometimes with water, in this case, milk. So it's just going to suck it up, make it soft again.
Te passa qua.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Stringe forte, forte. Bravo.
So we've got one big handful of the rehydrated breadcrumbs. We've got about 300 grams of minced pork and beef.
Poi mettiamo 4 uova.
4 eggs.
That's way more than I'd ever use, but there's always something to learn from nonnas. Next, it's in with parmesan and black pepper.
See, no problemo. So we're going to just mix this up. So this is quite a wet meatball mix, but let's see what's going to go on. This is fascinating.
Then to finish, a chopped garlic clove and a sprinkle of parsley.
As I'm mixing this is getting thicker and thicker.
Time to get rolling.
No, piccole così, guarda. Così. Polpettine.
See? So little meatballs.
Little piccole polpette.
Yeah.
Così.
Nonna rolls the meatballs super small so they stay compact in the lasagna.
And there's many different ways to make meatballs. This is the joy of cooking, right? Seeing how different people do things differently.
There's also an incredible smelling mixed meat ragu on the go.
So Nonna Tita, pomodoro, salsicce,
salsicce,
di
carne
polpetti.
di prosciutto di maiale, polpette e tracci sono costatelle di maiale.
Traditionally, Italians avoid meat during Lent. So this spectacular concoction is all about using up leftovers in one final splurge.
So what's interesting, you know, she's got rib meat, the little, like the kind of belly pork area, you know, just much cheaper to buy, but also full of flavour.
The spaghetti is cooked al dente before it's divided between different meats to create 4 of the 7 lasagna layers.
Quanti anni Recite.
Da quanti anni?
Sì.
questo-
Molto vecchio?
Sì, sì, più di 100 anni perché io l'ho imparata dalla mia nonna, da mia bisnonna.
Right. So she learned it from her great grandmother. So it's more than 100 years old.
E lei era molto calma, ci impiegava tanto tempo, tutto il giorno, 2 giorni, perché preparava tutti questi impasti, tutte queste polpettine sempre. Ricotta, no, non si usa la
So
besciamella.
lasagna non bechamel.
No, besciamella, no.
Ricotta.
Ricotta. Poi
That's
a Napoli, Procida, si usa ricotta nella lasagna.
Nonna adds a dollop of that delicious ragu to the fresh ricotta and whisks it into a silky sauce mixed in with rich smoked provola cheese.
This is a bit of an assembly job. And, you know, you wouldn't want to do it every week because there's a lot of love and care gone into it. But for this time of year, when Carnival's on, perfect, perfect. I imagine people would get so excited waiting to try this every single year.
Finally, it's time to build this ridiculously epic lasagna.
So we've done it now. We've got all these beautiful layers ready to go. We have the pastry. We've got the spaghetti with the parmesan and the sausage and a little bit of the cooking fat. We've got spaghetti here with the ragu, no meat, just a little bit of parmesan. We've got the meatballs, ragu and spaghetti. We've got the ricotta, provolone and parmesan. Then we've got the salami and a little bit of the ragu and the spaghetti there. And then we've got the meatballs and the ricotta. OK, let's do it. Forza lasagna, come on.
The first layer is pastry, followed by spaghetti and sausage.
Noi cerchiamo di mettere sempre un po' più alta al centro.
Always make it a little bit more chunky in the middle, I think because they're looking for that sort of mounded effect.
Another 3 layers of spaghetti are crowned with a layer of meatballs before topping it all off with Nonna's rich, cheesy sauce.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can take all the history and the culture out of it. It's a pasta pie. You know it's going to be good, right? This looks like no lasagna you've ever seen before. I've never seen anything like this.
This beast of a lasagna takes 1 hour and 15 minutes in the oven. Tita then rests it for another hour before we can finally tuck in.
Come on, mangiare!
Gennare, dove
Mangiare, I love it. When you call me to eat, I love it.
7-layer lasagna topped with crunchy pastry. Magnificent.
I want to show you something, look. Look at this. You see the layers?
No bechamel.
No bechamel, no. just
ricotta, ricotta.
Ah, can't wait.
Allora mi lasciate.
So you get something I've never had before, the crunchy pastry, but with the soft pasta, the sweet tomatoes, but then the smoky provola cheese. Texturally, absolutely incredible.
Every little bite I've been through, there is a flavour. Buonissimo.
So good.
Nonna Tita's recipe is a fun, festive family dish. Inspired by my journey, I want to show you a brilliant celebratory dish that's great for sharing with your friends and family.
I've just picked a whole load of wild herbs and we're going to do the most incredible kebabs, OK?
My barbecued lamb kebabs with juicy pancetta, fresh herbs and crunchy bread is a cracking feasting dish perfect for a shindig in the sunshine.
I want to kind of have a combination of simple things that all help each other. So for that, I've got leg of lamb, an amazing cut. We've got the liver and kidneys as well. What I want to do is instead of big old chunks, when I grew up actually having kebabs, not that it's wrong, sort of cut into big chunks like that. And I kind of want to sort of go against that. I want little slithers, OK? Little random cuts. Just think mouthful, and we'll skewer those up, and they'll be fantastic. Now let's talk about the offal. I definitely want to really wafer thin cut the liver and the kidneys. And even if you think you're not into that, like, you just got to bear with me and trust me, because this is going to give authenticity and flavour to this whole kebab. Then we've got some pork, some beautiful pancetta. This fat here is going to really take care of your lamb while it cooks. So the idea is you want this thing cooking over coals, right? And as it's kind of charring and going caramelised, the fats are melting and everything you want to flavour each other.
And to soak it all up, slice some crusty bread to match the size of your meat.
Think like the best croutons you've ever had in your life. It's going to be great.
Then onto the marinade, made with beautiful fresh herbs, oregano, thyme and sage. Now just add salt and black pepper and a couple of crushed garlic cloves.
To really bash it up to a little paste. It'll look like nothing, but it will give everything. And then it comes to life with a good couple of tablespoons of vinegar and about twice as much olive oil.
Just give it a whirl.
Oh, you could put that over grilled vegetables. You could have that on little crostinis. My Lord, on roasted birds. That's a really good technique for anything. So let's go in with the meat into a bowl, the herbs, the offal. We're going to throw it all in.
And mix it all up with a load of beautiful fresh bay leaves.
And then we're going to dress it in this heavenly little marinade.
If you marinate this for an hour, it'll be delicious. But if you do it overnight, it's out of this world.
So now's the fun bit. You can make up your little kebabs. So a bit of lamb, bit of herb, a little bit of bread. It's going to suck up that flavour. Next to the bread, let's put the pancetta. It's going to be so good. Load it up. I think this is really good fun. I mean, I think you can do big ones, small ones. So look, there's my one done.
Gennaro's boiled some potatoes for one belter of a side dish.
Whack it down there, mate.
Yeah.
So look, I wanted to do mashed potato, and I think it's an interesting one because a lot of people say that's not Italian, that's very British to have mashed potato. Absolute rubbish. Yes. The Italians, they love potatoes. So check this out. This is mashed potato Italian style. They use these ricers, but of course you can use a masher, no trouble at all. So Gennaro, talk us through mashed potato Italian style.
Well, it's so easy. You can use pecorino cheese or Parmesan cheese.
So pecorino is a sheep's cheese, and it's tangy and it's delicious, and you can use it just like Parmesan, but...
Some parsley on top, olive oil.
So we use olive oil, just like butter, extra virgin olive oil.
There it goes.
And then watch the old master at work. Italian mashed potato. It's delicious.
Mash done, get your kebabs on the barbie.
So look, I'm just going to take care of these little skewers. And we want to spend 10 minutes just really making this golden and gorgeous. I was thinking about a little something to go, just a little kiss of something over this with the mash.
I know what you wanted. You want some lovely peppers.
Yes.
Flash fry some dried peppers in a splash of olive oil for 30 seconds.
And you can just crush them. And they'll be like little sort of shards of sweetness. So look at that. So then put some of that lovely oil over the top. Little flecks of those chili peppers, let them just fall off, Gennaro. Go on.
My mighty lamb kebabs, marinated in those fragrant herbs with juicy pancetta, crunchy sweet peppers, and propped up by a bed of rich, fluffy, Italian-style mashed potato.
You can kind of carve it at the table, and it all starts to just fall apart. And look. Mmm.
Oh, my.
Mashed potato with a difference. A kebab with attitude. Mmm.
Mm.
Simple ingredients, but put together with love.
Mm.
And for me, that captures the spirit of this extraordinary region. From the island haven of Puglia to the sprawling Neapolitan metropolis, the passion of these fiery southern Italians produces knockout food every time. Next time,
Look at the view!
we hunt down the undiscovered gems of southern Italy.
It smells incredible.
I give the classic Sunday roast an Italian makeover.
It's going to be amazing.
And learn the secrets of perfect pasta from a ninja nonna.
Hallelujah!
quite like Italy.
Look how busy it is. I love it.
The landscapes, the people, the history,
It's unbelievable.
and of course, the most amazing food.
Oh. I'm just having a moment.
I love it, and I always have done.
This is like my idea of heaven.
Great food here isn't about Michelin-starred chefs, it's about home-cooked recipes. So in this series, I'm going right to the heart of Italian cooking.
Oh, so good.
To the mamas and the nonnas of Italy.
These are some of the best home-cooked recipes in the world.
They've perfected recipes handed down over generations.
I'm just doing what I'm told. I love it.
I'm travelling far and wide to see what secrets I can learn from these true masters of the kitchen.
Forza, forza! Belli, bravi!
That is a game changer.
And I'll be showing you how to cook up delicious Italian dishes
With flavour like this, you're going to go nuts.
that use the nonna's way to transform the simple into the sublime.
I'm going to have to stop myself eating. It's so good.
This week, in search of tasty rustic recipes, we're off the beaten track in one of Italy's most undiscovered regions.
Look at that pasta. It's beautiful.
Nonna Teresa has a thing or two to teach me.
Però quando fai questo qua, fa tupino.
Before I serve up my own simply delicious spicy sausage pasta.
It's beautiful. It's a thing of joy.
Plus, I get up the mountains to a culture that time forgot.
So this is the old way to cook.
And give your Sunday roast leg of lamb a sensational Italian spin.
What I love is it's kind of like blushing and juicy on the inside.
It's going to be amazing.
I mean, you know what, Gennaro? It feels like we're absolutely in the back of beyond. I never ever thought the south of Italy would look like that.
Look at that eagle there. Look, can you see it?
Yeah. I told you I saw that.
Oh, God, look how big it is.
I'm in breathtaking Basilicata with my old pal and mentor, Chef Gennaro Contaldo, unlocking the secrets of cucina povera, meaning poor man's food.
I reckon the food here might be some of the most truly vintage, authentic Italian cooking that we might see on this whole journey.
This is the secret of Italy, and the food is going to be amazing.
Basilicata is a region in the deep south of Italy, and our first stop is in the ancient town of Matera. Matera was once called the disgrace of Italy. It was so poor, whole families were still living in caves as recently as the 1950s. Since then, the town has made a spectacular recovery, and this incredible place is now celebrated as a World Heritage Site.
How's your legs holding out?
Mine, okay, not bad. What a place you take me.
Woo! Look at the valley going down. Look at all those caves.
Look at that, incredible. I walked up this mountain. I can't believe I did it.
Yeah, but you're quite good for a young whippersnapper. Listen to the bells.
Breathe in, breathe properly.
Now we've made it all the way up here.
Right.
I think we should go all the way down there and have a picnic.
You must have been shocking.
It's too windy up here. Come on then, let's go down.
In the spirit of the city's humble past, I'm going to turn simple local ingredients into a sumptuous picnic.
This area of Italy, in Basilicata, absolutely love. They adore these beautiful long peppers. Look at this. So this recipe is homage to one beautiful thing, peppers.
Amazing sweet and sour peppers with oozy burrata cheese heroes this glorious veg. It'll lift your spirits whether you're at home or, like me and Gennaro, in the great outdoors.
Let's prep the peppers. Stick your thumb in and then tear it open. Don't want to waste any. Keep all the flesh. Shake out all of the pips though.
Long strip, thin, long strips.
And I'm going to do nice, kind of inch thick.
Yeah,
Bit thinner?
A little bit thinner.
In the pan, Gennaro's going to add some olive oil and we're going to bring out the natural sweetness in these beautiful peppers.
The secret to this dish is to cook the peppers low and slow, intensifying their natural flavours.
This is New Season's garlic, right? For about 4 weeks, you can use the whole thing, all the way up here. It's almost like a giant garlic spring onion. Fantastic. OK, so I'm going to chop this garlic up. It's a bit rough and ready, that's absolutely fine. And what's going to be amazing is me and Gennaro are going to enjoy it as a little Italian picnic, an antipasti. But this pepper dish, you could put on pizza, you could put in a frittata, so you could put it on
panini,
toast.
you can do a lovely
It's a
panini.
lovely general master recipe to make the most of peppers, which I think we don't really make the most of peppers, really. So the garlic goes in.
As the peppers start to soften, take this to the next level with some more classic Italian ingredients.
I haven't got salt with me because we kind of packed light.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put some capers in whole. Now, using olives and capers to season. It's going to be amazing.
The capers and olives will pack a real savoury, fragrant punch.
Look, what Gennaro's doing is really important. Go on. See how he's squashing that? That's going to get the maximum flavour out. Yeah, oh, nice toss, Gennaro. You still got it, bro.
Yeah, yes, I still got it.
And Gennaro has done ever so well getting up this mountain. A little bit of trekking.
Yeah, it was.
You're very proud of yourself.
But look where we are. I can come up here when I'm 100 years old because it's so beautiful. Listen, right at the end, because we don't have a vinegar, we squeeze a little bit of lemons.
So sweet and sour, let's just talk about agrodolce, sweet and sour. And whatever culture around the world you want to kind of focus on, whether it's kind of Chinese cooking or even kind of the piquance you get in a barbecue sauce in America, this sweet and sour, it tantalises your taste buds.
Yes.
So that's your sweetness. And then your sour, we haven't got vinegar, that's what you would normally use, but actually, he always, I mean, literally, he always carries lemon with him. Come on, let's get a bottle of wine going.
Yeah.
The smell, chin chin.
Salute.
Salute.
Look at that. Viva Matera! La Basilicata.
Look at this.
Nearly ready?
Now, Gennaro.
Yeah.
Have you got some? Yes. I want to show you this herb. This is all over the place here. This is called summer savoury.
Oh, my God.
It's a bit like thyme meets rosemary meets a bit of oregano. It's very, very nice. We've got the bitterness from the summer savoury. This is going to be the most incredible mouthful of gorgeousness. Gennaro, squeeze some lemon juice in. This is the final flourish. 1, 2, 3,
go. Yeah.
I want you to sort of embrace this recipe because it doesn't matter what you're going to do with it. This is the way to get flavour in peppers. And we're going to just serve it quite proudly with some toast and some burrata. Now, burrata, it means boro, butter. If you like mozzarella, this is the Ferrari
of a mozzarella.
Honestly, it's in the supermarkets, right? You can get it now. It's worth having a little look.
Give it the right knife.
And if I just put my knife in here like this,
yeah,
we can open it up.
And look at that. All the creamy.
So literally, like halfway through the process, they kind of get fresh curds in, and then they wrap it. And what you get is like this oozing, kind of gorgeous, incredible mozzarella like you've never had before.
You get the fresh, creamy of a mozzarella.
Look at that. So see the curds inside? Absolutely.
Pieces.
This rich, creamy burrata is a speciality of this region and works perfectly with my sweet and sour peppers.
God, look at that beautiful pepper, Gennaro.
All I need now is a hunk of good sourdough bread.
This whole area is super famous for their bread as well. So look, there we go. We're now waiting for the toast. And it's actually a kind of nice excuse to talk about flavour and vegetables and cooking vegetables. So we put a lot of love there into one thing. Easy, easy, love, right? If you're trying to serve up veggies like super hot, you can never taste it, right? Let it cool down, let it be warm, and you get to taste so much more. So, a few little flowers on top. So I'm using wild garlic flowers. Sweet and pungent, light garlic flavour. And look, this is the thing about this bread. The contrast between crunch and golden, and then when you open it out, it's so light and fresh. It's so good. That is insanely good. It's so good.
Don't need to, it's so nice.
And that pepper recipe is like a gift. It's like the mother of all pepper recipes. You can do so much from that.
Oh, my gosh.
Get in there. Use the bread to get the cheese. Get that in there. It'll be the best little mouthful ever.
Sweet, silky, soft peppers with oozy burrata cheese on crisp, crusty bread. This is a picnic I won't ever forget.
Out of 100, how happy are you right now?
I'm the happiest man in the world at this minute.
So happy. The happiest food moments in my life have been versions of camping and picnics. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is indeed.
All you need is some good food and a good friend, and you're sweet. So, guys, what are you waiting for?
This is good. Bless you. Salute.
The next day, me and Gennaro are back on the road to explore more of this extraordinary region.
How lucky are we to be doing this trip together after all those years when I first came to you when I was 18 years old, working in the basement of the Neal Street restaurant. Who would have thought?
I've come to Basilicata to learn the secrets of its unique cuisine, because this humble home cooking is some of the simplest but most delicious food you can find in Italy.
That whole thing about cucina povera brings out resourcefulness, creativity, and how do you stretch food? How do you get flavour when you've got very little ingredients?
The people here have survived by making something out of nothing. In particular, they're known for the most phenomenal pasta.
Do you want to know a little fact?
Go, tell me.
Okay, the first pasta ever recorded on the Italian mainland was in Basilicata.
No.
Yeah. By an Italian Latin poet.
You do research very well.
Mate, I read my books, and I tell you what, each one of these different villages around here, they all make their own little pastas in different ways, different shapes, different sauces. I want to see the way they make it, the way they touch it.
Yes.
I want to learn just what makes this region's pasta so special. Me and Gennaro have tracked down the grand dame of pasta around here, Nonna Teresa.
Ciao, buongiorno. Dove Nonna Teresa?
Nonna Teresa abito lì.
Allora.
Nonna Teresa, ciao Teresa.
Ciao.
Ciao, zia Teresa. Buongiorno.
Grazie.
Buongiorno.
85-year-old Nonna Teresa is a ninja in the kitchen. She's been making pasta her whole life, cooking up a storm for local weddings and celebrations.
Questo signore qua vuole imparare a fare la pasta, come si deve.
A voi non siete capaci a fare quel che faccio io.
She may doubt my abilities, but I'm keen to learn. First lesson is no eggs. They were a luxury people couldn't afford. So here it's just durum wheat flour, salt and warm water.
Just the way she's touching the dough, moving it, the silence. It's a lovely ritual, isn't it? Feels like a very special moment, doesn't it, Gennaro?
It is indeed. I take all in.
Io avevo 7 anni quando ho contato a fare i maccheroni.
Quando ero piccolo?
Non si poteva avere niente quando noi siamo cresciuti. Sì, io a 15 anni ho visto un po' di scarpe, andavo sempre per piedi per terra.
See?
Sì.
You just can't imagine it, can you? Her mum and dad went working in the fields all day. She was making the dinner, making the pasta at 7. Really, really poor, you know, survival food. I mean, that is what cucina povera was, wasn't it? Survival. So we're letting the pasta rest now because it needs to relax. Once you've kneaded it, it gets tight. You need it to be flexible and stretchy, so we're letting it rest.
10 minutes later, and she's off.
Andiamo.
See?
Nonna Teresa is famed for making manate, a type of pasta said to be so technically challenging it's virtually disappeared. I can't wait to see this lost art in action.
She's basically making a continual circle. Have you ever seen this?
Never.
I haven't got no idea what she's going to
No,
do, but I'm so excited to see it. So she's made a massive circle, like a long, long worm, and then she's clutched it together in her hand. She's sort of just gently massaging, squeezing, and she's making it sort of slowly, slowly thinner and thinner. She's twisted like a figure of 8. Gee whiz, I've never seen this. It's like a handful of bangles. It's absolutely amazing.
These thick ribbons of pasta are often eaten with rich tomato sauce or beans and chickpeas.
Poi quando rappa fai così,
Oh, now she breaks it.
faccio io così, però quando è più lunga più meglio la fai.
Posso provare?
Prende la pasta, taglia per metà.
Sì.
Go, you can do it.
Bravo, si sappaia bravo.
Yeah.
Rotonda.
Lei ha fatto pina.
You can see that what you don't want to do is break
Devi
it.
mettere grandiula, metterla più qua. Prende la farina e la mette.
Now I'm going to sprinkle some flour. See? No?
Sì, dai.
I've made some pasta in my time, but this is by far one of the most fiendish. I can see why it's a skill that takes years to master.
I know it's not. I know it's not perfect.
No.
Sì, ma non troppo stretto però,
She's saying don't go too hard.
Lascialo un po'. A così, sai. Lavora. Ma l'hai visto come si fanno? Ma purtroppo che voglio fare.
I'm pleased to have entertained Nonna at least. She really is the doyenne of pasta making.
It's not just making a giant sausage. You got to be able to feel it right.
I don't want to try myself.
Devi fare un'altra cosa. Maccherone con il ferro.
It's such a privilege to see how this region's incredible pastas are made, and I'm determined to nail them. Next lesson, making macaroni using a skewer.
Hai visto come ho messo il ferro? Io, passando i maccheroni, che non ho manco capelli a destra, e ora li ho fatti per tutto. Non ho sandato troppo, Faccio leggera la mano.
I've never felt under pressure so much.
Manca troppo la mano.
I think that's quite nice.
Yeah, ha fatto bene quello, sì.
La fa buona, ma no, se non la fai male, manco bene fa.
Okay. It's all the subtle things that she does. You got to be able to feel it right.
It's had to be light and gentle.
Okay, next one.
Però quando fai queste qua, fa stupino.
Okay.
Nonna, this is a big moment for me, and you seem to be finding it very amusing. To get the thumbs up from this macaroni master, I'm going to need more practice. So while she takes a break, I'm carrying on rolling.
She's having a rest now, and guess what? Now I'm knocking them out, and she hasn't seen one of them. Ciao. She's properly taken the mickey out of me. Oh, you've seen it? Oh, yeah. Hallelujah!
It's time to cook.
Come on, girl. Let's have a little rave up.
Nonna Teresa's promised to show me her favourite recipe, the macaroni topped with spicy peppers and crunchy pangrattato breadcrumbs. First up, she's using a dried sweet pepper.
So they have these bigger chili peppers here, milder, sweeter chili, very, very famous of this area, that she's tearing. She's taken the seeds out of. She kind of fries them, makes them blister.
This is a classic cucina povera trick, using big flavours to make a little go a long way.
And then she's taken them out.
Questa si fa così.
Ah, okay.
Gennaro,
you wait till you see this.
Stando,
Sì, no problema.
Sì.
Next, a couple of cloves of garlic. Then, a surprise ingredient.
So this is horseradish. I've never seen it with a pasta. So this is a really unusual, undiscovered pasta as far as I'm concerned. La faccio io?
Va bene.
Okay.
Ma pulita, buona scarta.
Okay.
Quello devo fare.
Sì.
Grazie qua.
Sì. This is lovely wild horseradish. This grows all over many parts of Italy. Oh, Nonna Teresa.
Oh, ma no!
I might even cry.
Non lo sapeva.
Oh.
Woo! The grated fresh horseradish is fried up with the breadcrumbs to make a crunchy pangrattato.
Have I seen anything like this before? Never.
Never.
Known as poor man's Parmesan, this is what people would use when they couldn't afford cheese.
That's the kind of genius thing about these ladies, you know. Because they can cook, when times were tough, they would duck and dive and create beautiful things out of not very much. So in with the pasta. Our lovely Nonna's gone to sit down. She's having a little rest. It's going to be all right, Nonna. We're going to cook the pasta for about 7 minutes, OK? It will float to the top. Should be floating now. There you go. Nonna Teresa, the pasta's cooked. This lovely, sweet, spicy chili oil. Look at that. Then we're going to finish it with the pancrettata.
I can't wait to taste it.
Look at that pasta. It's beautiful.
È buona, eh? Buon appetito.
Grazie altrettanto a voi.
Absolutely delicious. Never had a pasta like this ever before in Italy. It's not chili hot. It's just like sweet, really gentle.
Adesso tengo 85 anni. E ancora dice, ancora facciamo carne che la blendare ti porta. Io sono nato da quella tendenza. No, chi non chiude il laccio non finisce.
Grazie mille, Nonna Teresa.
Prego.
Teresa, ma questo è proprio buonissimo.
When you talk about people that didn't have shoes until they're 15, you think that's from a history book from 200 years ago? No, that's her life.
Yeah.
And actually, you know, being able to knock up a really delicious meal that you can enjoy and makes you feel all homely, if you've got nothing, is a massive gift, isn't it?
Of course.
It's a blessing.
I feel very privileged because as I am older than you, I still learn so much now.
Nonna Teresa has shown us just how creative you can be with a few pence worth of ingredients. And I want to have a go at harnessing that cucina povera magic in my next dish.
I've got a pasta dish that is going to blow your mind, that is absolutely inspired by Nonna Teresa.
This spicy sausage and sweet pepper pasta is deceptively simple, but tastes outrageously good.
It's an absolute home run of a pasta sauce. So, I'm going to put a good old lug of olive oil in the pan. I've got a dried hot chilli. Shake the seeds out. We don't want those seeds. And a dried pepper. These are sweet. These are not hot. Right, so look in supermarkets, you'll find there is actually dried peppers in good supermarkets, and if you can't find them, you could just use a little level teaspoon of sweet paprika, okay? So just take the stalk off and shake out the seeds. And just like Nonna Teresa, I'm gonna tear in these peppers, like that. And then, of course, the hot spicy one, make it a little bit smaller. This has got heat, this has got attitude. It's always good to know your dried chilies if they're hot ones. You can have a little taste. If they're super hot, you know, you can use a little less.
Fire in some fresh thyme to infuse that oil with some really heady, herby aroma.
So just take those lovely leaves off the stalk. Look at the chilies and the peppers. They've gone from a kind of dusty colour to a gorgeous, crispy, shiny, deep red colour. And I'm going to sprinkle that on the finished dish later. Cut up the onion. As far as cutting's concerned, this method is the safest and easiest, no matter what your age, right? You know, you've got a hand up here, hand up there, and everything's out of the way. And you just stop chopping when it's the kind of consistency and size that you want it, right? So, as it's for a sauce, we've gone kind of fine-ish.
Time for the hero of this dish.
It's quite a big old sausage. It's got a fair old bit of girth on there.
I'm using local Laccanica sausage, but any quality spicy sausage will work a treat.
I'm just going to use that fork to sort of bring out the pork. I'm only using one sausage, and this sauce will feed 4 to 6.
A rich sausage like this Laccanica is a great way to make a little meat go a long way.
Now, I'm taking the skin away because there's no need for it.
Mash up the meat and then in with a handful of chopped onion and garlic.
Move that around in all that beautiful flavoured oil. We want to keep frying it to bring the sweetness out in the onions.
After 10 minutes of simmering, add half a glass of white wine. Let that reduce, then whack in a tin of plum tomatoes.
I can promise you this sauce is a real win-win. It's a crowd pleaser. Sweet tomatoes, sweet onions, gorgeous sausage and gentle spice. This kind of crushing action of the onions, the sausage and the tomatoes, it's extracting and bruising out flavour. Nonnas just extract flavour from very little. You know, if you can cook and you're up against hard times, the ways and the ideas they come up with to create flavour and happiness and deliciousness is amazing. Let that just blip away for like 15, 20 minutes, and that's your sauce pretty much done.
This sauce would be knockout with any dried pasta, but I would love you to have a go at making it fresh.
Now, I've got the dough exactly the same as Nonna Teresa's, right? The durum wheat flour with warm water, a bit of salt, and I've come up with a new pasta shape that's not only beautiful, but is really, really easy that you guys could try at home. I mean, this is literally child's play. Roll it out to the thickness of your little finger. Right? You can see mine is far from perfect, right? And some are fatter than others. It doesn't matter.
To make this brilliantly simple pasta shape, I've come up with a cheeky little trick.
The back of a grater. Pick up this and just rub it off, right? Look at that. There's so much fun to do and so easy. The job and purpose of the pasta is to hold the sauce. And I think this is quite a robust pasta shape, you know, perfect for sausage and chili and stuff like that. I kind of quite like the fact that they're all a bit uneven. That's homemade.
You've done well. It's blessed. It looked like a little hedgehog.
Little hedgehog.
Yeah.
How do you say that in Italian?
Porco spino.
Porco spino. So we got a new pasta, porco spino.
Look at that, it's so nice. Can you imagine all the sauce we're catching it?
Okay, the water's boiling, so let's cook it, Gennaro.
Come on, let's do it.
In we go. They'll take about 4 minutes to cook.
Next up, I want some grated hard cheese to add a luxurious oozy finish and a little tang.
Of course, try different things. Parmesan, pecorino. We're using caciocavallo because that is classic to this area. Just grate a nice handful of that. Look at this. They look amazing. So in we go with the pasta. And then we're going to put some of this beautiful, gorgeous sausage sauce on. And then some of this beautiful cheese on top. You can see how that wonderful local cheese is getting stringy. I'm almost dressing this pasta like a salad, right? And if it feels a little bit too heavy, take a little bit of that cooking water and just loosen it. Make it light. I just want to finish it with some of these fantastic, crispy bits of chili.
My cracking homemade pasta with soft, sweet peppers and succulent, spicy sausage. Delicious.
Oh my God, can almost cry.
Wowzers. Beautiful, spiced chili and tomato sauce with porco spino pasta. If you've never made pasta before, that's one to have a go at and have some fun. Enjoy yourself. And if you end up with a plate of food like that, you'll be so, so pleased. We just take your time. We have every time you get tired, we'll have a conversation.
Okay, I'm tired.
What do you want to talk about?
Anything. Let's move it again.
We're continuing our journey in the remote Lucania National Park. I've dragged my dear mate Gennaro up yet another of Basilicata's spectacular mountains in search of the region's most incredible home-cooked recipes.
Should we just look at the view for a second?
Yeah, let's have a rest. Beautiful.
We're actually above the clouds. That's amazing.
This is shepherd's country, and we're about to meet a traditional shepherding family who've promised to show us a lamb dish they've been cooking around here for centuries.
He's supposed to have the best lamb in Basilicata. I don't know about you, but look.
Oh, look, yeah.
Everything is so lush and gorgeous, and this time of year, when all the wildflowers out, that's going to affect the flavour of the lamb massively.
I can't wait to see how the shepherds cook the lamb and what I can learn from their ancient recipe.
How far are we gonna go?
Just to the top.
But do you see where the top is?
You'll be all right.
Ciao!
Hey!
Ciao!
Amira!
Jamie, piacere.
Hello, come stai?
Domenico and his 80-year-old mum, Nonna Rosina, are fifth-generation shepherds that still cook the traditional way.
Da quanti anni lei sta qui in montagna?
Da molto sto in montagna. Sempre per tre.
Prima qua i pastori erano uno dietro all'altro, oggi siamo rimasti in pochi proprio.
Così la cucina?
Questo cuciniamo il piatto tipico, la pastorale.
Sì, pastorale.
Questo è un piatto molto antico. Sì, i nostri antenati così ce l'hanno lasciata.
Under Nonna's watchful eye, Domenico gets started on chopping up the lamb.
A me taglia e pane cucinato in qua.
Look at that pot, Janar.
Oh, God.
Wow.
I won't take it anyway.
Mate, they've cooked some meals in that. Beautiful. So we're going to put the lamb in there.
Pastori, quando facevano la transumanza, era un piatto più facile da poter fare strada facendo, anche a causa di lupi che distruggono i greggi. Non li puoi rimanere neanche un secondo che subito se li prendono.
No, it's hard, isn't it, Gennaro? I mean, it's not like farming sheep in the UK. You can't leave them unattended. You got wolves running about.
This is why most of the year they live with the sheep, and they stay up to the mountains, and they eat whatever they can get hold of it. Nella maniera che la cuciniamo è solo la spalla d'agnello.
Tutto il resto.
So basically, the whole lamb is going in the pot.
The resourceful shepherds always made sure nothing from the animal goes to waste.
So you've got the ribs in there.
Using every bit of the lamb.
You're going to get so much flavour from these bones, so it's going to need some cooking.
Yeah.
So I think we might see a sunset. Simple stew.
For flavour, it's in with some celery, a few onions and some beautiful foraged herbs.
Thema,
Sì.
Silvatica,
Sì.
just wild thyme. It's everywhere around here.
Whilst the pastorale blips away for an hour, Domenico and Rosina knock up another regional classic, a potato hot pot.
Adesso stiamo condendo le patate arraganate. Un filo di olio, origano, aglio, un pomodorino.
Fantastic.
E l'agnello.
Okay.
Lamb's the star of the show again, but for this dish, they've saved the most tender cuts.
What I really love about this is it's like an upside-down Lancashire hot pot, but Italian style, Basilicata style. Oh, nice big old pinch of oregano. Yeah, she won't muck about with that. Gosh. Yeah, I'll do it for you.
Ma
I'll do it for you.
fa lui. Lui è bravo, lui è bravo.
Yeah, I'm here for
Io
you.
non ci fa niente.
Yeah, don't you worry.
Quanto tempo questo ci vuole?
Questo ci vuole 20 minuti se ne va.
20 minutes, he reckons.
Yeah.
I mean, this is incredible cooking. Oh, he's creating an oven. So this is the old way to cook. You can make an oven out of a pan simply by putting a lid on and putting coals on the top. So it's almost like a semi-pressure cooker. Intense heat.
As this quick hot pot cooks, it's back to the first dish, the slow-cooked pastorale, to finish it off with some plum tomatoes and peeled potatoes.
So it's now become a meal, right? Broth, meat, potatoes. Sun's out. Look at that.
Woo! Guarda il sole. Hey!
Come on.
Guarda che tramonto, guarda.
Cooking with the shepherds feels like I've stepped back in time.
It smells incredible. Jannar.
Oh my God.
As night draws in, the big moment finally arrives.
Rosa, 2 pezzi o un pezzo di carne?
2.
2. I like the way she said the 2.
First, it's the pastorale, the simple, slow-cooked stew of lamb on the bone with foraged herbs.
Tasty.
Buon appetito. Grazie mille.
Oh, Jimmy. Tasty.
Really tender. It's delicious. It's like a broth. Got so much flavour. It's absolutely exquisite.
Oh.
The meat is sweet. It's delicious. The bones have given the most amazing depth of flavour. So good. Gennaro, give me your plate, mate.
Yeah.
Now for the second dish.
So this is called ariganata.
The speedy, tender lamb hot pot, loaded with dried oregano, tomatoes and potatoes.
It's that intensity of the simple cooking, you know. When you've got few ingredients, you can really focus on it. And let's have a look at the meat first.
Oh my God.
And the meat is tender. It's really tender. It's a great dish.
I giovani di oggi questa cucina non la fanno più. Cioè, loro, i giovani di oggi credo che sanno solo le discoteche. Le nostre tradizioni dobbiamo mantenere.
You got to remember, his generation growing up as a kid, very, very different to now. Very different world. But he also wants to keep it alive. He does want to keep it alive. And I think, you know, in a way, that's what me and Gennaro are doing on this journey. You know, speaking to the grafters, you know, and the nonnas, and sort of seeing what are these things, these precious recipes, you know, these traditions.
Agnello buonissimo. Ottimo. Grazie mille.
Grazie.
It's been a real privilege to see how the shepherds of this remarkable region cook their lamb, something few chefs would ever get to see, and I'm feeling inspired.
These mountains are so beautiful. I think, you know, just to pull over, have a little cook up.
Next day, me and Gennaro couldn't wait to get back out into the mountains to cook up our very own special feast.
Look at that.
Who doesn't love a beautiful roast leg of lamb? We're going to do it inspired by our time yesterday. We've got 2 legs of lamb here, and we're going to do a fantastic stuffing. It's going to be amazing. I want to give the great British favourite, the roast leg of lamb, a proper Italian twist. I'm going to add layers and layers of flavour with a delicious herb stuffing that will take your Sunday roast to a whole new level. Before we do that, I'm going to do a fantastic potato dish with burnt onions. Bear with me, bear with me. I'm going to throw the onions in the ashes here, right? And we're going to leave the skin on, and we're going to burn the skin, and the skin will protect the onions. You could absolutely do this in a barbecue, but also you can do this in a traditional oven. Just get it at 200 degrees Celsius. That's 400 degrees Fahrenheit. And even though it's burnt on the outside, inside it will caramelise, it will be sweet, it will be delicious. Now time to crack on with the Italian-inspired stuffing for the lamb. We've got a tablespoon of capers, about 5 or 6 little fillets of anchovy, maybe 5 cloves of garlic. It'll just disintegrate, it'll be a seasoning. You will not taste the anchovy, it'll just be an amazing depth of flavour. Then we're going to go on to the herbs. And I want to go back to that classic flavour that we love in Britain, which is mint. Mint and lamb, best friends. I've also got a bunch of parsley as well. I loved how the shepherds flavoured their lamb with punchy herbs. So I'm packing my stuffing full of them for maximum fragrance. And then we've got some more of this lovely thyme. I'll add 1 dried chilli, as much or as little as you like. Get rid of the seeds. And then, to sort of bulk it and bind it all together, I've got some bread. So what I want to do, you know, is soak it a little bit. So I'm going to get some white wine and just pour that into the bread. And if you've got stale bread, even better. And it just rehydrates the bread. Using stale bread like this is a great trick for stretching the ingredients further. Of course, you could do this in a food processor, and it's even easier, and it still tastes fantastic. But there is something lovely about cutting it crudely, isn't it?
It is incredible. Yeah, well, you almost ripped away all the lovely flavour in it. Do you know, Jamie, I'm going to put a little zest of lemon as well.
Yeah, go on, Gennaro. Let me just show you how to really crudely butcher and butterfly open this leg of lamb. Now, your butcher will do this for you in seconds. You won't have a problem at all. What I want to do is leave this part of the bone in. Very, very simple. I'm going to go to this ball joint here and just very carefully and gently follow that bone down until it gets to that joint there. And then you can see that bone that's exposed, and very simply run the tip of your knife around the bone. As it opens out, you just go around the bone. You can use the back of the knife to pull it away, and you'll literally take it down, just keep tacking away, and you'll come up to that ball joint, and you can see it just there. Hang it over the side and just crack it, and it will just come out. Can you see that? Very, very simple. Look at that. It's beautiful to cook it with the bone in, but when you take it out, it makes it easier to carve, and it means you can flavour it and put a little bit of something special going on there. So, Gennaro, are you ready, my darling?
Yeah, it is.
I've got a nice big wadge of this.
pack it into the lamb, like this.
So good. I can smell all the herbs inside here.
Chilies, anchovy, lemon zest, garlic, parsley, mint, wine. Of course, that's going to flavour it from the inside out. It's going to be amazing. Wow. Then, of course, we need to fold up and close the book, like that.
To hold the stuffing inside, tie up the lamb with a bit of string.
Go to sort of the fattest part and then get someone to hold it for you like that. Do a regular knot, but do a double knot. That stops it slipping. So go down like this, nice and tight, and then down. And we do the same again. I think it's really good to do this if you can. It feels like a bit of an adventure to do it, and it's the easiest butchery to do. So look at that, beautiful leg, stuffed with love and care.
I'm roasting my lamb over a fire, but at home you can pop it in the oven at 200 degrees Celsius or 400 Fahrenheit for about an hour.
In an oven, it's easy. And over fire, it's much more exciting. You've got to take care of it. You want to try and get the heat up the side and around it. You don't want it to just be heat from the bottom. So, you know, really having things like the rocks around here radiates the heat.
The smoke also gives it that extra flavour which is there.
It's going to be incredible.
More than incredible. I go magical.
And the only thing that could make this even better are some gorgeous roast potatoes.
So I've got nice little local potatoes here. I'm just going to peel them. Should we just do nonna style?
Nonna style, go ahead.
Let's go little clanks.
Yeah.
Around about a centimetre thick, but odds and evens.
Now for a delicious rustic twist.
The burnt onions, why would we do that? Okay, first of all, you're not going to eat the burnt onions. But that skin, that protective layer on the outside of the onions is your best friend. Check this out. When you pull these onions out, on the inside, they're going to be soft and sweet and incredible. Heaven.
Add these little beauties to your spuds. Then ramp up the flavour with rosemary, thyme, garlic and a sprinkle of salt.
Season it with a little salt and then just gently fry it. Just get it going. You fry that for about 40 minutes, slowly until cooked and golden and delicious, or you can even pop it in the oven if you wanted to. The wind's coming in, Gennaro.
My God, you can see.
Oh,
bless.
Weather, do not turn on me now. The lamb's cooking. Gennaro's going to show you a nice little trick with a stick and a bunch of random woody herbs. Things like bay, rosemary, thyme. We're going to make a little old witch's brush to baste and take care of that meat. It's going to be amazing.
You can keep your meat moist by basting with the roasting juices. But Gennaro's knocking up a fragrant marinade that, with this herb brush, will add extra flavour as well.
I put oil, lemon, a little bit of wine with a bit of salt.
Go on, have a baste.
Yeah.
Look at that, Gennaro. This is gorgeous. And it just kisses the meat with more and more flavour. And even in a regular oven at home, basting is still very normal. Just a spoon over the top. It does make a difference. Mega flavour.
After about an hour, the lamb is ready to serve. Just let it rest for 20 minutes before you carve it.
Oh, it's still blushing.
Oh.
The smell of all those herbs in the stuffing is incredible.
What I love is it's kind of like really dark on the outside, but blushing and juicy on the inside. Look.
Serve with those golden, crisp and fluffy potatoes with caramelised onions.
Look, we've got the potatoes here. And those onions have gone like marmalade.
Oh, yes.
Come on, Gennaro.
Oh, my God.
The stuffing is sublime. Those onions are ridiculous. You've got that smoky flavour. So good.
This is ridiculous. If there is something better in the world, I don't want to know.
My Italian take on the classic roast leg of lamb with a knockout herb stuffing, crispy potatoes and those sweet marmalade onions. What a treat.
What do you reckon, Gennaro? Basilicata.
Yeah,
Fantastic undiscovered region, right?
the secret jewels of Italy.
I think so. It's such a beautiful, beautiful place.
What a lovely people we find. Those lovely nonna.
Salute, Basilicata.
Next time,
How excited are you to be in Sicily?
What a dream! It's so beautiful.
I find out what makes the food there so different.
Come on, this is Sicilian afternoon tea.
Get a taste of their passion
No.
and cook pasta with a Sicilian twist.
That is a game changer.
There's nowhere quite like Italy.
Look how busy it is. I love it.
The landscapes, the people, the history,
It's unbelievable.
and of course, the most amazing food.
Oh. I'm just having a moment.
I love it, and I always have done.
This is like my idea of heaven.
Great food here isn't about Michelin-starred chefs, it's about home-cooked recipes. So in this series, I'm going right to the heart of Italian cooking.
Oh, so good.
To the mamas and the nonnas of Italy.
These are some of the best home-cooked recipes in the world.
They've perfected recipes handed down over generations.
I'm just doing what I'm told. I love it.
I'm travelling far and wide to see what secrets I can learn from these true masters of the kitchen.
Forza, forza! Belli, bravi!
That is a game changer.
And I'll be showing you how to cook up delicious Italian dishes
With flavour like this, you're going to go nuts.
that use the nonna's way to transform the simple into the sublime.
I'm going to have to stop myself eating. It's so good.
This time, I'm in Sicily, an island in the south of Italy that's passionately proud about its unique food heritage. I drop in on an elegant villa to unearth the secret of Sicily's outrageous desserts.
Fantastico.
Before I cook up my naughty, nutty chocolate Sicilian cannoli,
It's literally all kicking off.
I smash out a colourful courgette and creamy ricotta salad.
It works so well.
Get caught up in the crazy world of Sicilian fish markets and create a prawn and tuna pasta that's bursting out with Sicilian swagger.
That is a game changer. How excited are you to be in Sicily?
Sicily, what a dream!
Me and my mate and mentor, Gennaro Cataldo, are on the southern Italian island of Sicily, known for its extraordinary cuisine, unique to the area.
The best thing about Sicily is the food is nothing like the food on the mainland.
It's so beautiful.
Sicily's position as a trading point on the spice route led to centuries of exotic foreign food and ingredients coming to the island. They were quite literally awash with sugar and spice and all things nice.
It's so unique, it's so different, and they're crazy for sweet things, aren't they?
The dessert in Sicily is unbelievable.
And I can't wait to see it, taste it.
To see how its history influenced everything, from punchy pastas to decadent puddings, we're exploring the east coast of the island. Sicilians have a reputation throughout the whole of Italy as dons of desserts. To get myself a sweet taste explosion, we're heading over its famous volcano, Mount Etna. Europe's largest active volcano, this place has popped its cork more than 200 times.
Look, Etna, it looks so amazing, and there's smoke coming out the top.
Gennaro's pulled a blinder, To unlock the secrets of the island's delicious puds, he's taking me to meet the Mary Berry of Sicily, Nonna Maria.
Maria! Che piacere!
Benvenuto, benvenuto.
Grazie.
No, grazie, grazie. Grazie mille.
Abbiamo saputo che lei è proprio specialista, una grandissima cuoca.
Nonna Maria is Sicily's queen of baking. Her cookbooks have written the rules on the island's decadent desserts. She's gonna teach me her all-time favourite. What an honour.
Maria, cosa cuciniamo?
Allora, che si chiama roulé di ricotta.
La carotolo.
Lo sai cos'era il roulé? Quello che le vecchie signore si mettevano qui, poi rialzavano i capelli.
Like rollers?
Yeah, rollers.
Sì.
So this sponge is named after women's
Adesso non si
rollers.
usa più.
Ricetta antica?
Sì, avuta tramandata dalla mia nonna.
She got it from her nonna. That's amazing. And now you give it to us. What a letdown.
This Sicilian roll is a joyful combo of light and airy sponge and deliciously sweet ricotta.
Jane, sei pronto?
First, Maria's setting me to work, separating the yolks and the whites for the sponge.
Un bravo cuoco.
Flour goes in with the egg yolks, but Nonna wants this light and fluffy, so there's no butter. To add even more air, she's whisking up her egg whites with sugar.
Piano piano,
See?
in senso orario.
Was trying to really keep in as much air as possible, so the eggs will give you that lift. How long have you been cooking this dish?
Ne ho 85. Ho incominciato a entrare in cucina, credo a 6-7 anni. Guardavo fare, volevo fare anch'io.
Really? Bless.
Quindi a me quello che mi piace è quando tutti a tavola sono contenti. Questo per me è molto importante.
Molto importante. Finito?
That's all right. Allora, ora per 5-7 minuti lo mettiamo in forno, però non lo dobbiamo dimenticare.
Gennaro's thrown it in the oven, bashed all the air out of it.
Gennaro è caldo.
Now we've got the ricotta.
Invented here thousands of years ago, for Sicilians, ricotta is more than just a cheese. They mix it with everything.
Ricotta's quite neutral. It can be sweet or savoury. So the minute you put a little parmesan or salt, savoury, and the minute you kind of go honey or sugar, it's sweet.
Yes. The flavours Maria's sweetening her ricotta with are my own Sicilian history lesson. It turns out sugar and cinnamon were brought by the Arabs, pistachios by the Greeks, and chocolate by the Spanish.
Puoi metterne quante vuoi.
Yeah. It's lovely. Put whatever you like in as much as you like.
5 minutes in the oven, and that brilliant light and simple sponge is ready to roll, literally.
Adesso io lo copro, lo arrotolo un pochino e lo lascio un momentino così.
And this is a very important stage. So when the sponge comes out, it's flexible. If you try and roll it when it's cool already, it will just crack to pieces.
Senza uscire dai bordi.
Okay, there's pressure now.
Lo fanno anche i bambini questo, lo fanno anche i bimbi.
Sicilians use ricotta in their puds like we use cream. But they win because it's less than a third of the calories.
To roll it and fill it while it's still warm is quite unusual. But of course, look at the finish you get. It's perfectly formed. Actually, I'm sort of going to change my technique now. I've been watching Nonna.
Another Sicilian tip is to add crushed pistachios for crunch and colour. They're grown in the shadow of Mount Etna.
Gennaro, look at that. I mean, it is very simple but very delicious, and it looks Sicilian, doesn't it?
And she's got another surprise for us.
Oh, come on, Eileen. Wowzers.
It's a blancmange. But even this seemingly traditional pud has a special Sicilian twist.
Allora, io ho preparato un latte di mandorle, cioè non è il latte.
Wow!
Bianco mangiare, te lo fanno con il latte. Questo è di mandorle, solo mandorle. Acqua, zucchero, cannella e una buccia di limone, che poi io tolgo.
Wow.
When Maria's husband was governor of Sicily, she used to make these dishes for the great and the good. But sadly, he passed away 20 years ago.
Amori come questi non ne nascono più, perché noi eravamo complici, ci capivamo con gli occhi. Però io ti dico, se hai voglia di dire a tua moglie ti voglio bene, come sei brava, come hai fatto bene questa minestrina, diglielo, diglielo.
Maria mi fa piangere pure a me adesso. Oh Maria, Maria.
Look at this.
Wow.
Nonna Maria. Gennaro, come on, this is Sicilian afternoon tea with a difference.
Nonna Maria has laid on a spread of traditional Sicilian sweet treats.
Because it's so hot here, instead of having afternoon tea or coffee, you have a cold version, which is a granita.
Granita is a simple Sicilian-style sorbet made with crushed ice and sugar.
This one is done with almond milk and coffee, and it's really clever and beautiful.
Maria's also serving us chocolate-filled buns. Delish.
Oh my gosh.
Not forgetting, of course, the really traditional Sicilian blancmange pudding and our ricotta roll.
I want to go with the almond milk blancmange. Molto. Really silky.
Sicilian desserts are subtle and sophisticated, but ridiculously tasty.
How good is this, Gennaro?
I love it. I just love it.
The cinnamon is so good. But with the crunch of chocolate and the nuts again, that sweetened ricotta is a thing of genius. It really, really is. Fantastico. Grazie mille.
Grazie dei consigli, di cuore.
Nonna Maria's puds are pure perfection. I love the heady mix of sugar and spice, but all that outrageous ricotta has got me really excited.
30 seconds to tell me all the things you can do with ricotta. Ready, steady, go.
You can do cannelloni, you can do a lasagna, you can do filled pasta ravioli, you can do crostata,
Little
you can
fritters,
do little oh yeah,
little
you love it.
pancakes.
Little pancakes. No, also crespelle with the ricotta. Oh,
Cheesecakes.
good. Cheesecake, fantastic.
Frittatas.
Frittata.
Little, like, pizzetta topping.
Yeah, put them on top of the pizza.
You can
as
stuff
well.
mushrooms in it.
It is indeed.
Little face pack.
Now I'm feeling fired up to create a deliciously decadent Sicilian treat that makes ricotta the star of the show.
So inspired from Nonna Maria yesterday, I want to do a beautiful dessert, something a bit different, something to shake up your dinner party.
Beautiful, delicious Sicilian cannoli are a wicked combo of spice, ricotta, crispy sweet pasta and velvety chocolate. Buonissima.
Little tubes of crunchy pasta. So we're going to go in with 1 egg. Then I'm going to go in with about roughly the same amount of sweet wine, extra virgin olive oil. It's going to make the pasta nice and rich. And I'll start adding some flour, okay? You could use plain flour, or in the supermarkets you will see pasta flour. How good is this? Look at that. What a view! And what we want is a nice, sort of smooth, but non-sticky, pliable dough, right? The story of Italy is taking pasta and shaping it a million different ways. And this is a continuation of that. It's going from savoury to sweet. Silky dough, look at that. Beautiful. So just wrap it up in some cling film or a cloth, let it relax.
It'll need an hour, so crack on with the super luxurious ricotta filling.
Get a whisk, just break it up.
Inspired by Nonna Maria's sweet and spiced ricotta filling, hit it up with honey.
And then I've got vanilla, one of my favourite ingredients. And of course, you know, part of the sort of Sicilian food identity is the waves of kind of, you know, invasion, but also spice trade. So all kinds of spices are here in Sicily, living and active in so many different foods. And vanilla is also one of those. So I'm just going to put my knife into the bean and go all the way down the length, and then just put the knife in the middle and scrape out those little black seeds.
After the fragrant vanilla, go in with a splash of fresh and fiery Italian spirit.
I'm going to take a little grappa, right? Just a tiny bit. This is optional, but I think that grappa is a really nice little link between the beautiful fresh ricotta and chocolate.
It's another little touch from Nonna Maria.
2 or 3 little teaspoons of good quality cocoa, which is kind of chocolatey but bitter. The honey will sweeten it. And then we just give it a nice good beating until silky smooth and shiny. And can you see how beautiful and silky that you can get that? Have a little taste. Chocolate, honey, and that grappa, it's not there to be boozy. It was a thimble, right? But there's something about grappa that just works so well with chocolate. It's unbelievable. Now, that is the filling done. It's so simple, so simple. I've made the pasta, mate.
Fantastico.
Nice.
Shape the dough into a sausage and cut it into half-centimetre slices.
What we're gonna do is we're just gonna roll these out into little discs. Nice and thin, like that. And then what we can do is wrap them around these moulds, and these are little cannoli moulds.
Cannoli, bravo.
Just put a little egg just on the end. In the old days, you didn't use stainless steel, did you?
No, we used to use cane.
So we got our little production line going, little labour of love.
Deep fry those little beauties at 180 degrees Celsius, 350 Fahrenheit. Within a minute, they'll be puffed up, all golden, delicious, crispy and crunchy. Cool, and they'll be ready to be filled.
Let's have a look.
Yeah. As soon as it's golden, out it goes. And there we have 2 beautiful little cannolis, and they can cool down. It's time to fill these cannoli.
Use a piping bag and a nozzle to gently squeeze the chocolatey ricotta into the crunchy cannoli.
Take a perfect little cannoli. Squeeze, see?
Oh.
And then as soon as it comes out the end, beautiful. Just have fun with it.
Decorate these with some epic extras, starting with rich melted chocolate.
Oh, hazelnuts chocolate. It's going to be really, really good. Then if you want to finish with just some fruit, some lovely little wild strawberries, some raspberries, some cherries. So what do you reckon, Gennaro? Do you reckon Nonna Maria will be proud of that?
Very proud
I mean,
she
it
will
is elegant.
My crazy sweet cannoli with spiced ricotta, rich melted chocolate and jewels of fruit. Truly Sicilian and a total treat.
I want one. Can I take this one?
The silky smooth with the crunch of the pasta and then the nuts is amazing. And then that bitter chocolate with the little bits of fruit. It's just like light and shade and up and down and soft and hard. It's literally all kicking off.
I just love it. Yeah.
The Sicilians love their cafe culture, and they've got a well-earned rep for knocking out some of Italy's finest sweet treats. Earlier, Nonna Maria showed me how the Sicilians put their ricotta cheese to work in tea-time cakes. But these crafty cooks know how to use the island's ricotta as a champion of savoury dishes too. So I want to turn ricotta into a punchy starter with a classic garden ingredient.
So look at this. Etna, sun setting, come on. But there's a little salad that I want you to know about that's so delicious. And it's bigging up courgettes. And in Italy, courgettes, or zucchini as they call them, are so kind of revered and respected. They cook them in so many different ways.
This corking raw salad marries courgettes with ricotta, and lemon, olives and mint are all invited to the party. It's fresh and zingy and bursting with flavour.
So, first of all, dressing. What we want to do is get some lovely extra virgin olive oil, some beautiful lemon. I'm going to squeeze the lemon juice into the bowl here, right? And I'm going to squeeze it through my hands, catch any pips. And then I'm going to do equal quantities of lemon juice and extra virgin olive oil. So I'll hit that with salt and a little pepper, and that will be the beginning of the story. I'm then going to get my little zucchini and I want to finely slice it, okay? And you can do any sort of slicing you like. You know, at an angle, little rounds. You could use a mandolin if you want to. You could use a speed peeler. But whatever you do, make it fine. And just put that straight in to the dressing, like that. Look at that, beautiful. But if you can find also these little flowers, have a look at this, guys. Cut it in half, and look how beautiful that is. Look at the colours. So in it goes. So beautiful. This will be a salad that is beyond elegant. I want now something to contrast it, something pungent, right? And I want like a little tapenade, a little homemade tapenade for that. So I'm gonna take some mint, a nice little wodge like this, okay? And I'll pound it up.
Smashing up your herbs is a great way to release their natural flavour.
It smells so fresh. And mint and courgettes or zucchini, they're best friends. Absolutely best friends. And then in with some lovely olives. I'm going black olives. Of course, you can do whatever you like. Get rid of the stone. When you buy them with the stones in, they're so perfumed and delicious. And again, we're using the pestle and mortar, the oldest kitchen gadget in the world. Pound it up, and as soon as it's gone to like a rough and ready paste, then we can go in with just a little bit of olive oil and just muddle it. Muddle it, muddle it, muddle it. Gorgeous. Okay. So we now have crunch, lemon juice, then we've got mint and that pungent sort of olive paste, delicious.
Drum roll as the ricotta enters the recipe.
All I want to do this time is convince it that it's savoury with just a little salt and maybe just a little parmesan, okay? And then all I'm going to do then is get a fork and whip it up. And then you can put it on toast, you can put it on bruschetta. But it's such a joy. So just give it a good little beating. I want it to be quite clean and fresh. Oh, it's so good. Let's plate it up. Let's kind of create a little kind of pool in the middle. And then, look, our little salad. Dress it up. And as the sun sets, we're going to knock out this beautiful, really supremely elegant salad.
I love how the Italians have so many ways to celebrate their local ingredients. In Sicily, it's definitely ricotta. A hero in everything, from salads to pastas to puds.
Look at that. Fresh, crunchy, lemon, curds of cream, right? And then we go with the opposite. Nothing subtle about this black olive tapenade. It's boisterous and it's bolshy and you need hardly any. Does it make a difference? Absolutely. Wonderful. Just a little shaved parmesan and you've got a wonderful, wonderful salad. Look at that. And that, my friends, is a thing of joy.
All those legendary ingredients, lemon, olive and parmesan, add an Italian slap and tickle to the raw courgettes and fresh ricotta to make this a proper pleasure.
Oh. The ricotta is so fresh and curdy and sort of alive. And with the crunch of the zucchini, it's amazing. And then every now and again, you kind of get a little slap of black olive tapenade with that mint. It works so, so well. Give it a go.
So far, our Sicilian cooking caper's been off the charts. Totally irresistible puds and a world of ricotta that's as inspiring as the island.
Gennaro, look at this. Come on, man.
It's so beautiful.
It's amazing.
The joy of Sicily is its spectacular coastline, and it's no surprise fish and seafood top the menu here. Me and Gennaro are on the lookout for a fantastic fish market we've been tipped off about. It's in Sicily's second largest city, Catania, where fishermen jostle with sunbathers for prime beach space.
So, Gennaro, we are going to go now to the most incredible fish market. It's going to blow your mind.
Catania, I've never been in Catania Fish Market, but heard about it. They said, it's crazy, it's unbelievable.
This chaotic, centuries-old market brings out the passion in Sicilians. It sells all kinds of fish, from succulent prawns to magnificent local tuna.
Gennaro, look.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Look at the tuna down there.
Oh, mamma mia. It's amazing. I never see anything like. Where do you see all this? Never.
Rosanna!
Jamie Gennaro!
We're here to find out about cooking fish Sicilian style. From Nonna Rosanna.
Rosanna, come sta?
The grand dame of the fish market. Nonna Rosanna's been buying and cooking fish here for over 50 years.
Ma Rosanna, mi hanno detto che tu sei l'unica persona che ci puoi portare in giro a vedere tutti i pesci nel mercato e sapere la qualità.
Andiamo.
Sì, andiamo. Ce lo devi spiegare però.
I only want to buy sustainable fish here, and thankfully, Rosanna knows the sellers to head for.
Numero 1 della pescheria.
La numero uno! La quota numero uno!
This guy specialises in shellfish. He's the clam man of Catania.
Jamie, lo vuoi aprire una con le mani? Qua, questa. Ok, la prendi così e ci metti subito il dito.
Yeah. Ah!
La nonna è brava, fai brava!
And then you just eat it raw
Questo.
with a little lemon juice.
So good.
Wow. It just tastes of the sea. So sweet.
Sardine belle, fresche, buone! Sardine fresche!
Le sarde siamo il pesce preferito di più qua a Catania come beccafico.
Stuffed sardines, beccafico, is a treasured Sicilian dish, but everyone's got their own recipe.
E poi si fanno questi ripieni, si mettono così.
Cosa ci mette nel mezzo?
Beccafico e il pane a bagno, pinoli, uva passa, olive bianche. No.
Perché aceto no?
No.
Cosa hai detto a te? Ci sta?
Perché se è fresca scoppia il sapore del pesce.
No, scoppia,
Non è vero. Mia madre non metteva aceto.
I put my money on her.
Mia madre non metteva aceto.
It's turned into an argument. The world's come to an end.
Dice a modo mio, ma i piatti me li faccio io. Ora se tu vuoi io ti insegno un piatto come lo faccio io.
I love Rosanna's passion, and I'm well up for her cooking me beccafico. After all, if folks get that worked up about it, it's gotta be special. Deep-fried stuffed sardines. All the locals love this dish. Its secret? Really fresh sardine fillets, wrapped around a stuffing that's 100% Sicilian.
So we got the bread here that's stale. She just rehydrated it in water, and now we squeeze the
Sale
water out.
bene.
Okay.
Allora, uva passa,
This use of dried fruit in the cooking is very typical here in Sicily.
olive verdi snocciolati e tagliati.
We got our first guest that's come to check us out.
Guarda.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Nice one, mate.
Io cuoco, buon cuoco io.
So she wants to finely chop the olives.
Sì, certo.
Qualche
I
altra
pinoli.
Pinoli. Pine nuts.
Metti. Un altro po'. Stop, assai.
See?
Amalgamare.
The Sicilian tradition of combining pine nuts and raisins is an Arabic influence that dates back to the spice trade.
Un uovo.
See? Nice.
Rosanna's also adding a tangy pecorino.
So we're going to cut the cheese by hand, which is a little bit more chunky.
Piccolo.
See?
Sicily is one of 7 Italian regions officially allowed to make pecorino.
Ok.
With the cheese mixed in, the stuffing's done.
Okay.
Prende la sarda, questa adesso. Ok.
Okay.
No,
so,
prima qui.
Sì, scusa.
Lì.
Mi dispiace.
Sandwich the stuffing between 2 sardine fillets. The egg and flour create a coating that will hold the beccafico together when it's fried.
ok? Metti qua.
È una ricetta catanese.
Di mia madre, sì. Catanese. Catania ha 5-6 quartieri. Ogni quartiere ha il modo suo.
Buono.
La cucina più semplice e più sapore ha.
Come lo sta facendo, Rosanna? Sta
Bene, bene, bene,
È
bene.
bravo, no?
L'alunno sopra il maestro.
To turn these fellas into a taste sensation, they get flash fried in olive oil.
Go on then, Gennaro.
After a few minutes, they'll be cooked to perfection. The skin's well fried, but the centre's still succulently soft.
So look how lovely that is. Golden, super crisp.
Aspetta un minuto, vediamo.
Per me?
Ecco.
Rosanna, un po' di limone?
Oh, no.
No!
Perché no?
Perché c'è il formaggio dentro.
No, il limone mi piace, non me lo sai.
Ma c'è il formaggio
Gennaro
dentro,
just
non si
asked if he could have a
mette
bit of lemon with it, and she's just given
No,
another
no,
ear bashing.
parmigiana.
You're like the men in the market.
It's just...
No lemone, no aceto,
Yeah.
naturale. So let me have a little look at this. I mean, it's all about looking inside, and look at that. Look how crispy that goes. And you've got the stuffing in there, you've got the dried fruit in there. Oh.
Buona.
Mm-hmm. You got the raisins on the inside. Mmm. Pine nuts. Mmm. Buono.
Buona.
It's so tasty. I mean, also, you know, the bread is a fantastic carrier. It sucks up all the lovely oils from the fish. She says she loves it cold. I like it hot. He likes it with lemon. The guys down there like it with vinegar, but I love her passion for the recipe as a recipe. You want to taste it naturally.
Alla Rosanna.
Fresh, oily sardines, sweet raisins, creamy pine nuts, and the bitter bite of green olives. What a knockout combo of flavours. Beccafico sardines are a staple of the Sicilian table. A big thumbs up on the island where everyone takes fish eating so seriously. Blessed with wonderful fishing, locals have always enjoyed more seafood than meat in their diet. And there's one thing you'll find on all menus: tuna.
This is the fish of the waters here. The bluefin and the big eye's been overfished, but this is yellowfin, which is more sustainable. But you know, the tuna here is part of the culture. They eat it cooked, they eat it raw. Nothing goes to waste.
Si fa arrosto, ma la sua morte...
Grazie mille, molto gentile. That is so clean, so fresh.
Have you tasted? It's the sea.
Allora, il tonno per noi è un piatto preferito per la nostra cucina siciliana. E normalmente lo mangiamo fatto fritto, sarebbe con cipolla.
Nonna Rosanna's offered to make us this classic: tuna and onions, agrodolce style, which means sweet and sour. It's another creation of the Sicilian kitchen that they're super proud of.
Prima tagliamo la cipolla. Iniziamo? Via, sull'altro.
Come on, Gennaro. Okay.
Jamie, poi la prendi e la metti qua.
Okay, interesting. Okay, I've never seen this before.
Okay.
She washes them in water.
Per li mettere
Ora
nell'acqua.
la devi strizzare e mettere qua.
Onions washed, drained, and into the pan, no oil. So I thought there might be caramelization happening, but actually they've washed it and that excess water is steaming it. So it's going to go super soft. It's quite exciting because I've got no idea what's going to happen. I've never seen this before.
After 20 years in the kitchen, I thought I knew my onions, but Nonna Rosanna's trick is a brilliant way to supercharge softness and sweetness.
So look, we've had about 10 minutes of cooking with the water. Now she's going in with a good, 8 tablespoons of olive oil. That's going to start bringing out the sweetness in the onion straight away. So, interesting. Tuna's going in, so she's frying the tuna on one side and continuing to kind of confit the onions on the other side. Quite interesting. Never seen cooking like this before. It's really nice.
Actually, it's such a nice dish.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really nice.
But notice that, she didn't add the tuna until the onions were ready. And now there's this kind of harmony of them cooking together.
5 or 6 minutes is all the tuna needs. Then whip it out to make room for the last flourish.
Jamie, finalmente l'aceto.
Red wine vinegar. So we've got natural sweetness from the onions and that long, gentle cooking. And now she's adding a whole load of vinegar, and all the sticky bits, they're going to be lifted off with that vinegar. The vinegar will cook away. That's the agrodolce, right? Sweet and sour. Sour from the vinegar, sweetness from the onions. And then you kind of get that balance of sweet and sour. And on the mouth, it's delicious. Here we go.
Rosanna's super sweet onions with tangy vinegar and fresh tuna is typically Sicilian. Simple local ingredients creating incredible taste.
Okay, Rosanna.
Test it.
Wow, it's really, really amazing. Those onions really do taste sweet and sour. The depth of flavour is phenomenal. Happy days.
Rosanna, sei un eroe.
Buona, buona, buona.
I came here to learn new tricks, and that's what Rosanna taught me. Her agrodolce recipe has blown me away.
I believe she just gave us a real gift. It was a masterclass in depth of flavour, honesty, humbleness.
She was tough. You see the way everybody said, well, all the rest of the people that was there, no, you have to do this, you have to do that. And she said, no, this is what my mother, showed me how to do, the way my mother taught me how to do, and this is the way to do it. In a sense, she's the keeper of that mother recipe.
And it was just utter devotion to few ingredients, cooked geniusly. That dish was purely and only about flavour.
The next morning, I'm itching to make a fish dish that packs a sweet and sour agrodolce punch. To celebrate the fresh local seafood, me and Gennaro are cooking right on its doorstep.
Mind where you're going, Gennaro?
I feel like if I'm 12 again.
12?
Yeah.
For me and Gennaro, this is literally like the best thing in the world. We're going to cook the most delicious prawn and tuna linguine, inspired by Nonna Rosanna. We both learnt a few things, didn't we?
Of course, indeed. Quite a lot, actually.
A new way of cooking onions to get that agrodolce, that sweet and sour. And it's going to be so, so good.
This tempting tuna and prawn pasta with its gutsy sweet and sour sauce kisses you on the lips with the true flavour of Sicily. You'll need shell-on prawns for this.
A lot of people, they throw away the shells of the head, and it's the head where all the flavour is. So I'm literally just going to pull the prawn head off just like that, and we're going to put that into a cold pan, then a good lug of olive oil. I'm going to take one little piece of cinnamon, and that, my friends, is the beginning of the most incredible story.
Yes, it is.
So in the pan, I'm going to add just 2 or 3 fillets of anchovy, again, for depth of flavour. And that will completely disintegrate. Look at that.
Now that's sweet and sour here, Nonna Rosanna style.
Gennaro is finely slicing the onion, and we're washing it in the water, just like Nonna Rosanna. And of course, that takes away the harshness of the onion and makes it more subtle. And we want to get that sweetness out. So what I want to do is make a little infusion, another taste of Sicily. And we're going to use saffron. And saffron, like this incredible sun, is the most amazing colour. The little stamens of crocus, one of the ultimate foods on the planet. And we're going to bring out all the flavour we can from that just by stealing some of this boiling water and just put in the saffron. Look at that. And just those few threads will give the most incredible fragrance and colour to the whole dish. Amazing.
That saffron infusion will give an exotic tickle to my sweet and sour agrodolce pasta.
To get the agrodolce, we're going to get the sweetness from Rosanna's style of cooking the onions, and then we'll get the sour with some lovely white wine vinegar.
Add it to the saffron infusion.
And remember, we're going to cook all of that away. It's going to be subtle, subtle, subtle.
Leave that to infuse and crack on with those onions. They'll take about 20 minutes, but it's worth it.
Go on, big boy. Come on. So we want to get that sweetness in the agrodolce, the sweet and sour, okay? By putting the plate on, you get that natural kind of ecosystem of frying, steaming, you know, dripping down, frying, steaming, dripping down. And of course, what that allows you to do is access as much of the natural sugars in the onion as possible.
While that steams, get to work on the prawns.
So, with the prawns, just get a little knife and run the knife down the back of the prawn and then stick the tip in, and you can just remove that little vein, right? And it makes it like a little butterfly. Beautiful. These little preparations are so simple, but they do make a difference. What I'm going to do now is just use a piece of this incredible tuna. Such an amazing fish. Yellowfin tuna. Really don't need much at all. Look at that. And I'm going to cut it up into little chunks. But you could actually use pretty much any fish for this dish, right, Gennaro?
Yeah.
You know what's really nice is, like, I'm looking here in front of me and I've got a little pot of salt. But actually, just behind Gennaro there, we've got the natural salt, which is simply seawater evaporated with the sun, leaving you salt. Look, natural salt. That is a perfect time for me to put the pasta in. We've already put the salt in there from the sea. I'm just going to get my hands around it, twist it. Pasta's cooking.
As the pasta does its thing, get ahead by prepping those final touches that will take this dish to the next level.
I'm going to finish this pasta dish with pistachio. It's very, very common to see pounded pistachio or almonds or pine nuts sort of folded at the last minute through pastas. I really like it. Muddle it up. Absolutely amazing. Look at the colour of that. Look. I'm just going to take a little bit of parsley and I'm going to roughly chop some parsley like that. And there's another little tip, a controversial one actually, and that is the idea of seafood and cheese. Oh, you never put seafood and cheese together. You never, you never. Well, guess what? I've seen nonnas all around Italy put a little bit. Now, we're not using it for cheese. We're using it for salt, for seasoning. Very subtle, very, very subtle. And of course, the rind is the saltiest bit. So I'm going to grate the rind of the Parmesan. So instead of using salt, we'll just use a little bit of the rind.
Remove the prawn heads and the cinnamon stick. They've done their work. And then unleash some Sicilian swagger.
So now's the stage, very importantly, that our lovely little saffron and vinegar water goes in. That's the agrodolce moment happening. Now the whole thing changes. Yeah. Come on, Gennaro.
What the smell?
Cooking away the vinegar gives you that gentleness. Interestingly, we haven't put the fish in yet, and I think that's really, really important. The fish needs hardly any cooking. So I'm going to go in with half the parsley. I'm going to go in with our prawns. I'm going to go in with the tuna. And pretty much that's done. I'll drag in the pasta. And I want the fish really to almost poach in the agrodolce. So wonderful. I might give him a little bit of water.
Oh my goodness me, I can...
You can taste it already.
Oh.
The tuna and the prawns are really subtly cooking in the residual heat of the pasta. Look at Gennaro tossing it. You know, it's really sucking up all the flavour, right? And that's why it's nice to slightly undercook the pasta, because the last bit of cooking is happening now, absorbing all that incredible flavour. So not only is the fish delicious, but actually the pasta is delicious in its own right.
Finish with the last of the parsley.
I'm going to put in the controversial cheese. It's good to add the cheese off the heat.
Then a good sprinkle of those local pistachios for a proper Sicilian twist. The sweet and sour hit of Nonna Rosanna's onions, working with local prawns and tuna, and the exotic hint of cinnamon and saffron makes this a Sicilian stunner.
Oh, do you know, that is a game changer. A truly delicious pasta dish that I will never forget. We have to call this pasta dish Pasta Rosanna.
Yes,
End
we
of
have.
story. I think we've learned such a lot on this trip, haven't we?
Indeed.
Sicily's got so much to offer. The food is so extraordinary and so different to the mainland.
And the culture of the people is unbelievable.
And the nonnas.
And the nonnas.
How much did we learn from them?
A lot.
And we saw the kind of elegant side of Sicily.
Yes.
Didn't we? With the afternoon teas and all that beautiful
she
stuff.
was beautiful,
She was
Nonna Maria. Oh.
And then down at the market, it was rough and ready.
Yeah.
Nice one, mate. Great
Yeah.
trip.
Buon appetito.
Salute.
Next time. Whoa! No way! I'm in Tuscany, tracking down thumping farmhouse fare. Look at that ragu. I discover an extraordinary family recipe.
Bravo chef.
Oh, grazie.
And cook up my ultimate bolognese.
Oh, yeah. That pasta is insane.
There's nowhere quite like Italy.
Look how busy it is. I love it.
The landscapes, the people, the history.
It's unbelievable.
And of course, the most amazing food.
Oh. I'm just having a moment.
I love it, and I always have done.
This is like my idea of heaven.
Great food here isn't about Michelin-starred chefs. It's about home-cooked recipes. So in this series, I'm going right to the heart of Italian cooking.
Oh, so good.
To the mamas and the nonnas of Italy.
These are some of the best home-cooked recipes in the world.
They've perfected recipes handed down over generations.
I'm just doing what I'm told. I love it.
I'm travelling far and wide to see what secrets I can learn from these true masters of the kitchen.
Forza, forza! Belli, bravi!
That is a game changer.
And I'll be showing you how to cook up delicious Italian dishes
With flavour like this, you're going to go nuts.
that use the nonna's way to transform the simple into the sublime.
I'm going to have to stop myself eating. It's so good.
This time, I'm in Tuscany.
Whoa!
No way! Tracking down thumping farmhouse fare.
Look how tender it is. Wonderful.
I get the nonna know-how on a tasty, tempting one-pot wonder.
Delicious.
Create my very own ultimate bolognese.
The silkiness of that pasta is insane.
Cook up a mighty, meaty harvest feast.
Salute!
And discover an extraordinary family recipe.
That's delicious.
I love it.
It's
Yes.
so beautiful. I've been coming here for 22 years, from a young boy to an old geezer now.
Look at the land, look at the forest.
One of Italy's most breathtaking regions, Tuscany is a foodie hotspot. Gourmets flock here from all over the world in search of the fine food and wine. But we want to bypass the restaurants and get off the beaten track and meet the nonnas, who hold the key to authentic Tuscan grub.
I want to find all the little dishes that have been forgotten, all the little dishes that I've never seen before.
Traditional Tuscan food is a wonderful world of meat-rich, hearty country cooking. And the menu changes completely from season to season.
Every month is completely different food.
They hardly mix something which comes from a different region because everything comes from this land.
Tuscany is one of the agricultural hearts of Italy. And we're starting our adventure in Panzano, a picture-perfect Tuscan village.
Just look at that. Come on.
We're meeting a revered home cook who's written 3 recipe books full of Tuscan farmhouse classics.
Buonasera.
Buonasera.
Che piacere, Jenny, vieni.
Permesso, grazie.
Vieni.
Per me
Gennaro,
sono
Gennaro.
Gennaro, come stai?
87-year-old Nonna Miriam's promised to show me her favourite dish, stracotto, a melt-in-the-mouth beef stew served with homemade pasta. Delicious.
Guarda, noi le ringraziamo immensamente che ci avete fatto venire a casa per far vedere a Jamie come si fa uno stracotto.
Un pezzo di carne e nelle famiglie la domenica facevano così, facevano un grosso sugo perché non serve un pezzo di carne sceltissima.
Let's make it then.
La prima cosa che facciamo è un battuto.
All of this.
Comunque.
So onions, carrots, sage and celery.
Allora, 2 spicchi d'aglio,
And
2
spicchi d'aglio.
Il rosmarino l'ho legato.
Sì, no problema.
This veg combo is called sofrito. It's the foundation of all sorts of super tasty Italian dishes.
I always think it's such an honour to be able to cook with a woman that's cooked so many meals.
Che bella soddisfazione, lo chef.
No.
She said, this is nice because the chef cut the vegetable for me. Is that
Deve cuocere tanto.
Interestingly, Nonna's using one of the cheapest cuts, beef skirt.
Non serve un grosso pezzo di carne. È pesante però.
Ci può avere soltanto.
Va bene,
Yeah.
va bene. Va bene.
I want to take over, but she's like, we're fine.
Nonna browns the meat and softens the veg.
È il momento del vino.
See?
Before cracking open the Chianti.
Let it evaporate. So, quanti pomodori concentrata?
2.
2. So 2 tablespoons of tomato puree. We've got the beef stock here. 1, 2.
Sì.
So you want to cover it right up to the top. Miriam, finito?
Basta.
Sì?
Venga a dare un'occhiata.
Okay.
The stracotto cooks slowly till it's meltingly tender.
All I need is a glass of red wine and I'll be the happiest boy in Tuscany right now.
Grazie.
I don't know why that was funny, but she liked it. Grande piacere.
Salute.
La pasta già fatta.
Sì. So we have fresh pasta.
Deve fare.
Look at the
Quello
size of her
piccolo, quello
rolling
grande.
pin. That's why
Quello piccolo, quello
if
grande.
Italian husbands get in trouble, they get whacked with one of these. Che pasta facciamo? Tagliatelle? Pappardelle?
Pappardelle.
Invented here, pappardelle is the ultimate Tuscan pasta.
Visto che ti deve avvolgila sul matterello.
Sì.
Poi quello grande? Ah, vabbè. Ah, vai, diventa troppo sottile se no.
Sì?
Sì.
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 Tagliate?
Sì. Della larghezza di un dito. La sai arruffare? Arruffare.
I don't know what's going on right now.
Sai arruffare.
I'm not sure if she's pleased with me or if she's laughing at me.
La pappardella lunga dimostra la bravura.
Chi insegnata
La vuoi
cucina?
estendere? Quando andavo in campagna
Sì.
mi piaceva andavo dai contadini e tantissime cose. Poi ho imparato per passione.
After 3 hours of slow cooking, the stracotto is ready. Look at that ragu. The beauty of this recipe is that it's 2 courses in 1 pot.
Clearly, they've invented a piece of equipment to pick it up, and I've never seen that in my life.
The sauce is eaten with the pasta as a starter. Then you tuck into the meat.
It is carvable, but it's on the brink of being pullable.
È buonissimo, guarda, è buonissimo.
Oh my.
Look at that, hot and steamy. The sauce, this is just the vegetables, but of course it's been kissed with the goodness from all that meat. Uno,
No,
due,
mettetelo ancora.
ancora.
No,
Tre.
penso che siamo.
Look at that. I mean, it's very beautiful.
First to the table, that rich, warming sauce with fresh pappardelle and compulsory parmesan.
Grazie mille, Miriam.
Sentite, assaggiate.
So good. The flavour is phenomenal. It's like ribbons of silk.
After the belly-hugging pasta, there's the beautiful soft beef, begging to be tucked into.
Give me your plate. Are you excited? Yes, sir.
Oh my God.
Go on, Gennaro, tell me.
It melts inside your mouth.
Oh, yeah. It's so simple. Buonissimo. It's kind of like the British Sunday roast, but it's the slow cook. Delicious. Miriam, grazie mille. It's been fantastico. Grazie. Buonanotte. Gennaro, this is from us, Vincenzo.
Grazie di tutto.
Grazie a voi. Io ho preparato per voi un dolce tipico di questa stagione.
What's that?
È schiacciata con l'uva.
So, this is harvest cake.
A local speciality, the cake's a marriage of Tuscany's two great crops, grapes from the vineyard and extra virgin olive oil.
So they use the extra virgin olive oil instead of the butter, typically?
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful.
This is a present of Marion to us.
Grazie mille.
Shall we eat more here, or let's take them away? We're going to have them tonight.
An autumn dessert, this beautiful bake is a perfect example of how Tuscan cooking is tied to the land and the seasons.
She was amazing, right?
She was indeed an amazing lady.
It's not just the recipe, is it? It's more than that. It's more than that.
I enjoyed it so much because it reminded my childhood, sitting and watch some member of the family cooking and just amazed what they was doing.
That delicious food was totally accessible in every single way. There's no reason that anyone can't cook that.
I love how Nonna Miriam masterfully transformed a cheap cut of beef. And it's got me excited.
We'd be mad to not do something low and slow, you know, in a big pot and create an amazing sauce with some meat.
This is going to be my tribute to Tuscan farmhouse cooking.
So this dish is absolutely inspired by Nonna Miriam and that obsession by using the whole animal and second-class cuts of meat that when they're slow cooked, they're so tender and delicious. And this, my friends, is the king of second-class cuts of meat. This is a beef cheek.
My oozingly rich, slow-cooked beef cheek ragu with luxurious homemade pasta. If you like spag bowl, this will blow your mind.
Let's season the beef cheeks. Salt and pepper. The cheeks are always the most delicious, succulent part of the whole animal.
And then we have the smoked pancetta.
Now, the smell is transforming immediately with the pancetta. Really nice. It smells good.
Just like Nonna Miriam, chop up the carrots, red onions and celery to make a sofrito.
Next ingredient, we've got beautiful porcini that's been dried.
Simply rehydrate your porcini in boiling water before adding them to the pot.
These are now soft and silky. And to add even more flavour, I want to use cloves. So I'm just going to use 5 cloves and then add 4 cloves of garlic. So a teaspoon of salt and a teaspoon of pepper, and that's like the most beautiful little flavour bomb. Let's get it in the pan. And let's go in with about half a bottle of good Italian red wine, half a stick of cinnamon. That means you can't really taste it, it's kind of there in the background.
Then give it even more by adding the mushroom liquor, passata, and top up with water. And to complete the story, add a fat bunch of herbs.
Now we're going to put the lid on top. That excess water is going to reduce down over the next 3 to 4 hours, and that meat will become so tender, it's going to be the most insane ragu pasta sauce ever.
Whether you're cooking it in the oven or over a fire, just cook it low and slow. This ragu is outrageous and deserves the finest homemade pasta. Simply add egg yolks, semolina and olive oil to the pasta flour. a good old knead up, and you'll have a golden dough ready to go.
I'm just going to show you a few shapes to kind of get your taste buds going for making your own fresh pasta, because it's really good fun. We can roll it up like this. So if we go super fine.
Nice.
So this is, go on, Gennaro.
Little taglierini.
And then this I would call tagliatelle.
Beautiful.
And then pappardelle can range, can't it? I mean, I would call pappardelle more like that, right?
A large one.
Yeah.
Some people even do bigger than that.
And then lasagnetti.
Ah, yeah. Look at that.
And then, of course, if you wanted to do a lasagna sheet,
yeah.
There you go. Boom.
You can make any pasta you like, but I'm going pappardelle, and I want the prettiest in town.
I'm just going to use a crinkly cutter.
Nice, really nice.
You want it to look fatta in casa, homemade.
I love the word homemade.
Now, time to see the ragu. Do you mind?
Let me get the ragu. Yeah, you're
so
right.
this has had like 3.5 hours. Yeah.
Oh.
Smells amazing. So I want you guys to have a little look. I want to show you just how tender this is. I'm literally just going to let gravity do that.
Cook your meat until it completely falls apart. Then fork it through the sauce to make it absolutely outrageously tasty.
In we go with the pasta. It won't need much time.
It takes less than a minute.
So there you are. A little plate of Tuscany, inspired by Nonna Miriam. Don't use the mincemeat. Take your bolognese to the next level.
Yeah.
Come on. Oh, yeah. It's so good. I mean, it's like game changer. Because it's not just about incredible flavour. It's about the texture, isn't it? It's the cut of meat. The silkiness of that pasta is insane. Make the ragu, make the pasta, and have your little moment like this.
My ridiculously rich ragu with that deliciously silky homemade pappardelle. Totally Tuscan and a real treat. We're on the search for the authentic Tuscan farmhouse food, and we've scored an invite to an olive oil farm. They're having a big knees up to celebrate the harvest, and I've promised to help in the kitchen. Luckily, we're not too far from my favourite butcher, Dario. His family's been in the business for 8 generations, and his passion for it is legendary.
Here's the theory. Me and Gennaro, we're going to cook a dinner, you know, and we need to buy some meat. So we're going to the butcher's. Sound normal? What's going to happen in the next half an hour will not be normal. This is a butcher's. Just come and have a look at this. How are you?
Piano, piano, piano.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
I've known him,
My friend
16 years. Dario makes the most incredible salami. Very, very famous to this area. This is lardo. So this is the most amazing fat of pork, beaten with herbs and seasoning, and they'll put that over toast.
Piatto migliore. Jamie, is okay?
Sì. Perfetto.
Guarda.
So we're doing 3 of these beautiful Fiorentina steaks.
Questa è la regina della tavola toscana, è la nostra bandiera.
Questa miseria.
3 bistecche per la cena di stasera, una per una ci vuole. Questo è veramente...
One each set.
To
One
beef
each.
or not to beef.
This is the question.
1, 2 e 3.
Thank you, Dario. This is beautiful.
It is indeed.
Absolutely.
My God.
Look
So
at that.
tender.
Yeah,
must be.
yeah. So we'll take these.
Bistecca alla fiorentina, perfetta.
So let me explain, guys, this beautiful chunk of meat here. The beef stecca fiorentina. It's basically the Italian or the Tuscan's T-bone steak. So, Dario,
Dimmi.
come la cucina?
Come si cucina la bistecca alla fiorentina? Guarda, Jamie. 8 minuti per una parte,
8 minutes one
8
side,
minuti per l'altra
8
parte
minutes the other side,
e 15 minuti in piedi.
and 15 minutes like this.
Senza sale, senza olio, solo carne e fuoco. Meat and fire.
Meat and fire, nothing else.
Niente.
And then coltello,
Coltello.
cut,
Quando la taglia e poi
Quando la taglia a cubi,
sale.
un po' di sale, un po' di olio extravergine.
It's really interesting,
L'olio
actually.
extravergine è incredibile.
So, like, they're very specific. Like, absolutely nothing on the steak, just fire and the meat. And then once it's cooked, and you go through the ritual of carving it up. Good sea salt, really good cold-pressed extra virgin olive oil. But it's really about letting the meat sort of sing, really. It's about the flavour of the meat. And notice they cook it on the flesh side, and then the bone side. And that's very important because that bone is like a conductor. That's where the bone marrow comes from. That's where the flavour is. But the smell comes from the bone. And as you know, most of flavour and taste is smell. It's very clever, very simple. I got 2 of them together. Can you imagine? Imagine with a couple of glasses of red wine as well. Fantastic. Okay, let me take that. Dario, grazie.
Grazie mille.
Love you, mate. Take care.
I soldi!
You can pay for it, Gennaro.
I soldi!
Get your wallet out.
Ah, i soldi, sai cosa facciamo? E il cappello dove sta?
Il cappello è lì, al gancio del macellaio.
Allora, Dario!
Ciao,
Ciao!
I love how fired up Dario is about the region's awesome beef. But that's what's so inspiring about this place. It doesn't matter if you're a butcher, a nonna or a farmer, everyone is passionate about Tuscany's amazing produce. And one of their mightiest is cold-pressed extra virgin olive oil. I want to see how it's picked and pressed. So the next morning, we're heading an hour away to the Petrolo Estate Frantoio, where they press the olives.
This is the perfect time of year. Autumn, they're pressing the olive oil. Everyone's getting excited for the olive oil. Not just normal olive oil, new seasons, cold-pressed, extra virgin olive oil from a single estate. This is the holy grail. This is the foundation of Italian cooking. And this is the pressing season now.
Che bravo, cosa stai
Che
facendo?
bravo! Welcome to
How are you, my
Petrolo.
friend?
Luca and his family have been producing both olive oil and fine wine on the estate for generations.
What a lovely moody day.
You know, it's a November day, classic for picking olives. We start to picking olive at the end of October and we finish now, these days, middle of November.
So it's the last day today?
Yeah, today is the last day.
Olives are a star crop in Tuscany, and harvest time's always been an excuse to come together for a party. Today, Luca's throwing an end-of-harvest feast for staff, family and friends. Preparations can start when these final olives are in. But picking is slow work. It's all done by hand.
So they lay this parachute down to catch all the olives?
Yes, can you imagine? Those are very precious. Each single olive, only 13% of the weight of the olive is oil. And we have to give to our pickers 6% of the weight of the olives they pick in oil.
Have you always paid your pickers like that?
Yes, since my grandfather, since 3 generations.
And is that normal in Tuscany?
Yes, it's normal in Tuscany.
It's amazing.
It's amazing, yes, but it's only for olive oil. Doesn't work for wine or for other things. No way.
How long does it take to do one tree properly? Half an hour?
No more. A couple of hours.
Right, let's get up there.
Be careful, don't fall down.
So it takes a couple of hours
Yeah, quanto ci vuole a fare un
to
albero?
comb a tree.
Each single plant produces one bottle of oil, that's it.
Yeah, but they spend 2 hours combing it.
Absolutely.
So the person that's picking it gets half a bottle of olive oil for 2 hours work.
Yeah, they don't want money. They want the oil for their home, for their parents, for their families, to have a great olive oil every day, because they know exactly that olive oil, it's a big thing for their health.
Do you ever use olive oil for anything other than just eating?
Yes, for your hands, for the face, for your skin, you know, for the skin of women. It's very important.
Be careful.
Be careful, don't fall down.
Here in Tuscany, it's not just the pickers who work for the love of the olive oil.
How many hectares of olive trees have you got?
We have 4,500 plants.
So basically, you got 4,500 litres of
Yes.
oil, give or take.
Exactly.
Right? Half goes to the workers
Exactly.
for pay. Will you make profit out of that?
No, we are happy if we can go equal, more or less.
Break even?
Yeah, break even, if we are lucky.
Why do you do it?
Landscape, culture, health. The landscape is very important. The landscape in Tuscany has been like that for centuries. Olive trees, forest, and vineyard. You know, all these terraces, those have been built by human beings with their hands hundreds of years ago to then plant the trees. We must think of generation, not of our today. Without our land, we are nothing.
It's inspiring to see people so dedicated to the land and produce. And while I'd be happy to spend hours up a tree for such good oil, I know my place is in the kitchen. So that's where I'm heading to help cook the harvest feast. This is going to be a slap-up celebration of the best of Tuscan food. Fine wine, the best olive oil, and great meat. On the menu, my Fiorentina steaks, the region's best-loved beef cut. But that's not all. In Tuscany, autumn is when you eat cinghiali, or wild boar. A favourite of the hunting season. It's delicious, deeply flavoured, and perfect for my Tuscan stew.
We're going to do the most amazing wild boar dish, okay, which is a wild pig. And it's a total homage to time and kind of letting the cooking do all the hard work.
Served on a bed of oozy, creamy polenta and topped with indulgent black truffles, my luxurious slow-cooked wild boar is a much-loved local speciality. But at home, you could use pork, lamb or beef for this fabulous dish.
This has been marinated overnight, guys, and that's kind of a nice beginning of the process. Very, very simple. We've used bay leaves everywhere, and we've got juniper here. Really nice, interesting little berry. And if you crush it, it smells like gin, and it's really good as a kind of flavour and a perfume with the wild boar. Very, very nice. So we marinated that overnight just with vinegar, olive oil, the juniper crushed and bay crushed, and you just leave it, rub it all over, leave it, and it begins to sort of tenderise and flavour the meat. So the veg is very basic. We've got the carrots, and a standard vegetable here in Tuscany, but probably not back home, is fennel. Really, really gorgeous. And used as the base of sort of stews and braises, it's absolutely amazing. You can use it in so many different ways. So let's get amongst it. The fennel here, I kind of think about in two ways. We've got the herb here. See that lovely, frilly, beautiful herb. Sprinkle that over the top, and it smells really good. So you can just put that into some water, and that will keep it in perfect condition. And then you've got all these stalks here. So chop it quite rough and ready and random. So into halves and just kind of clank it up. We're going to go into the pan with some olive oil. So we've got carrots here, guys. Let's just kind of badly chop it up into big chunks. This is home food, absolutely not chef's food.
I'm making a vat of this brilliant stew because it's perfect for when you're having a party. Punching heavy on flavours for minimum fuss in the kitchen.
And then celery. Again, I look at celery in a few ways. We've got the kind of sticks here, we've got the heart here, and these lovely yellow leaves. We want to keep those leaves because they, again, are best sprinkled at the very end over a lovely pulled hot stew.
Then add some red onions for sweetness. Season with salt and go in with some garlic.
In it goes. So the next bit, normally you can either roast or fry off a big chunk of meat like this. I'm going to use the fire here. I'm just going to literally throw it on. So drain it off. I just want to get some colour on it. You know, cooking over fire like this is still very normal in Italy. And if you wanted to swap that meat out, you could. Don't let the wild boar be an excuse for you not to do this recipe. Shoulder of lamb, shoulder of pork, could be a shoulder of goat. What's really lovely is cooking over fire. You know, we sear it off, we give colour. You know, it kind of gets all the benefit from the smoke, and as the fat renders and hits the coal, it kind of puffs up and kind of licks it with that smokiness.
When the meat has browned, get it in the pan. Followed by good red wine. For a bumper-sized stew that's rich and decadent, don't hold back.
So heavy on the wine.
To give it a rich, sweet back note, add in some tomato puree. And finally cover the meat with water.
So I'm just going to get a big old bunch of herbs. You know, you can make a herb wrap. Forget rules. But, you know, I like the kind of savoury flavours of rosemary and sage. So just tie it up. I'm going to take our herbs and just push them in like that. Look at that. So over here we go.
To cook it on a hob, set the pot to a gentle simmer for up to 5 hours until tender.
Or, as the nonnas say, it's cooked. When it's cooked, when it's tender. The lid's off at the moment, but I'll probably put the lid on in a little bit and just let it blip away. And that's the joy in letting time do all the hard work.
So that means I'm free to hang out with my special guest.
Nonna Miriam!
Oh beh, Jenny, non mi alzo. Se mi dai una mano mi alzo. Ciao. Che
Tutto
fai?
bene?
Che fai? Cosa cucini? Cosa fai di bello?
Oh, cinghiali.
Sì, si presta, la stagione è adatta per il cinghiale. Le tagliatelle che avevi fatto, te le sei mangiate? 2 scodelle, eh?
Yeah, I did. Do it.
Back in the kitchen, it's a hive of activity as the estate team cook up their part of the harvest feast. At last, it's time to grill those amazing Fiorentina steaks. Of course, we're doing it the Tuscan way. No oil, no salt, no pepper, just fire. 8 minutes on each side and 15 minutes upright like Dario taught me, till they're beginning to char on the outside, but rare in the middle.
We're making polenta, which is basically dried corn, milled like a flour. They make like a thick porridge that's golden. They then flavour it with, at this time of year, new season's extra virgin olive oil, a little parmesan, and it's rich and oozy and delicious. And then my stew will go on top of that. She's got the rolling pin out now, so she's not mucking about.
I love polenta. Seasoned up, drizzled with olive oil, and brilliant with stews.
Smells very good. So what I want to do is create like a pulled kind of stew. Look how tender it is. Wonderful. Deep flavour, cooked over the fire, all those big chunks of vegetables.
For added drama, the Tuscans love to serve the polenta on a huge sharing board.
Look at the way the meat's just fallen apart, Gennaro.
It's incredible. The smell is unbelievable.
Olive oil. Olive oil, yes, 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 yes. All those herbs. So it's like a gremolata, lemon zest, raw garlic, parsley, celery leaves, the fennel.
And the last, not the least, I got it! Yeah!
Gennaro's hunted out an amazing black truffle, yet another bounty of the Tuscan autumn. But you can drizzle just a little bit of truffle oil instead.
Let's go.
Via.
Now mind the broth.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have cinghiale with truffle.
What better way to celebrate the taste of Tuscany? My sumptuous slow-cooked wild boar with rich red wine, creamy polenta, and finished with that wonderful fresh-pressed farmhouse extra virgin olive oil. The perfect feasting dish.
Look.
My gosh.
Gennaro, look at this.
It's unbelievable.
Un applauso che l'abbiamo fatto dopo che l'abbiamo assaggiato.
Next up, my Fiorentina steaks, rested, carved generously, and drizzled, just as Dario does, with unfiltered extra virgin olive oil. Thick and cloudy, luminous green, and peppery in taste. This stuff is a bold ingredient worth treating yourself to.
la bistecca fiorentina, Jamie!
My crazy good, juicy Fiorentina steaks, served Tuscan style.
You taste the flavor and the smell, the color, and it's incredible.
A mouth-watering treat for any meat lover.
Grazie mille! Salute!
I'm fired up about discovering the region's ultimate home-cooked recipes. And there's a place here with a very special food history that I have to see.
So I'm going to take you now to a town that I've wanted to go to forever. Piedmont.
Fantastic.
How do you say it?
Piedmont.
Piedmont, one of the oldest cities in Italy.
So much history.
Our search for fantastic old family dishes has brought us to this extraordinary hilltop town that time forgot.
Whoa! No way!
I've always wanted to come here to Piedmont because it's said to be the spiritual home of Jewish Italian cooking. For hundreds of years, the town had a thriving Jewish community, and it's still nicknamed Little Jerusalem.
Wow. So, it's unbelievable.
But everything changed in the Second World War. The Jewish population had to flee, and their authentic recipes were all but lost forever.
Look at these beautiful streets.
I know.
Pre-war, this would have been chock-a-block with a massive Jewish community.
I can imagine somebody in that winter perhaps cooks something and the smell of the food.
All the stories these walls could tell.
Jewish Italian cooking is some of the very best cooking in Italy, and I want to learn more. So Gennaro's taking me to meet the guardian of the community's ancient recipes, a local legend. She's the town's only surviving Jewish nonna.
And I want to kind of just talk to her about the food of her childhood, the stuff that made her feel really happy with cooking, what recipe she wants to save.
She's asked to meet us in the town's ancient Jewish quarter.
Piacere.
Piacere mio.
Jamie. Gennaro Contaro.
Gennaro.
86-year-old Nonna Elena has dedicated her life to preserving the history of the food of her community.
Put this on your head.
She's invited us to the city's preserved synagogue to see why it's so important to keep this story alive.
Who are these people here? Are these your family?
Questo era mio padre, eccolo. Questa era mia madre.
The second
E questa sono io. 6 anni e mezzo.
It's an amazing picture.
La mia famiglia da generazioni e generazioni vive a Pitigliano. Purtroppo nel 1938 la vita cambiò radicalmente. Quando vennero i tedeschi che occuparono, vennero anche a Pitigliano, dovemmo scappare, andare via. E fummo accolti dai contadini. C'è una grotta, comunque rimanemmo lì.
That's amazing. I mean, you know, bless her. I mean, 8 years old, 9 years old, the happy world changes. She's living in caves, scared. What a weird, crazy time within her lifetime. Imagine if it was your daughter.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
It must have been horrible.
Ci portava il latte un contadino che abitava sopra e poi ci portavano uova, formaggio, ricotta, insomma. Dovevamo arrangiarci, però ecco, siamo riusciti a scamparla. Periodo dolorosissimo.
So when could she go back to normality?
Quant'è che poi avete cominciato a prendere la normalità?
A metà giugno del 44. Pitigliano era stata bombardata nel frattempo, tutta la fiancata della nostra casa. Quindi quando tornammo non era più agibile. Vita difficile.
After surviving such difficult times, Nonna's anxious that the culture she fought so hard to preserve lives on, and that includes its special recipes. She was hoping to cook for us, but after a recent fall, she's on doctor's orders to take it easy. Instead, Nonna Elena has offered to tell us the secrets of her all-time favourite Jewish Italian recipe.
Ho varie ricette, ma quella che apprezzano di più sono i carciofi ripieni.
Grazie mille.
A voi.
Grazie.
A voi, Elena.
Lei, questo piatto è antico.
La mia mamma
Lo faceva, diciamo, come un piatto un po' prelibato.
Until now, this beloved family recipe has been a closely guarded secret and never written down.
6 carciofi ripieni. Ci vogliono carciofi freschi, 2-3 etti di macinato.
So we have mincemeat, alloro.
Allora metto, no alloro, no. Cipolla, prezzemolo, basilico, un pezzettino di sedano.
It's a great recipe. Grande.
To preserve this recipe, we're going to cook it exactly the way Nonna Elena's family has always made it.
What's happening in there is a whole bunch of history, a whole life, and her favourite recipe. So Gennaro's going over the recipe just to make sure, double sure, that we're going to cook this right. Then we're going to take it back to her later on and hopefully get the thumbs up.
Nonna Elena has entrusted us with her incredible family recipe, and I can't wait to get cooking. While she goes home for a rest, I'm going to teach you how to make this phenomenal dish. And what better place to do it than soaking up the history of the old Jewish quarter?
Got a whole load of artichokes, and we've just set up, as you do, in the middle of the town. Look where Handsome is. Gennaro.
I'm here.
Delicate Italian artichokes, stuffed with flavour-packed beef and wrapped in a spanking tomato sauce. Simple, delicious, unique.
Some people are really scared about prepping these. They don't know what to do with them, so let me show you. What we're going to do is just cut off the stalk, then click back these outer leaves, right? But as you peel back to where the sun hasn't got, right, see how lovely and light green it gets? Like that. And that is tender. Then just cut the floury part at an angle 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's what you get. Absolutely beautiful. Now, I'm just going to rub that with lemon juice here, because it will go brown, it will go black really, really quickly. Then here, I'm just going to go from here down to the stalk. Now, this is stringy, but what's underneath is sweet and delicious, right? So look, we're going to cut this in half, all the way down the stalk, like that, and then we go into quarters, all the way down. And then we're just going to remove that choke here in the middle.
Once the artichokes are cleaned up and quartered, you can start on the stuffing.
Gennaro, tell everyone what we've got here.
We've got very lean mincemeat, parsley, basil, 1 egg, a little pinch of a dried chili, little salt, mix all together, hallelujah.
And important to season this meat. And then Gennaro is going to plop the meat in, like that. And we're going to literally reformat it. You only use 3 quarters to put it back together again, almost rebuilding its natural shape. Now, at this point, we then go into some flour. Really coat the artichoke, and then we go into the egg. This is going to be an amazing dish. We've definitely done exactly what she's told us. Now we're going to fry them. Come on, Jenna.
Let's do it.
We've got oil on a sort of medium-high heat. I would say about 160 degrees Celsius.
Or 320 degrees Fahrenheit.
So we want it to take about 12, 15 minutes to get it golden. At the same time, I'm going to make this tomato sauce, which is a different type of tomato sauce. She's not frying any ingredients and then adding tomatoes. She's boiling the tomatoes, then adding the veg. I've never seen it like that before.
Nonna's sauce is fresh and easy. Just dice celery and onion and chuck them raw into the plum tomatoes.
I'm going to squash the tomatoes.
Next, chop up a handful of parsley and a clove of garlic and whack them in the pan with a pinch of dried chili flakes.
We've been cooking a long time together.
Yes, that is right.
And we have never seen a method of that before, you know, and the sauce like that before. Go on, mate. You get those artichokes out. They look beautiful.
Ah, nice.
They're cooked, but still not quite tender. And that's where this final part of the cooking is quite interesting. So the frying seals in the flavours. I'm going to plop this in now. We're going to be gentle.
What a dish. Really nice.
To finish, just simmer the artichokes in the sauce for about 10 minutes till they're perfectly tender.
Should you have a little taste?
Yeah.
What a lovely dish, Gennaro. I'm going to make this at home.
Yes.
Look at that. Right, let's break into it. Go on, you go first.
The tomato really tastes nice.
That's delicious.
I love it.
That's a lovely meal. And the things you could do with that. And tossed gnocchi or pasta in that lovely sauce.
A dynamite mix of soft, velvety artichokes, a rich, meaty stuffing, and lashings of that fresh tomato sauce. Unique and delicious. Italian food doesn't get much better than this.
What do you reckon? We did all right?
This is the way.
That is definitely a dish worth celebrating. Let's take you round to see her. Let's see what she says. I'm a bit nervous now. Nonna. Gina, come on.
Buonasera.
Buonasera. Con permesso.
Avanti, avanti, aperto. Belli, bravi. Belli, belli. E il profumo è ottimo. Good, good.
Fingers crossed, Gennaro.
I know, you're telling me.
Buono perché è dolce, la salsa non è aspra.
Grazie.
Mi complimento perché per averli fatti per la prima volta è evidente che è un bravo chef.
Oh, grazie.
Complimenti. Bravo l'alunno e brava la maestra.
We did it. It's a great recipe. Thank you so much. Really nice to meet
Vi
you.
ringraziamo molto.
No, io ringrazio voi perché...
Lei è contente?
Sì.
Fantastico.
Contenta.
Grazie
Piacere
mille.
mio.
Buonanotte.
Buonanotte.
This is what me and Gennaro wanted to discover. Off-the-beaten-track Tuscan dishes that locals love to eat. From Chianti country to high up in the hills, we've unearthed a treasure trove of sensational recipes. What a treat. Next time, knockout recipes from Rome's fiery nonnas.
Signor, sono 50 anni che cucino.
I rustle up a simple, super tasty pasta.
So delicious.
And feel the pressure from a gnocchi master.
Meno forza, Gemmi, perché sennò vengono troppo piatti.
Such a good dish.
There's nowhere quite like Italy.
Look how busy it is. I love it.
The landscapes, the people, the history.
It's unbelievable.
And of course, the most amazing food.
Oh. I'm just having a moment.
I love it, and I always have done.
This is like my idea of heaven.
Great food here isn't about Michelin-starred chefs, it's about home-cooked recipes. So in this series, I'm going right to the heart of Italian cooking.
Oh, so good.
To the mamas and the nonnas of Italy.
These are some of the best home-cooked recipes in the world.
They've perfected recipes handed down over generations.
I'm just doing what I'm told. I love it.
I'm travelling far and wide to see what secrets I can learn from these true masters of the kitchen.
Forza, forza!
Belli, bravi.
That is a game changer.
And I'll be showing you how to cook up delicious Italian dishes
With flavour like this, you're going to go nuts.
that use the nonna's way to transform the simple into the sublime.
I'm going to have to stop myself eating. It's so good.
This time, we're in Rome, finding out how the capital likes to eat.
Gennaro, look at that.
Local nonnas let me into their secrets to the amazing fast-paced Roman food.
Signor, sono 50 anni che cucino.
I rustle up a pair of incredible pasta dishes that you can knock out in no time at all. Feel the pressure from a gnocchi master
Meno forza, Gemmi, perché sennò vengono troppo piatti.
and cook up my own delicious version.
Such a good dish.
Before escaping the city to give you the lowdown on a sensational Italian soup.
Simply give it to someone in your family that you love. It's coming up, it's coming up!
It's coming up to Colosseum.
Ah, look at that.
Oh my goodness me, look how massive.
It's incredible.
Me and my old mate and mentor, Gennaro Contaldo, are in the buzzing Italian capital to find out the secrets of Roman cooking.
I think people know quite a lot about the architecture and the history of Rome, but how many people really know that much about the food?
Sitting halfway down the leg of Italy, Rome is the busy, beating heart of the country. Fast-paced city living means the locals have learned how to knock out amazing meals quick sharp. From fabulous pastas to sumptuous gnocchi, here, lack of time doesn't mean lack of flavour.
The Romans are very, very proud about the food.
I've only ever eaten very, very well here, but there's so much more I want to learn. I want to really get under the skin of Roman food.
Yeah, but I believe the best way to do it, to go visit the market where I sell a vegetable, I sell a pasta, see the nonna. It'd be wonderful because they've got so much experience. Doesn't matter how well you can cook. You can always learn something from this nonna.
We're heading to the authentic, bustling San Giovanni di Dio market.
So, Gennaro, here's the market, look.
Fantastic.
A nice big one, look.
Really nice one.
And this is a proper market for the locals. It's not touristy.
No.
So we should have loads and loads of nonnas just getting amongst it.
Gennaro tells me that Roman nonnas are masters at quick and easy everyday cooking, and I can't wait to learn their tricks. They come to this fuss-free market 6 days a week to pick up incredible local produce from 125 stalls.
We are in a beautiful market just on the edge of where we're staying, and this is all locals, so we just couldn't resist setting up a little stand. It's absolutely teeming with nonnas, so it might be the best or worst thing I've ever done, but we're just going to see if we can chat people up and just get them to come and show us how they cook some of their dishes.
This place is buzzing with countless years of cooking experience, and this feisty forthright lot are soon lining up to show me what they know best.
Cosa ha comprato? Buongiorno, cosa ha comprato?
Ho comprato i carciofi.
What's a quick dish to cook
Ma
wonderful
una cosa
greens?
veloce, vogliamo cucinare là, guarda.
Can she
Vieni qua.
come and teach me?
Vieni.
City living means these Roman nonnas rustle up amazing meals in no time with just a handful of ingredients. First up, Nonna Maria, with her speciality of colourful courgettes, crispy pancetta and juicy tomatoes.
Ecco, io lo faccio così.
She does it different to me.
Sì, sono sempre così.
Garlic is here, my darling.
Ecco, mettere assieme tutto quanto,
Okay.
questo,
Oh,
questo, sì.
I would slice up the garlic. She's put one in whole. Going to remove that garlic later. It's just kind of gently perfuming the oil. You know, there's all these subtle things that nonnas do.
Prima la pancetta a mettere qui dentro e poi dopo le zucchine.
So a little handful goes in, but with more fat, you get more flavour. Zucchini?
Sì.
Okay.
Anche questo.
So the courgettes go in. I mean, let's just be honest. In Britain, we don't understand zucchini or courgette. We think it's bland and horrible, but she's showing us how to make it delicious. Okay, Maria?
Adesso i pomodori.
Sì?
Sì.
Fabio, una mano di pomodorini?
Pomodorini, ecco qua, vai.
Sì.
Prendi.
Maria!
Sì. Lavare.
Let's do washy market style.
Sì.
There you go.
Basta così. Aspetta.
So now she's adding tomatoes. Looks good, nice colours. Quanti tempo cucina? 20 minuti?
Ma io penso di sì, 20 minuti perché può essere giusto.
While Maria's vibrant veggie combo cooks, Gennaro's roped in another nonna.
It's incredible because she's really doing that recipe which I never done before.
This time, it's Nonna Cecilia, with a luxurious mix of elegant artichokes and scrambled eggs.
Ok, tagliamo questi.
Sì.
Nonna Cecilia peels and quarters the artichokes, then soaks them in loads of lemon juice.
Lots of lemon inside, just dust with the flour. E quello dell'olio, olio di vergine.
Sono di agosto, sono della Vergine. Come l'olio.
Come l'olio. Adesso cosa facciamo? Friggiamo?
Sì.
Dobbiamo metterli tutto. I carciofi vengono dorati e fritti con un pochino del limone.
Crack half a dozen eggs and simply season with salt and pepper.
Appena, non serve tanto.
Sì, this is una frittata.
Questa non è neanche una frittata, si chiamano carciofi in fricassea.
Ah,
è una ricetta antichissima del fine 800.
I never seen this
Me l'ha insegnato la zia che mi ha dato questo anello. Io sono sposata ma lo porto al posto della fede.
Che brava, però.
When the artichokes are slightly softened, Nonna Cecilia adds the eggs.
Deve rimanere molto morbido, eh? Si può levare?
Sì.
Italian fricassea is a winning combination of fresh lemon with soft velvety eggs and those artichokes that make something really special.
Jamie, io ho finito.
It's fast, fresh, incredibly easy cooking.
Delicioso. What's very clever about this is the artichokes are crunchy and soft, and the eggs are silky soft. So you get that contrast of the two textures.
Nonna Maria's plating up her colourful courgettes. Both these brilliant dishes are the fast route to perfect midweek meals.
Fantastic. The depth of flavours there, tomatoes, courgettes, smoky bacon. It's a very simple combination, really, isn't it? Like 4 or 5 ingredients. Grazie mille.
Next up, two ladies with over a century of cooking experience between them want to teach me their favourite linguine recipes. Nonna Lida's is a broccoli sausage white wine affair, whilst Nonna Maria is whipping up her zingy pan-fried wild asparagus.
Okay, another garlic clove goes in. So they're loving flavouring the oil with a whole garlic.
In goes punchy red chilli and wild asparagus. Super easy.
Straight in, no mucking about.
Un goccino d'acqua, se no ti bruciano, poca d'acqua.
Okay, this is like a... yeah. Maria's thinking, back off, girl. Battle of the nonnas now.
Un po' d'acqua della pasta.
Okay, the cooking water is like your best friend with pasta. The British just tend to put sauces on stuff and it gets over-drained and steamed and claggy. You know, pasta in Italy is always elegant, it's always loose, it's always light of touch. And often that's from the cooking water. So what they do sometimes is put the pasta in slightly under with a little bit more moisture and just let some of that flavour cook into the pasta. Okay, finito.
Look at that asparagus. Nonna Maria has effortlessly turned a humble bit of veg into a cracking meal.
Buona? Posto?
I love it. I just love it.
Simple, very fast and delicious. Grazie mille. Molto gentile.
I can't wait to see what Nonna Lida's doing with her linguine.
Cosa cucina? Broccoletti with chili, garlic. I think
she wants to come to have a look.
Signor, sono 50 anni che cucino.
No, io no, dice no anche.
C'avevo 18 anni. Dai, io sono 60.
it's battle of how long they've been cooking.
58 anni che ho sposato. Io 53.
This one's a feisty one, I like her. You forget how emotional food is. Like everyone's got their little nuances. No, you don't do it like this. She don't know what she's talking about. I don't know, no one knows what they're talking about. This is why I love Italy, it's so good.
Nonna Lida adds a sausage, a glug of white wine,
Un po' di vino. Basta.
breaks up the sausage into the broccoli,
Look at the way she's treating that sausage. It is terrifying.
then throws in the al dente pasta.
Signora, mi dica un pochino, posso mettere nel piatto?
Nonna Lida's knocked this up in just 10 minutes.
Guarda che pizzica, eh. E io c'avevo 18 anni quando cucinavo. Hai sentito?
Ottimo.
I broccoletti costano €1. Un po' di peperoncino, un po' d'aglio e un po' di pasta. La salsiccia, €2, dai, €2.
She's saying that for a couple of euros, you can eat some delicious food. Very nice.
I love how all these nonnas have turned out extraordinary and economical meals in a flash, from essentially a simple bit of veg. They've really inspired me.
I'm going to make a pasta dish that's delicious, and it's a complete celebration of spring and the inspiration of Rome. Look at this, the rooftops in Rome, the Vatican over there.
My zingy tortiglione with sweet peas, smoky bacon and fragrant mint is the perfect pasta. Super quick and ridiculously tasty.
We're going to cook this dish in the time it takes to cook this pasta, which is 12 minutes. So first up, let's get the pasta in the water.
You could use any pasta, but to keep it Roman, go for tubes like rigatoni, tortiglione or penne.
So this is the guanciale. It's very, very classic to Rome. It's a salted, cured cheek of pig. And of course, if you can't find this in a lovely Italian deli back home, you could get smoky bacon, good British smoky bacon, or pancetta. Very, very nice. I'm gonna lose the skin, just like that. And then I'm gonna dice it up. Go straight in.
Just like the nonnas, I'm gonna use just a little meat for loads of flavour.
And that'll start immediately rendering the fat really, really nice. Then we've got these lovely little onions here. Lovely little cipollinis. We want them to be about the same size as the peas. You could use shallots. So look, have a look at this. And you saw today the nonna in the market using plenty of that fat, right? And it's just starting to go lightly golden, and we want to calm that temperature down. So I'm going to go in with the onions.
It only takes a few minutes for the onions to soften. Then, just like the nonnas, I'm adding a star veg.
I'll take my nice big handful of peas. They're all different sizes, and I want about twice as many peas as the onions and guanciale. Pork and peas is an amazing combination. I mean, for me, this whole dish is about peas, and then it's about mint, and then the guanciale is just the kind of engine that just joins it all together, and the little drizzle of water is just enough to start softening the skins and bringing out the sweetness of the peas. So back here in the pan, okay, the pasta's about half cooked, but these pea pods, you know, normally these go in the bin, right? I'm not going to eat them because they're horrible, but the sweetness that comes out is incredible. It's a huge flavour. So just that amount will make all the difference to this beautiful little dish, because it's all about peas. Peas, peas, it's going to be gorgeous. And then I've got mint. Now, mint is one of my favourite herbs ever. The Romans love mint. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to take a handful of the mint like this.
Add the mint stalks in with the pea pods, and by the time the pasta's al dente, they've added in all their wonderful fragrance.
Just like you've learned from the nonnas, it's always the little things that make the difference. This water here is the secret ingredient to most good pasta dishes. And look, I'm putting a bit of water in now. It gives you that impression of kind of creaminess.
And to bring all those glorious flavours together, tangy grated pecorino. This hard sheep's cheese is the go-to choice here.
So in Rome, they're much more likely to use a pecorino in their cooking than a Parmesan. It's delicious, it's slightly saltier, it's got an amazing flavour.
And for a final flourish, freshly chopped mint.
It looks incredible. Onto a plate we go. Pecorino, look at that. I have to give it a little kiss of olive oil.
Inspired by the busy nonnas of Rome, my simple and speedy, fresh and minty tortiglione.
That, my friends, is a great little dish that you must try. The peas are really, really sweet, and the savouriness and saltiness from the pecorino and the guanciale is so good. So delicious.
Quick, cheap and easy, what's not to love? I hope my pasta guru Gennaro agrees.
Gina!
Amia!
Got a little portion of pasta.
That guanciale come up so nice.
But with the sweet peas.
And the peas.
You know how long that took to cook?
No.
12 minutes. Same length of time as the pasta.
The Romans are very, very good cooking. Especially this type of pasta, this rigatoni. And that cheese on top goes ever so well.
Pecorino's great, isn't it? What do you reckon?
I just love it.
So this is beautiful, isn't it?
It is indeed.
After a day of delicious pastas, knocked up in no time, me and Gennaro are heading out into the spectacular city centre.
Rome, Eternal City. I love it to come to Rome.
We're nosing out the secrets of everyday Roman recipes, and I want to get to grips with another super fast Roman favourite, gnocchi.
Haha, look, we're near in Campo dei Fiori now.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Gennaro tells me that the Romans are obsessed with gnocchi, and I want to find out why. To get the lowdown, we're meeting a friend and Roman food expert, Eleonora Galasso.
Eleonora's going to take us to a trattoria run by a nonna that serves really authentic Roman food, but kind of a bit more off the radar. Eleonora, ciao! So where are we going, darling?
This is a bit touristy here, but just getting off the main square, Rome is all about the off-the-beaten track. So we're going to see Nonna Teresa, who relies exclusively on tradition. So what she would give you is exactly what you would find in old Roman homes.
Nonna Teresa's trattoria serves some of the best gnocchi in Rome, but you need to have a friend in the know to guarantee you get in.
She actually picks whoever gets in her place.
So if you knock on the door and she don't like the look of you?
She would say, no food left. Is this here?
If you ring the bell.
Gennaro, stand behind her. If they see you, we're definitely not in.
70-year-old Nonna Teresa still runs the stoves here single-handedly. And she's a real gnocchi genius.
Making the gnocchi, fantastic.
I gnocchi dal produttore al consumatore.
In the 47 years Teresa and hubby Mario have owned the trattoria, they've kept the food true to the city's culinary history.
Mario will come to us and tell us what's on today.
Volete che spieghi come sono fatti gli gnocchi?
Assolutamente. Today is a Thursday, so it's the typical day for gnocchi. In Rome, you would traditionally fill up your belly because on a Friday you would only get fish and chickpeas.
Really, fish and chickpeas?
Yes.
This regimented menu has its origins in the Catholic festivals and traditions.
They just want us to embrace Roman culture. They think that the only thing that we can trust is tradition.
If recipes have lasted for 300 or 400 years...
There's a reason.
It does say a lot, right? If it's good, it's good.
But religiously doing it in the Roman way means I can't just tuck into the gnocchi. We've got to kick off with the first course.
Volete fare prima un po' di stracciatelle? Se vuol venire a vedere la stracciatella come si fa.
Lo facciamo adesso.
Faccio,
Ok.
perché la prepara subito.
Ok. Stracciatella is actually the soup with egg.
Yes, stracciatella is also an Italian ice cream flavour. And it was inspired by this much-loved soup.
Ci fai vedere?
Come no?
So parmesan, eggs...
Parmigiano.
So you beat the parmesan and the egg
Yes.
together. You got that lovely beef broth.
Quando bolle?
Absolutely.
The cheese and egg combination is then poured into the boiling meat broth. It's as easy as that.
And this is a very classic Roman dish.
Oh, yes. And straight to the bowl.
Wow. This is our first course.
È molto buono.
Here you go, my friend.
Stracciatella.
The first course.
Stracciatella for us all.
Do you know what? I've never seen this.
You know stracciatella?
No, I've never had it. Never, ever had it.
Oh, so simple. If you didn't feel very well, you need some energy, a mamma used to make.
Did you used to have this when you were a little kid?
Yes, I used to have this.
And the parmesan's so good in it, isn't it? And do they ever vary it? Do they ever put other things in it? Or is
Absolutely not.
Never.
Just this. And that's to prepare the taste buds for the actual meal to take place.
Delicious.
Oh my God.
I love the soup, but I'm here to learn how to make gnocchi the Nonna way. So it's back to the kitchen for a one-to-one lesson.
Okay.
Ecco qui, James.
See? So we got potatoes. Bollito?
Sì, bollite.
Bollito. So she boils the potato in their skins and then peels them and then riced them. We call it a ricer because when you press it out, it comes out like rice. Quite a lot of flour. And uovo.
No, perché l'uovo quello quando uno fa l'impasto grande.
Controversial.
Invece espresso no.
No egg, because I've only ever seen gnocchi recipes with a little egg.
Quando è poco no, dopo diventano duri.
So kneading it almost like bread.
Dimmi tu,
See?
a te.
See?
Così. Più piccolo. Poco. Così.
Beautiful. Roll it into a sausage. And now she's got one of those little butter things. We're just going to roll it off. And those lovely little lines. Scusa, scusa, this is molto importante?
Legno. Sì, bello,
Sì.
perché il sugo
Yeah, so it really helps the sauce stick to the gnocchi.
meno forza.
See?
Meno forza, Gemmi, perché sennò vengono troppo piatti.
Okay, okay. I've got to soften it up a bit. Okay.
Vieni qua.
Mi dispiace.
No,
Sorry.
per te.
Sì.
Metti il dito,
Sì.
piano piano.
Okay. Gentle, you're making me nervous.
Vedi
Okay.
io-
Beh, meno forza.
See, yeah, English are terrible.
Poi dopo, questi sono morbidi, non so se li fai duri.
Straight in the water over here.
I gnocchi come giù, vengono su, bisogna condire.
Ok, quanti? Tempo?
Non deve... Poco, eccoli.
1 minuto? 2?
Guardate l'orologio. Quando vengono su?
I'm trying to keep up here. But no, really interesting to see. And this is kind of her world. So actually, just by me being here, I'm kind of annoying her a little bit.
Non capisco.
I'm in her way.
I'm in awe of this gnocchi master. She's knocked out these expert dumplings quick sharp. Just perfect with a simple tomato sauce and a sprinkling of pecorino.
Grazie mille.
Prego.
That was a masterclass from the boss. Brilliant, I love that. Grazie. It's proper comfort food, isn't it? It's like eating clouds. I think in Britain we're only just starting to learn about gnocchi. I mean, we understand dumplings, but not potato dumplings like this. Is it wrong to take a piece of bread and mop up the juices?
You have to. Non lasciate niente.
Grazie mille. Fantastico.
Don't leave anything. she
No,
said.
anything.
Finito.
No, but you better eat that one.
No, that's your bit.
Yeah, but I'm still
Hurry up.
ages. You've been... Maria, mangia tutto, eh.
Grazie mille.
Ciao bella. Grazie a voi,
Grazie.
questo è per te.
Oh, you are too generous.
Oh,
love it.
This is the potato. Grazie, Maria.
See you later.
Arrivederci.
Grazie mille.
Ciao. Buon viaggio. Mi
Grazie.
raccomando, gnocchi. Mi raccomando, fammi sapere.
It's a privilege to learn the secrets of Nonna Teresa's legendary gnocchi. And now I've seen how quick it is, I can't wait to get cracking on my own.
So this is really exciting. Now I've had the masterclass of gnocchi from Nonna Teresa. It's my job to convey to you how easy it is. This gnocchi is the same amount of effort as mashed potato. Interested? Let's do it.
My light and fluffy no eggs gnocchi comes with a sweet tomato sauce and bombs of punchy homemade pesto. It's super simple to make and so tasty.
I've got 1 kilo of potatoes here, skin on, just like Nonna Teresa. So while they're cooking, I want to show you the simplest sauce in the world. Look, vine tomatoes. First of all, get ripe ones. Then we're going to go with some sea salt, some pepper, and some dried chili. Now, I'm leaving the vine on. Why? Because you get flavour from the vine, right? I'm going to pull it away later. You won't eat it. And then we'll put some gorgeous olive oil, like that. Couple of cloves of garlic, just peeled, and then finely slice it. So it kind of looks like any old tomato sauce, but the difference is we're roasting it. And it's that blistering of the skins and keeping the vine on that's the clever bit. You wait and see. Give it a shake. So in a hot oven for about 10-15 minutes. Okay, the potatoes. Let's have a little look.
These have had between 20 and 25 minutes.
Keep the water boiling to cook your gnocchi. And actually, that water is flavoured by the potato skin, so that lovely kind of earthy flavour is in that water.
Nonna's secret to creating fluffy gnocchi lies in the spuds.
So the important thing is just to let it steam dry. I've spent years baking potatoes, but actually, and weirdly, when you boil them and let them steam like this, it dehydrates better. It's really interesting to see Nonna do her thing. You know, wise hands, wise advice.
Remove the skins, then, just like Nonna, reach for the ricer or potato masher.
Mash the potatoes while they're still warm, and you can see it's still steaming away that excess moisture. Look at that. I've always made gnocchi using egg yolk to keep it together, but what she's saying is, no, you don't need the egg. Scrunch it up with some flour and salt, and you are ready and raring to go. Let's not overcomplicate it.
Spice up the spuds with half a nutmeg.
Goes in. Let's use our hands. Remember, she told me to be gentle, so I'm trying to learn, Nonna Teresa. We should be going nuts for this. We love mashed potato. This is no harder than that. And look, in seconds, you get kind of essentially a giant dumpling. And now we can break it down into lovely little dumplings.
Time to get creative.
let's just take a little moment to have a little play. You could take a little nugget of dumpling and just clasp it in your hand like that and let the knuckles of your hand kind of fill out and give you a very rustic little shape like that. Beautiful! Try different shapes and different sizes, like that. Simple cut one. And then you can embellish it by getting your little pinky and just squeezing it.
If, like Nonna Teresa, you want the sauce to stick to your gnocchi, create that all-important texture.
Roll it off the fork. Just have a little look around the kitchen and see what you could use. I mean, look, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful gnocchi. And then, last but not least, this beautiful little butter pack, which Nonna Teresa gave me. It's quite therapeutic. I mean, I'm absolutely loving doing this. Look around here. Some are perfect, some are not. Some are small, some are a bit bigger. That's what home cooking is. That is the beauty of Italian cooking. So for me, this is a homage to homemade.
Finish with a light dusting of flour.
Oh my. Oh my God.
Come and have a little look at this. Look at this.
Oh yeah.
So this is the tomato sauce. So you can see we've kind of just caught and burnt these tomatoes. And by roasting the tomatoes and letting them bust, it's different than boiling. It's kind of got more depth of flavour. It's a kind of sweeter flavour. And at this stage in the game, we can shake it off the vine. Then just go around pinching off the skins. See that sauce in here? The flavour's ridiculous. And that little hint of chilli is very nice.
Look at this lovely juice. It's so sweet.
This gorgeous gnocchi will be ready in a couple of minutes.
Kind of cook 2 portions at a time, never any more than that.
No.
You don't want to overload the pan. They'll bash together. In we go with the gnocchi. And you know when they're done, when they float to the top.
There's just time to whip up a nifty Italian classic, pesto.
Pesto can be many, many things. Here's the 4 pillars of pesto. The cheese, the garlic, the herbs, the nuts. We're gonna make rocket, walnut and pecorino pesto. Delicious.
Easy.
And just a little bomb of that on the gnocchi with the tomato sauce.
Yes.
Oh my Lord, it's gonna be so, so good.
Smash up the garlic with a pinch of salt.
You know, and the idea of smashing the herbs is you bring out more flavour. So you could do this in a liquidizer, bit too smooth, but nice. You could do it in a food processor, pretty good. But the pestle amore is the best every single time.
Next in with the walnuts.
Different nuts give different flavours, but they all give a creaminess. We're then going to go in with the herbs.
I'm using a mix of basil and peppery rocket.
And we want to really bash the herbs. Bring out the natural oils. We're going to go with some nice pecorino.
And bring it together with some beautiful extra virgin olive oil.
It's so simple.
Look, it's done.
Can you see them coming up? Then we're ready to go. How beautiful. And then you can just take your sauce.
Oh my God.
Just give it a little.
Yeah, go on,
little
toss
toss
it.
like that.
Go on, that's it.
And that's it, done. This dish is actually complete, but we haven't used a herb with the tomatoes. Don't need much. A little bomb of pesto here and there. Joy. A little brush of pecorino. Are you excited?
Yes, I can't wait.
My glorious gnocchi, little clouds of potato, swathed in a rich roasted tomato sauce, and my fresh and fragrant pesto.
Oh, mate.
Oh, my God.
What's amazing is that silky softness of the gnocchi with the sweetness of the sauce. The gnocchi's so soft, so light, and I just got a little cherry tomato that just burst, so sweet. And then, like, the pesto's got attitude, isn't it? It's kind of got that garlic, it's got that hum, you know, you've got the crunch of the nuts.
So good.
What do you reckon Nonna Teresa would say?
She will love it. We'll say yes.
And look at that, empty plate, gnocchi.
Yeah.
So good. I think everyone should have a go.
Romans may have perfected deliciously quick recipes to fit their fast-paced life, but even here, they make time for that much-loved Italian ritual, the passeggiata.
This is great.
Beautiful.
very, very nice. A lazy evening stroll where you dress up, people watch and meet friends. Ciao, buonasera!
Hey,
So we're hooking up with Eleonora and her friend Artico for some Roman revelry. And we're kicking things off with a real classic, a Negroni.
You know what? I love cocktail bars. Honestly, I think they're some of the most beautiful places. The light, all the wood, the theatre.
Salute.
Salute. Oh, what a joy.
Just like the locals, we're ending our night in one of Rome's wonderful gelaterias. Loads stay open to midnight. We've come to the ice cream queen, 74-year-old Nonna Picca. Among her much-loved flavours is rice. I can't pass that up.
Grazie.
You've got dark chocolate and you've got rice.
Where do I start?
Rice first. Get the whole crunch in. Picca is very renowned for her rice-flavoured
good.
gelato. And how is it?
It's the texture of the rice. It's like a weird kind of cooked but crunchy. How do they do that?
Well, they basically undercook it.
It's 1 a.m. and this amazing lady who, you know, if you look behind you here, you know, she's a complete artisan. She's got the Cavalier.
Cavalier.
Which is like basically being like a
Well,
MBE or an OBE or whatever. It's 1 a.m. and she's still serving.
Io sarei qui fino alle 3, alle 4. Sono innamorata del mio negozio, del mio mestiere. E questo è l'amore, quando c'è l'amore per la produzione, non c'è stanchezza.
What an amazing woman.
She's incredible.
Ciao, grazie.
I love how full-on Rome is, but after a night out on the town, I need to clear my head. So me and the G-Man are heading off for a typical Roman chill-out day. A campfire cook-up and an outdoor swim in a natural hot spring.
There's this whole area with lovely hot water coming up deep from the earth, and I've never been to a hot springs before, so I don't know what to expect.
In Italy, we call them a terme salutare, healthy spa.
Our destination is the tiny ancient spa town of Saturnia.
Come on, Gennaro.
Let's go and have a look. Oh, my.
That's amazing.
It's so beautiful.
Hot springs, man. I've never seen anything like that before.
There is hot springs all over Italy, from right north to right south to the smaller island as well. And wherever there was an hot spring, the Romans used to do little settlement.
I'll do your little picture.
Yeah.
Turn around.
Okay. Yeah. Just can I have my collar like this?
Yeah, you look great.
I'll stay there.
Just look sort of happy and expectant. So what I thought, I'm going to get the pots and pans out, then we're going to have a little eat up, and then we go for a little swim. Gennaro, look at this.
I know.
It's amazing. And these places are completely free. There's not really like any changing facilities or anything. You just basically go around a corner or in a cave.
Look at those people drinking wine. Look at the way they're drinking. Marvellous.
We're setting up camp right next to the spring. On the menu, a cornerstone of Italian cooking, soup. I'm going to show you the building blocks to the ultimate easy and speedy Italian soup with attitude.
We're going to make the most humble, simple dish of all time. Acqua cotta.
Acqua cotta, or cooked water, is delicious, hearty and quick to make. Marrying beautiful seasonal veg with leftover bread. Topped with a perfectly poached egg. It's kinda genius.
It's beautiful because it represents true poverty, true grafters, you know, the shepherds, the workers, the farm workers, the land workers. This was always to represent portable food. Wherever you're grafting, light a fire, get a pot, boil some water, whatever you can find goes in the pot.
This humble, hearty soup is always bulked up by stale bread.
One thing fundamental to the Italians is that it's a mortal sin to throw away bread. It would always be the stale bread. And there's always stale bread kicking around, right? I'm just going to put that near the campfire here. It will get toasty, it will get smoky. So we've got a plan. We're going to start off with a little olive oil.
Build your soup on the classic Italian base of celery and onion.
I'm adding pumpkin.
Good Italian soup needs a hearty body. Fresh veg is a great way of doing that.
You always want to make this soup feel meaty and smoky and substantial and savoury. And one of the ways that I do that is to take the master of all herbs. In Italy and many countries, you know, you have steak and rosemary. Well then, why don't you fool the mind, fool the palate, put in rosemary. It starts to give you that lovely flavour.
With the soup underpinned by that tasty veg, add the next layer. A hit of intense flavour.
And that's literally a few slices of dried mushroom. That will do, right? And I always feel that the rosemary and this give it depth. Really, really nice. So I'm going to put that in. So a little dried porcini, but any dried mushroom will do the trick. We got potatoes, we got squash. But it's really important that you make this yours. So now in goes the most important ingredient, the water.
Then do what any nonna would do. Reach for a good tin of tomatoes.
Lovely.
Traditionally, aqua cotta was a make-do meal. So whatever seasonal veg was to hand went in. I'm going for cima de rapa, an Italian cousin of sprouting broccoli, along with colourful Swiss chard and cavolo nero.
So have a look at this. This is cavolo nero, black cabbage. I grow it in the UK, have done for 15 years. It's easy to grow. And this is very seasonal right now. Look at that, guys. And now you've got a soup with colour, texture, the chunks of orange, you know, the green, and we've used no stock. That's just the flavour of the veg, but those little tricks with the dried mushroom and the rosemary.
To add a bit of luxury to this traditionally poor dish, top it off with a poached egg.
So what I'm going to do, just watch what I do, is I'm going to just put my ladle in, and I'm just going to put the liquor like that, and Gennaro is going to crack his egg in, and he's going to crack it into that ladle, and then I'm going to place that ladle in there.
While that's poaching, reach for the all-important bread.
A nice gnarly piece of toast, almost on the edge of burning, right? It's dry, and it's going to be rehydrated with this soup. The customary olive oil. Then get a nice mix of the soup, so you get a nice mixture of everything.
Oh, mamma mia.
You go over to the toast. The first thing the toast does is... So he's got his little poached egg.
Yes!
The celery leaves, the yellow ones, are really, really gorgeous.
To jazz it up, a good old sprinkle of that Roman flavour bomb, pecorino.
And you simply give it to someone in your family that you love.
Bless you.
My vibrant aqua cotta, fantastically quick and easy, absolutely healthy and wholesome, and so tasty.
The bread's kind of the foundations of it, but the rosemary, the dried mushroom, give it the deepest flavour. It's delicious.
As the famous saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. And as the sun sets, that means me and Gennaro jump in those hot springs.
This is lovely. I'd love to bring my missus here, she'd love it.
This is like a nice, gentle bath temperature. Can you imagine when it's snowing here? It gets so cold. Can you imagine what it's like in the winter? It must be amazing. Think about all the things you spend loads of money in getting into this and parks and that, and you can just rock up here, and as long as you're wearing tight Speedos, you get in for free. Are you still got any Speedos on?
You mean?
Did I just see them float off over there?
Chilled to the max, it's back to the city. We've been hunting down easy, everyday Roman recipes. And before we leave, there's one dish that I've got to share.
As the sun sets in Rome, me and Gennaro are going to make the most basic, the most simple pasta, probably in Italy. It's cacio e pepe.
Cacio e pepe, or cheese and pepper. Silky spaghetti, tangy pecorino, and punchy black pepper. This ridiculously tasty dish takes the crown for quick and easy cooking.
This pasta cacio e pepe is really fashionable right now in London and New York. Chefs are going nuts for it because it is delicious, and really it's celebrating the perfect emulsification between the water from the cooking of the pasta and beautiful pecorino cheese. But the pepper is really important, right? And for me, a little tip for making it even better, right? Instead of just buying generic pepper that's kind of maybe a little bit stale, get black peppercorns, right? Get black peppercorns, and we're gonna crack it so it's fresh. A little bit like milling coffee, right? If you do this at the last minute, smell that. It's perfume. It's really, really different. And I'm just gonna pour that into a sieve, just like that, and just tap it like that. And you'll get the freshest pepper that you're gonna get, and it's gonna be delicious.
It is perfectly al dente.
We're cooking spaghetti, which is delicious with cacio e pepe,
Yeah.
but what other pastas can you do? What would they do here in Rome?
Well, here in Rome, they cook a pasta which is called tonarelli, which is fantastic. But you can use spaghetti, you can use penne, you can use rigatoni.
Along with the pasta, cheese and pepper are all you need. It's the perfect quick city dish.
Pecorino there.
Yeah,
it's important that you use a fine grater, right? And this has kind of got long streaks of cheese, and I'm just going to break it up.
Break him up. It is very important
You
that it's
don't want to
fine.
have, you don't want to have long streaks because it will kind of start doing strange things in the pan.
Ditch the strainer. The trick is to pull the pasta out of the water straight into the bowl.
With just a little bit of pasta water.
Toss in your cheese.
Go, put them all in, quickly in. That's it.
And fold it quickly through the pasta water for a light, silky sauce.
Black pepper goes in.
That's all.
Some people like it hotter than others.
It's done.
Simplest pasta in the world. You know, it's not wet, it's not saucy, but it's kind of still light and still delicate.
To finish, just dress it with even more of that rich pecorino and ground black pepper.
Pecorino is the absolute star of the show here. This is the cheese of choice in Rome. You know, you could use a Parmesan, but this has got just a different flavour and it's slightly more salty and it's just fantastic.
Cacio e pepe. Beautifully silky, wonderfully zingy, and so easy. It's the ultimate Roman fast food.
It kind of has some of those flavours of carbonara, you know? So there you go, guys. What better than to finish with the simplest pasta on the planet? Beyond cheap, beyond delicious, real comfort food. This with a lovely green salad and a bottle of wine. Happy days.
Hallelujah!
It's been a cracking trip. I wanted to get under the skin of speedy Roman food, and I've done that in spades. From the genius rapid recipes of the market nonnas to the wonderful light as air gnocchi and that amazing cheap and cheerful rustic soup, I've loved every minute and every mouthful. Next time, I'm high up in the snowy Alps discovering the very best of Italian comfort food. Ottimo.
Sono contenta.
I get a whole lot of love from the queens of the rice fields.
Perché hai indovinato?
Sì!
And cook up the ultimate feel-good risotto.
Come on, you know that makes sense.
There's nowhere quite like Italy.
Look how busy it is. I love it.
The landscapes, the people, the history,
It's unbelievable.
and of course, the most amazing food.
Oh. I'm just having a moment.
I love it, and I always have done.
This is like my idea of heaven.
Great food here isn't about Michelin-starred chefs, it's about home-cooked recipes. So in this series, I'm going right to the heart of Italian cooking.
Oh, so good.
To the mamas and the nonnas of Italy.
These are some of the best home-cooked recipes in the world.
They've perfected recipes handed down over generations.
I'm just doing what I'm told, I love it.
I'm travelling far and wide to see what secrets I can learn from these true masters of the kitchen.
Forza, forza!
Belli, bravi.
That is a game changer.
And I'll be showing you how to cook up delicious Italian dishes
With flavour like this, you're going to go nuts.
that use the nonna's way to transform the simple into the sublime.
I'm going to have to stop myself eating. It's so good.
This time, unlocking the secrets of mountain cooking.
Ooh.
High up in the Alps, I discover a phenomenal winter warmer,
It's total comfort food.
inspiring my simply delicious oozy dumplings.
It's insanely delicious.
And I get a whole load of love from the queens of the rice fields.
Perché hai indovinato?
Sì!
And cook up my ultimate feel-good risotto.
Oh my Lord. Gennaro, look at these beautiful mountains. Come on!
It is incredible.
Me and my old pal and mentor, Gennaro Contaldo, are high up in the snowy Alps, discovering the secrets of Italian comfort food.
It's blooming cold.
It's freezing.
It would have been brutal, wouldn't it? 200-300 years ago, it would have been absolutely hardcore to live here.
You have to survive in these mountains. The mountain food was amazing, still is amazing. Viva l'Italia.
Centuries of surviving treacherous winters have seen people here develop a hearty, rustic cuisine, poles apart from the tomatoes and olive oil of southern Italy. The home cooking here revolves around oozy risottos and rich cheese.
When you're really cold, you burn nearly double the amount of calories in a day. If you don't have fatty food, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
The Alps span the whole of northern Italy. But we're starting our journey along the border between Piedmont and the Aosta Valley.
From a culinary point of view, the food of this particular valley is really specific, that no other part of Italy does.
The high mountain pastures here provide an ideal territory for dairy farming, and this area produces some of Italy's most sublime cheese. With a long drive ahead to meet our first nonna, I want to set us up with a proper alpine breakfast.
I'm starving.
Gennaro, look at that, come on. What more do you want?
This is really nice.
I've got a little treat for you. Early in the morning, it's the best little breakfast. We're going to embrace some of the cheeses of this area, mix them up. I'm going to make you the most beautiful omelette you've ever had in your life.
My mountain omelette is a perfect quick comfort food, made with 3 incredible cheeses, ham and a cheeky chili kick.
It's brilliant for a breakfast or a brunch. It's an all-rounder, really. Super simple. So what I'm going to use is 2 eggs. Just crack them up, whisk them up. The great thing about this recipe is it takes about 1 minute to do, start to finish. So, egg in.
Shall I beat it for you?
Gennaro's going to beat it. I've just done a little bit of toast. So just a small amount of butter goes in. Okay. Then the eggs go in. And then we sort of swill it around just like that. So I'm going to grab my lovely local cheeses.
I'm using a trio of Fontina, Toma and Valdostana.
We're going to just cut chunks of it off. You could use a cheddar, you know, whatever you fancy, as long as it melts nicely.
This wafer-thin ham will give flavour and texture to that lovely oozy centre.
And then I've got a little secret ingredient. Chili jam.
Love
a little bit of fire in our life. Oh, my Lord. All right, let's get some heat going. See how the cheese is melting? But there's also, because it's erratically cut, there's chunks of unmelted. And I like that. And then use a spatula to go around the edge. And what we want to do is kind of try and create these little layers. And then what we're gonna get is the most sensational omelette ever. Look at that, look, 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 look. Loads and loads of layers in the most silky, beautiful little wrapper.
Cheesy, warming, and delicious.
Gennaro, get stuck in, boy.
This is good.
Chili jam's good. What do you reckon, Gennaro? Good omelette, right?
No, you always think of me when I'm starving. Bless you.
Super, super delicious. Give it a go. It's so fast. A lovely little snack, breakfast, brunch, lunch, tea time, supper.
And now.
Nice.
Me and Gennaro are heading deeper into this magical winter wonderland, to the remote alpine villages near the Swiss border.
It kind of reminds me of Heidi. Do you remember that film, Heidi?
Yeah, Heidi. Yes, I know Heidi.
Gennaro, look at that. Come on.
These villages were virtually cut off from the rest of Italy until the 1950s. And Gennaro's brought me here to learn about a legendary local comfort food.
Look at this lovely little food shop. Oh, look. Very serious about the cheese. Predating the fridge, right?
Yeah.
But look at all the different types of grains and flours. See, like back home in Britain, we just have the wheat flour.
Yeah,
but they got the chestnut flour.
Everything.
They've got the corn maize.
Soya flour as well.
Lovely. OK, so we're going to come and see this nonna, right? We haven't got an address. She just said come to the village, ask around, go to the cafe, and they'll show you where we live. So
let's come have a
it's
look.
down to you.
Yeah, all right. I will ask somebody, yeah?
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Fa freschetto fuori, eh? 2 caffè, grazie.
Scusa, dove abita nonna Marchese?
Nonna Mercedes abita nella piazzetta più piccola, al di là della chiesa.
Cucina bene?
Cucina bene i piatti tipici valser.
Okay, so in the little square.
In the square. Well, don't need it me anymore. You can speak Italian. That's good. That's good.
Nonna Mercedes has agreed to let us in on her kitchen secrets, and I can't wait.
Just here on the left?
Sì.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, signora.
Buongiorno.
What a beautiful house, my God. It's like Romeo and Juliet.
Sì.
Giulietta!
Una Giulietta un po' attempata,
No,
ma insomma,
una bella Giulietta.
pazienza.
Ci veniamo sopra, va, let's go.
Così va bene.
Grazie mille, grazie mille.
A voi.
Grazie della vostra accoglienza.
Andiamo?
Thank you very much. Sì, andiamo.
Look at this beautiful house, though.
Mi sentite?
Bella casa.
Nonna Mercedes is a descendant of the Waltzers, a group of people of Germanic origin who settled here way back in the 12th century.
Can you tell me a little bit about the Waltzer kitchen, the Waltzer food?
È una cucina tipica, sì, di montagna. Una cucina abbastanza povera ai tempi. Adesso ci sono molte cose di più, ma ai tempi c'erano polenta, patate, formaggio e pane nero che si faceva in autunno. In tutte le frazioni c'era un forno dove la gente della frazione faceva il pane per tutto l'inverno.
We come from a world now where you buy bread every day.
Yeah.
You know, from the supermarket. But to me, the Waltzer cuisine already seems like survival.
Yes, it was
You know what I mean?
survival, yeah. Especially on these mountains, you know, with the snow and everything. You have to survive.
So let's get cooking.
Nonna Mercedes' dish is a Waltzer classic and unique to this specific area of the Alps.
It's called kefline.
Come si dice?
Kneflene.
Kneflene. You can hear the noise. Italians never speak like that. I mean, this is quite Germanic almost. It's kind of like a gnocchi, a dumpling. So I've never ever seen this before, so I'm very excited.
Nonna always serves the dumplings with the sauce, and her winter favourite is a delicious melted cheese fondue.
So look, she's got 400 grams of nice young Fontina cheese. Put 4 egg yolks, enough milk just to loosen it, and she's got the gas on now. And the water will take away the aggressive heat, so it will gently melt it, gently, and it will become kind of like a cheese fonduta, kind of like a custard.
Nonna's got Gennaro on the sauce, so she can teach me the secrets of the Waltzer dumplings.
Sbattere un po'.
Whisk up 2 eggs, milk, and fine plain flour.
So we've got semolina flour.
No semolino, semola rimacinata è più fine.
I've got so much to learn from Nonna Mercedes.
She's cutting nutmeg with a knife. Like, in all the years I've cooked, we always use a fine little grater. But no. And I think, actually, the imperfect is perfect. That's the thing. She's using a knife. I've never seen that. I'm going to do that now.
Bravo.
It's like a very thick pancake batter. Bene?
Sì.
And now, because we've beaten it, we've created a little bit of kind of gluten. So she wants to let it rest for about half an hour. So, come si fa kefline?
Non con le mani, c'è un arnese, un attrezzo per farli, una macchinetta.
Okay. Gennaro, I've just noticed her slippers, bless her. I love her to bits.
Devo bagnarlo nell'acqua fredda, se no appiccica tutto. Ecco.
See? This is phenomenal. I've never seen dumplings quite like this before.
It's kind of like teardrops going through into the water. See?
Va bene?
See? And you run it backwards and forwards. Let me just put it up.
Devi dare vicino perché sennò viene lungo.
Yeah. I'm trying to show you, but I'm also getting a telling off at the same time.
Bravo, hai imparato.
Grazie.
Hai imparato bene. Tu sei così bravo e io che voglio insegnarti qualcosa.
She likes me, Gennaro.
In just a few minutes, the dumplings are ready to be drenched in oozy, cheesy sauce.
Can't wait.
This warming dish is a mountain classic, and it smells sensational.
Prendi?
Sì.
Ti do io.
It's like a super luxurious mac and cheese.
Candiamo questo.
It's so good, but it's very delicate. It's total comfort food.
Va bene?
Molto
Piace?
bene. Ottimo.
Sono contenta.
Chi lo cucinava? Chi lo faceva questi piatti? La mamma?
La mamma, ma solo acqua e farina si tiravano giù, poi un po' alla volta sono diventati sempre più ricchi.
Grazie mille. Thank you so
Io
much.
l'ho fatto molto volentieri, ma me ne accorgo che non ho più la forza per fare queste cose. Sarà ben l'ultima volta, ma non perché voglio morire, perché non ho più la forza. Mi stanco un po', ecco, a fare queste cose.
Just, you know, so, and that's, you know, the kind of sharing these recipes is a lovely thing. Grazie.
Prego, fatto volentieri.
That's the stuff that makes me tick. A story about how important food was in the old days. It wasn't a luxury, it was essential. It was about life, it was about survival. But at the same time, the way she was touching it and feeling it, all the implements in her kitchen, how charming she was, how warm and generous she was. That was just what we wanted, wasn't it?
I know, it's the best.
Nonna's shown us that the best winter warmers are soulful and simple, and I can't wait to cook up my version of her incredible dish.
So I'm really inspired from Nonna Mercedes. Those beautiful dumplings, those little teardrops, those silky little gifts. So what I want to do now is bring it back from the mountains to the homes, right? So anyone can have a go at it.
My delicious dumplings with roasted red onions and crispy pancetta. The perfect grub to cheer you up at the end of a chilly day.
I've made the batter again, just like she taught me. With the nutmeg, we've got 2 eggs, 150 mils of milk, we've got 150 grams of semolina flour and 150 grams of Tipo 00 plain flour. You can see it's oozy and thick. Essentially, it's a thick pancake batter, right, with some nutmeg through it.
To make the dumplings, I'm using Nonna's technique, but swapping her special strainer for something more accessible.
So I've got a very typical colander that you get in pretty much every house. She said get it cold, because that stops it sticking. I'm going to put a big old splodge in here. I've got water boiling, and you can just push it through.
Go on.
It's working! It's like little teardrops coming through. That's exactly what we want, look.
Yeah, go on.
This is good. This is really good news. Okay.
Now for the sauce. Just like Nonna, I'm going to go in with something hearty and humble, balanced with beautiful cheese.
We've got in the oven some onions in their skin, 180 degrees Celsius for about an hour. thyme there has just given us a whole load of flavour. So if you ruin the skin, that's all cool. Inside, as you pull it away, what you'll get is the most amazing sweet and jammy onion. Really, really nice. So 0 effort, 0 technique, just time in the oven. And then you get this ruby red deliciousness. We'll season it with a little bit of salt.
And I'm amping up the comfort by using a handful of smoked pancetta.
Get it in there, Gennaro.
Yeah.
Crisp it up, then go in with the onions and rosemary.
This is gonna be good.
Onions and bacon is an incredible big hitting flavour. But like, this is how me and Gennaro cook all the time. Like, you take a principle, you take an idea, and then we try to sort of extend it and make it really valid and exciting for our seasons where we live. Yeah, this is going to be good. And what Gennaro's doing now is really, really important. Like, he's putting a little bit of that starchy cooking water into the sort of rendered pork fat, so it starts to make this creamy sauce.
Finally, stir in the dumplings. They're a great alternative to pasta and work with pretty much any sauce.
Ready?
Yeah.
Add fresh parmesan and get stuck in.
And it's just 3 or 4 ingredients, right? The onions, the rosemary, the smoky bacon, and our beautiful gnocchetti.
What a flavour.
This is very, very, very exciting.
Oozy, comforting dumplings with sweet red onions and smoky, crispy pancetta. What a combo.
I know.
That's up there in the sort of top 90% of flavours in my life. Right there. Onions, bacon, rosemary, so clear, so beautiful, brought together by parmesan. Fantastic.
If for somebody make it better, I don't want to know.
This is really, it's insanely delicious.
The next day, me and Gennaro are back on the trail of Piemonte's legendary comfort food. We're leaving the snowy Alps behind and heading south to the region's capital, Turin. At just 100 kilometres or so from France, Turin has an identity that sets it apart from other Italian cities.
So Turin's quite posh though, isn't it?
It is indeed. It's got a French influence.
French?
French.
Okay.
Torino was the capital of Italy, and all the Piemontese are very, very proud. You know, we are the capital. Everybody had to refer to Turin.
They love chocolate.
Oh,
coffee,
they love all this.
Biscuits.
They're very elegant.
Petit fours.
Turin is one of Italy's grandest and wealthiest cities, and it's just breathtaking. Its elegant squares and Baroque arcades really do remind me of France, and I'm smitten.
This city is next level. It's so beautiful. Like, wherever you go, there's like little kind of cut-throughs to the mountains. If you look down there, it's amazing. There's some nice little chocolate shops, little patisseries. But there's just food everywhere.
I've come to Turin as it's the undisputed chocolate capital of Italy. It's been exporting chocolate worldwide since the 18th century, and the cobbled streets are still awash with artisan producers.
This place is supposed to be really, really good. The rooms are so beautiful. We've got lovely little gorgeous biscuits, all made with such love. Look at that. Oh my God, my wife will go nuts for that. Hazelnut chocolate. Tutto bene?
Everything good.
Jamie.
Jamie.
Come si chiama?
Massimo.
Massimo, nice. It's a beautiful shop.
Thank you very much. Here's my father.
Ciao, piacere.
Gianni.
Gianni. So your shop is famous for pastries, chocolates, sweets?
Famous with pastry, chocolate, and praline. Our shop from many generations, yeah.
How old were you when you started working here?
I was
8, 9?
For 12 years.
12 years old. Yeah. I was 8 when I started in my family's business.
I like it. I like it so much. I like it.
These extraordinary little treats are the result of hundreds of years of Giottosio's treasured family recipes. And they'll be a perfect gift for our next nonna.
What would be amazing is if you can help me put a box of beautiful, sweet treats together.
Yeah.
Because I've got a very special lunch
It's coming.
with Torino Baronessa.
Okay, okay.
And I need to impress her.
Okay.
Massimo picks out the perfect tiny treats, loaded with chocolate, pistachios, glacé fruit and creamy custard.
It's the attention to detail, it's the love, it's the passion, different flavours. This one looks like a fungi, little porcini mushroom stuffed with chocolate cream.
We have this kind of pastry that they are so little because
They're more elegant.
they're much
Simpler
more
to
elegant.
eat.
Not so big like in southern Italy, but
It's very French influenced, and you know, Torino used to be part of France. I think it's nice. You get the kind of Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Italy, France. You start seeing the cuisines kind of meeting. Si, grazie. And if you think I should try anything, I am here and willing to try anything.
Massimo wants me to try the house speciality, his dad's take on the rich Turin hot chocolate, Bisharin.
my father is going to prepare it. You put on the glass.
Oh my lord. He's basically pebble dashing the inside of the glass.
Bisharin is normally melted chocolate and coffee, but Gianni's twist up is much more indulgent.
That's basically a hazelnut spread, homemade. Interestingly, this whole area is covered with like nut trees, especially the hazelnuts, which are particularly amazing from here. They're juicy, they're more delicious, and then you caramelize them, smash it up, and then mix it with the chocolate.
Coffee.
See? Okay,
Absolutely coffee.
this is next level, guys. So your father came up with this creation.
The creation of my father.
And when did he first do it?
Oh, I think it's 30 years ago. 30 years ago.
Oh, my, the love of Lord.
Almost done, you know? Craig and roasted hazelnut, our product.
That's ridiculous.
Outrageous. What a treat.
So is this a dessert or is this a drink?
No, anytime.
Okay.
You have to mix together.
The old man's happy with how I'm doing it. Let's get in there, deep, deep, deep.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Buono. So good. I mean, full of calories, but what a joy. His father's homemade chocolate spread is ridiculously good. And it's very, very naughty. Buono. Grazie mille.
See you
Molto
again.
gentile.
Thank you.
Grazie. Ciao, ciao.
With these divine little offerings in hand, I'm ready for our next very important engagement.
Ciao, ciao.
As the first capital city, Turin has a rich regal past. I want to know more about the decadent side of this region's comforting cuisine. So Gennaro's wangled us an invite to meet a nonna who's at the head of one of the city's oldest noble families.
You know, you can't talk about Turin and not sort of talk about aristocracy and the royal family and all those sort of things. It's a really big part of the food and the city. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
While I've been shopping for the Baroness, Gennaro's been getting his glad rags on.
Look at you, mate. You look lovely.
I know, we're going to see the Baroness Susanna. You know, this is Turin.
I feel a bit scruffy.
You look fantastic.
The Baroness is said to be the doyen of the city's decadent desserts.
Yes. You lead the way, Gennaro.
Yes.
She's also got the longest name I've ever heard.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Baronessa Susanna Belcredi Marecco di Rossa di Santo Rossa.
Buongiorno, signor Baronessa. Buongiorno, che piacere.
Or Susanna to her friends.
Grazie.
This is a present for you.
No, ma fantastico, grazie. Portiamoli metti.
The Baroness is the guardian of hundreds of years of noble family recipes, and she's agreed to teach me her all-time favourite.
Ciao. Buongiorno.
With a little help from her grandchildren, Lupo and Maria.
Mamma mia!
Che biscottini.
Puoi mangiarne uno.
Oh, she's gone for the biggest one.
E
Bless.
tu?
So, what are you going to be cooking today?
Il bunette. Che il bunette è Italian cake, piemontese, Torino cake. They've done eggs, sugar.
Right. 4 eggs.
4 eggs.
Well, there was 4
I
eggs.
take-
3.5 eggs.
Dating back to the 13th century royal court, Bune is a luxurious layering of rich chocolate, almondy biscuits, and sweet, crunchy topping.
We have to caramellare sugar on the fire, and the sugar became brown and hard. 2, 3.
So we caramelise this.
Once cooled, this will create a crispy caramel layer that will top the chocolate pudding.
Allora, io vado avanti.
4 eggs.
8 sugar.
8 tablespoons of sugar.
6 e 8. Voilà.
Ma perché non girano?
Adesso. Tienilo su che non deve cascare, tienilo.
FYI, these kids are way better behaved than mine. If mine were here, they'd be bouncing off of the walls.
Non schiacciare!
Sì, sì, gli aggiungiamo il latte caldo. Vuole mettere...
Lots going on. It's a typical Italian household. Half a litre, 500 millilitres. Piatto preferato?
Un cioccolato.
Cioccolato. I know, it's good, isn't it?
Cacao. 1,
Che schifo.
2.
Cos'è?
So now, cocoa powder. 2 dessert spoons of cocoa.
2.
E 2.
Then beat the cocoa in with the egg yolk and warm milk.
Piano piano or veloce veloce?
Piano piano perché sennò ci schizza tutto.
Slowly, slowly, because it
Don't
goes
get it
everywhere.
Should we go faster to scare Nanny?
Voglio cioccolato, Maria.
Finally, crushed amaretti biscuits will add texture and a delicious almond flavour.
Ecco, of amaretti. What's
Okay.
amaretti? You know amaretti.
Yeah, and amaretti biscuits.
Amaretti,
Beautiful,
ecco.
bashed up.
Che ha tagliato Lupo ha schiacciato. Oh, hai ragione. Oh!
Schiaccio io.
So it's a fascinating recipe. And then in her hand is a beautiful old bottle of rum. So she's not measuring it, she's free pouring. Go girl.
Small bicchiere.
A little glass, 50 mils. 50.
I think I will try it as well.
Yeah.
Allora, questo è caramellato che abbiamo visto.
It already smells boozy, chocolatey and delicious.
Che meraviglia.
Never seen a dessert like this.
Now we put on bagnomaria. Bagnomaria, ecco.
The water bath will keep the heat consistently gentle and allow the dessert to set to a soft, silky consistency.
So yeah, she said it's like a creme caramel. It's a very different creme. I mean, I think this is the thing. Creme caramel, France. This is definitely from Turin. I love it.
200, sempre 200.
Cooking with Susanna's family has reminded me just how wonderful the Italians are at passing down their recipes, along with their amazing passion for food.
Susanna's been cooking up a storm. She's managed 2 old guys and 2 little bambinas. And that's
Come sei matto?
The Baroness is hosting one of her regular lunches.
It's okay?
Perfetto.
Because questo is around friends. Friends around a tree.
I love it. This is lovely. I mean, look at the view through to here. Look at the light cascading in. It's all very elegant. I love it. Ciao, buongiorno. Ciao, buongiorno. Come stai? Come stai? Molto bene, grazie. Molto bene, grazie. Anche lei. Yes, anche lei. I like the dancing. So this is the palazza.
Che questa piazza was done in 1820. 200 years. Sì.
Nice. And what can you tell me about the French influence on the architecture?
No, because it was we Italian who influenced France.
Yeah. I love it. I love it.
Sì. Oh, ciao.
The Baroness's lunches are legendary in high society Turin.
Ma che gioia, ciao. La Consolata, tu ti siedi qua. Qui Jamie.
Sì, grazie.
Qui Chicca. E là Gennaro.
Va bene.
Susanna's pud is tantalisingly close. But first, a light savoury course of a delicately fragrant fresh pea flan.
Let's have a little try here.
It's really good.
This is delicious.
It's really nice.
And now for the moment I've been waiting for.
Oh, che meraviglia.
Go on, girls. Wow, Gennaro.
Voilà. È buonissimo.
E poi, scusa. Oh. What's really interesting about this is the bottom is the top and the top is the bottom. So the bottom was the caramel. It's really shiny and beautifully bitter. Then the middle part is almost like a brulee sort of texture, silky. And then those smashed up biscuits floated to the top, which give you that there. Can you see? It almost looks like a cheesecake. So I've never seen a dessert like that. It's really wonderful. Gennaro?
And this opulent pud tastes just as sumptuous as it looks.
The main taste there is the amaretti biscuits, surrounded by chocolate. I like the rum. Well, I think there's a real elegance to it.
Ti è piaciuto?
Buonissimo. Grazie. Thank you so much. Delicious food, and thank you for your hospitality. It's been a joy.
What a treat. I can see why this heavenly, heady chocolate pud has been knocking around for centuries. It's definitely one I'll be making for the family back home. But chocolate isn't the only food highlight in Turin.
Buongiorno Torino!
The city is also home to Europe's biggest open-air market, showcasing incredible produce from all over Piedmont.
There's loads and loads of seasonal vegetables. But most importantly, if you look just down there, there's the biggest selection of cheap pants and underwear in Europe.
Where?
I mean, look at the size of those white ones. I've never, ever in my life seen anything as big. You could get 2 people in there.
Reverse up, Janna. Look at me. Look how busy it is. I love it.
What I love about coming down the market is when people are carrying stuff, you say, how are you going to cook that?
No, yeah.
And they're like, la, 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 la. They love it. Everyone loves it. There's loads and loads of seasonal vegetables.
Also cicoria.
Get one. Nice. These are the best pears I've ever had in my life. They taste like rosewater and marzipan, and they're deliciously sweet. Roasted, poached, in salads, little chopped up bits in pastas with chicken livers. Amazing.
It's midwinter, and the people here are known for transforming this delicious local produce into rich, feel-good food to lift their spirits at the harshest time of year. Today, we're heading to the mighty Po Valley, the area that produces 90% of Italy's rice, to see what I can learn about the region's ultimate comfort food, risotto.
Do you know, I am so excited to be in the place where the rice actually grows. I remember the first risotto I had was from you, and I didn't know what was going on in my mouth. It was absolutely amazing. It was a mushroom risotto. Oh my God,
that was
it was
really
so good.
Gennaro's got us a date at a 13th century rice farm, where a group of legendary pickers, known as the Mondine, are having their monthly cook-up.
Here's the farm, big boy.
Yeah.
These nonnas are Italy's real risotto queens, and I can't wait to learn their tricks.
Lovely to meet you.
Alice and Simone bought the farm derelict, and the Mondine have been helping them bring it back to life.
How long have you been growing it here?
Our story is a bit weird because we were born and lived in the city, and now we farm since 2008.
Rice farmers, I bet.
Rice farmers.
So when you were young, you never thought you'd be a rice farmer?
Never. I thought that I would work in New York on Fifth Avenue, and then I changed my life.
Yeah, well, good on you. I mean, this is a beautiful place.
We really try to live the historical, magic of this farm. 50 years ago, there used to live 400 people on the farm.
Oh, really?
And so what we do, because the rice pickers, the Mondine, lived in these buildings, and we really try to learn from them.
Fantastic.
And they are also really good cooks.
To get the old recipes.
Exactly, old recipes, songs, and dances.
Today, the Mondine are in their 70s and 80s, but in their youth, they lived on the farm doing the back-breaking rice harvest by hand.
Ciao, Rosa.
Ciao. Allora, qui avevo 15-16 anni.
15-16 years old.
Se indovina dove sono?
This is all the rice picker when they were very young.
Bravo. Devo darle un bacio?
Sì.
Perché hai indovinato?
Sì.
Reigning risotto queen Rosa is preparing her award-winning rice recipe, unique to this area, panissa.
Come la cucina?
Allora, si mette il lardo trittato fine,
Lovely.
la carne di salame, poi si aggiunge i fagioli se vuole,
Borlotti.
borlotti di saluge,
So borlotti beans, we've got onions.
No, la cipolla no.
No, the onions.
No,
No, hide the onions.
No, she's going to kick your ass, Gennaro.
Le ossa del brodo sono di maiale,
Yeah.
si lascia consumare e di modo che diventa la panissa.
Beautiful.
This high-energy comfort food would have kept the Mondine going during the grueling rice harvest.
Panissa, it's a main course and the only course, and it's a historical dish.
Wow.
So you cannot come to Vercelli, to our area, and not eat panissa.
Yeah. Having the beans in there, the meat in there, you know, all the goodness, it's robust. It's going to fill you up. Looks amazing, smells amazing. This is super exciting. You know, everyone's talking about risotto, but this is kind of like the grandfather. So, Rosa, how long have you been making this dish?
Rosa, quanti anni che lei sta facendo questa pizza?
Oh, da tanti anni.
So many years.
Da sempre, quando ho fatto la mondina.
Since I was...
Da 15 anni. Adesso non glielo dico più.
No?
Continuo. Adesso non glielo Non cucinano più, non lo fanno più.
No?
No. Ho bisogno di un cuoco che mi aiuti.
She said that she needs a chef like you
Yes.
to help her.
Come home with me. Come back to London with me.
Each of the Mondine are rustling up their favourite dish. But there's an unusual looking one that's really caught my eye.
This is insanely exciting. Black rice.
The dish, she's doing gorgonzola
Oh, really?
and pears.
Ooh.
The pears you like it.
What a combination. Can't wait to try that.
The colors that
Yeah.
are natural are very good. They're antioxidants.
Antioxidants.
But this rice take a little longer.
The thing is that whole grain rice has a layer extra on the grain.
Yeah.
It takes 45 minutes instead of 20.
And of course, when you've got that skin on as well, you get extra flavour. I mean, it's more texture, but
It
you
is
also
indeed.
get more flavour.
It
It's
is indeed.
delicious. I can't wait to try that. It's such an amazing colour. Wowzers.
I'll bring it on the central table and
Yes.
eat it.
Vedi che diventa pastosa.
Brilliant. Oh, I'm excited.
No, che non...
The black rice is really nice, but it's super nutritious. And when they put it with the gorgonzola and the pear, it's so delicious. Let's do the panisa. Oh,
Cosa?
that's delicious. It's complete, it's got beans, it's got meat, it's got veggies in there, and it's a little bit more substantial. Phenomenal.
What better way to celebrate a plate of hearty comfort food than getting stuck into a bit of traditional song and dance?
Come on, Rosa. Yeah, now we're talking. Yeah, this is how we do it in Essex. It's been amazing. Wonderful risotto, and really nice to be here in the rice fields.
Arrivederci.
Learning from the Mondine has been a blast. And they've shown us how to transform a humble grain of rice into a sensational feel-good food. Back in Turin, I want to cook up my very own comfort food classic. And where better to do it than on top of the city's iconic old Fiat factory?
This is amazing.
But of course, I can't resist a spin around the test track.
Risotto, butter, rice, wine, flavouring with all kinds of wonderful seasonal ingredients. Absolute comfort food at its best.
Like the Mondine's panisa, my hearty risotto with succulent sausages, fresh fennel, red wine and hazelnuts will lift your spirits to the snow-topped mountains.
Let's kick it off with the onion. Finely chop it. Don't stress about it. Just chop it up. We're going to go a big knob of butter. Now, you know, here in the north of Italy, especially in this area, it's not all about the olive oil, it's about the butter. That silky sweetness that you get.
Get the onion into a high-sided pan. That's important because it will stop the stock from evaporating.
This is what they would call a sofrito, okay? Often there's a little bit of celery in there. I'm swapping celery out today because I want to use fennel. When you put fennel and sausage together, it is like a marriage made in heaven. So if you've ever seen this and never eaten it, this is the time to try it. It's delicious. When you see the nonnas making a risotto, they're not sitting there like chefs rattling out perfect dice. It's not all the same. Look at that. Big bits, small bits. Real food for real people. So in we go with the fennel.
Soften your veg slowly to really draw out the sweetness. Give them 10 minutes minimum and add some fresh thyme.
I'm going to get the sausage, I'm going to just squeeze it out of the skin. And this is made with lovely pork shoulder. So you get that lovely blend of gorgeous fat, good flavour. I'm only going to use 4 sausages for 8 to 10 portions, okay? And even that's quite generous. You're going to get a lot of flavour out of a little meat. The better the sausage, the better the dish, of course. If you go putting some dodgy old sausage in there, 30% meat, forget it. This is going to taste like heaven. So rice. Obviously you don't want to overcook it. You want it to have its shape when it's cooked, but also give all of its starch. So we're going to go in, I want to do half a pack.
For the perfect risotto, use a starchy Italian rice, like carnaroli or arborio.
It is an unusual rice. Short, stubby, it's just perfect for carrying flavour. Look at the colour. It's so beautiful, ruby red.
Heat the rice through, which stops it going soggy. And once every grain is coated in all that buttery flavour, add a good old glass of red wine.
We must cook it away. If you don't cook it away, it's winey, and you can never shake off that flavour. There can't be any moisture left. Now is an equally important time because it's that kind of ritual of adding the stock. You know, you don't just throw it all in. We're not boiling rice. We're kind of massaging rice. You've got to feed it slowly.
For this hearty winter warmer, I'm using chicken stock. And the trick is to add it one glorious ladle at a time.
As soon as it's all gone away and been absorbed by the rice, look, we add another one. God, it's going to be good, guys. It's going to be so good. What I'm looking for is I want the rice to hold its shape, but be soft and a pleasure to eat.
When the rice is perfectly cooked, add the cheese. I'm going for a comforting combo of Parmesan and chunks of rich Alpine Fontina.
If I put the Fontina in just at the end, it will slowly start to melt, and if I'm lucky, it will go beautifully stringy. Very importantly now, heat off. Put a lid on top and let it relax. Why? It just kind of lets it rest. Just lets it just calm. How lovely is this? The mountains, it's just the most beautiful city.
Risotto rested, and it's time to dish up.
Oh yes, the Fontina was a good idea. Look at it. Red wine, sausage and onion and cheese risotto. Come on, you know that makes sense.
For added texture and deliciousness, I'm finishing it off with a dusting of pounded local hazelnuts.
A little bit of the fennel for that little pop of colour.
My ultimate feel-good risotto with oozy cheese, warming red wine, sausages, fennel and that dusting of hazelnuts. What a combo.
Oh my Lord.
Jeremy!
Jenna! Look at this place.
I know, it's marvellous.
Are you hungry?
Yes, I'm starving.
Look at this. The red wine is like, it's so cozy. It's a big flavour, isn't it?
Is creamy. You've done well. Not bad, not bad. You're quite good.
Mate, how amazing has it been? We've been all the way up there, started in the mountains.
I know.
You know, with Nonna Mercedes.
What a beautiful
She was
lady.
amazing. You know, the rice fields. We learned plenty, didn't we?
Oh, we learned plenty. The pure, the love and passion these people, it's beautiful. And there's just still so much to discover.
How amazing.
Our trip around Piedmont has been extraordinary. We've learned lessons from the most inspirational nonnas.
Come on, Rosa. Yeah, now we're talking.
And we've discovered recipes that we'll both cherish forever.